It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.
That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everybody? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everyone, to a Saturday night stream. It is November 27th, 2021, the last November Saturday of 2021, and it is my great pleasure to bring all of you in and to welcome everybody to another session, actually day 11, of D&D with Infinity and Beyond and Eberron, as we move into Oracle of War, Part 3 of Oracle of War, Where the Dead Wait. And it's Part 1 of Where the Dead Wait, and Where the Dead Wait is Part 3 of the Oracle of War campaign. I hope folks are as excited as I am, and I'm sure that this picture that you see in front of you and the name of this adventure has no issues that are, associated with it. I'm sure it's all fine. I'm sure everything here is fine. This is fine. And I'm sure that it will be fine for all of the players too. Before we go any further, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here in the channel. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to follow the channel. Please check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord, and Twitter is !ArvTweets. Please follow me in all those things. Particular thanks to those of you who have been subscribing to me over on YouTube. because that really does make a difference. I'm trying to pull that number up to 1,000 subscribers. So if you haven't done so already, please do so. It's free for you, but it really does make a difference for us. We're up to about 793 right now. So we're getting there, and I would love to see that move up to 1,000. Again, really makes a difference for us in terms of what we can do with the channel going forward. So please consider subscribing over there on YouTube and all the other things that I mentioned before. And the website for this is arvineleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is the merchandise area where you can get Infinity and Beyond stuff, this very crew, and also Adventures of Middle Earth stuff, and soon to be Esper Genesis stuff as well. !Arv Treon is the Patreon, 23 patrons and $2.11 per month. It's actually a little bit less than that after fees and so forth, but that's what we've got going on right now, and I would love to see that increase. We can get inspirations to help the players. We can get various things that assist us here on the channel and move us towards channel goals, and cool stuff for you individually as well. So please consider jumping on board to support us there. And also please consider supporting us by subscribing to the channel, because that will allow you to get those awesome custom sub badges and emotes to use everywhere across Twitch, and also lets you get those inspirations to help the players, and that too really helps the channel. So please consider doing that if you can. And of course, consider as well supporting us on the publishing side. Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from the incredible Athos Arts. Library is my Tales and Tomes, the Forbidden Library. That is my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And both Athos and Alligator Alley are having big things going on right now. Athos Arts is getting ready for a Kickstarter they're going to run next month to create an audiobook out of their Dragon book series. So I am excited for that. Also, they are part of the Bag of Giving giveaway. We are hosting on this channel, of course, the Bag of Giving one-shots, which support various charitable endeavors by running one-shots with various authors and other luminaries from across or adjacent to the speculative fiction fields. We have another one coming up on December 5th with Mike Underwood's Court of Blades. And so this is part of that. And until the end of November, so the next few days is all you got left, if you get something directly from Athos' site, 50% of the proceeds from that are going to go to benefit the Black Bottom Archive. You can find details about it there. And once you donate there, then once you buy there, I should say, then you are added into a raffle, into a drawing for one of the many giveaway items from the Bag of Giving crew. So definitely consider jumping on board to support that, because that would be much appreciated. As far as the Forbidden Library stuff is concerned, Alligator Alley is in the midst of their Mysterious Peaks Kickstarter right now, and they are doing exceedingly well with that. They are over 500 backers now. And when I last looked, they were a little bit over 39,000 or 38,000, I should say. Oh, it looks like they've dropped slightly below. So they're up to 38,185, which is higher in number, but then they drop back down to 499 backers. So they're trying to, pick back up to 500 backers, but they have 11 days to go. They have already blown past their goal of 20,000. They're closing in on double that goal, obviously, which I think they're going to hit, and that benefits us and it benefits them. And I'm really excited about that. So consider jumping on board if you want to check out that adventure. More details about that adventure and a possible connection to this channel coming as well. And both of those, Alligator Alley and Athos Arts, are involved in my Greyshade Kickstarter, which is !Greyshade KS. More details about that to come. I've got stuff I'm going to be doing about that over the next few weeks, actually. So it's going to be an interesting December, very interesting December with stuff. So that's what we've got going on with that. As always, please, !BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. There are many resources and information, both educational and financial, over there, which you can use. So please consider going over there and jumping on board to support those, that extraordinarily important and worthy cause. And !Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Schedule-wise, we've got Eberron coming up tonight, as you know. Tomorrow, we have the return of Soundclash the Clampdown, with our new player being added in, Iori Kusano, new to that campaign, though not new to this channel, of course, because Iori has been part of the Blades in the Dark Case the Cindered Seal for a while. So you'll have a chance to see Iori's role-playing stylings listed over there on Sunday. So that's going to be happening tomorrow, I believe, between 6 and 7 p.m. Eastern. I don't know that we had a set date, a set time for that yet, between 6 and 7, but Brandon O'Brien, the Rising Ties, will tweet that out, and then you'll know about that stuff. Monday, we're off. Tuesday, we're back with the Patreon-fueled Chat Chosen Game of the Month at noon Eastern. That is going to be Heroes of Might and Magic 3, the HD version. And then at 4 p.m. Eastern, I'll be playing some Talisman Adventures over on GOG.com, and that will wrap up the month of November before we head into what is going to be an exceedingly busy December. And I do very quickly want to mention, I'm going to be on the road a couple of times in December, one time more actually than I expected. I think I'm going to be, I know I'm going to be at Worldcon the weekend of the 16th, 17th, that weekend. But it looks like I may also be taking at least a one, if not a 2-day trip down to Philadelphia to PAX Unplugged, because for a couple of reasons. We have some friends with some stuff that we're doing down there, but also because of PAX Unplugged, there is some stuff that I am going to be going to relating to things that I'm working on that I can't talk about more at the moment. So I don't know what the December schedule is going to look like. It's going to be busy anyway. We've got a lot of stuff with the Our Vocalist doing Christmas Carol. We've got the holiday end of year show with the family. We've got the Game of the Year show that I always do between Christmas and New Year's. So there's a lot going on in the month of December. So we'll get it all in, but there will be some changes. We may only have one session of a couple of games and things like that. So stay tuned because it'll be very, very busy as we wrap up the month and year, I should say, of 2021 and get ready for 2022, just in the nick of time, as they say. So otherwise, I'm glad to have all of you here. And now I'm going to unmute myself and let the folks know that we are ready to go. And then I'm going to unmute them, and I will apologize to having interrupted them because I'm sure whatever he was saying was super fascinating.
Absolutely.
And now I'm going to head over to reveal the incredible crew of
I don't care anymore.
who's very much into this, and everything's fine.
You lost your opportunity. You could have just let things go on, but no.
I know. At some point I have to come in and say, listen, it's time to move things forward.
We were talking about licking roadkill, though.
Yeah,
Come on.
sure. Yeah.
Oh yes, well actually that's a good segue. You see the incredible Infinity and Beyond crew, 4 of the 5 of them, and the specific thing I'm going to do. I wanted to see how that got picked up on. Anyway, no,
a segue. You can't run somebody over with a segue.
Yeah, well,
how are you going to make roadkill with a segue? They're not fast enough.
That would be a strange roadkill. Yeah, it definitely would not. It'd be a long-term roadkill, a bludgeoned roadkill. Anyway, we are speaking, of course, about something which Trendane Sparks is specifically involved in. So I will ask Trendane, first of all, ask how he's doing, who he's playing, and what is this licking roadkill? When you're not talking about it amongst yourselves, what is it exactly, Trendane?
Well, I just posted the link into chat, and it is the story that I narrated for not Escape Pod. That's the Pseudopod, which is the horror podcast under the Escape Artists umbrella. And the story actually takes place the day before Thanksgiving, but they published the story the day after Thanksgiving. So there's a little, and you're probably going to be reading it the day after Thanksgiving. So, whatever. But yeah, it was a fun one to read because little bits of the story get revealed as they move through it. And by the end of it, you're like, oh, whoa, wait a minute. Okay. Wow. All right. Yeah. Good. And I got to kind of return to my Texas roots because I had to do all the narration talking like this all the time. So it just was really driving me up the wall. I
expect to see a lot of you'll just slip out of it, just be like, well, perhaps I could, I'm talking about, no, that's Hillard. That's Brasal is going to be all pumped about it. It's like, it's about time we understand ourselves. I'm glad that you enjoyed it. I'm glad it was good. I hope everything else is okay with you and that Thanksgiving was okay-ish and all that, maybe.
So my friend Slav, who is one of the players in our in-house D&D game here on Sundays at the house, which is why I said in-house, we were going over to his house for Thanksgiving, and he was making chicken and dumplings and roasted Brussels sprouts, which were perfect. They were just delicious. And then he was warming up some Hawaiian rolls and stuff, and it was great. And Granite, my housemate, decided to make enchiladas. And so he bought all this stuff for it, and he'd been roasting the pork all night in the slow cooker, and it was just sitting there dipping out the juices, put it all into the blender, puts the lid on, and hits the button. and I'm sitting across
Oh.
the bar from him.
Yeah, we skipped a step, didn't we?
Well, just the step where you hold the lid
Yeah.
down.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's the step.
And he went everywhere. It was like, it was just he had to just like do like they're just it's like when you're playing chicken with a blender, you know, he had to just jab his hand out to turn the thing off because it was set to just go.
Yep.
And it wasn't pulse or anything, and it was just all over the place. And so had to make do with replacing a lot of it with chicken stock and whatnot, and it turned out fine. The lard and stuff was being whipped behind him within the mixing machine thing, the KitchenAid that I've forgotten what it's called, the stand mixer. And since we were busy cleaning up the stuff, it was just continuing to whip and whip and whip and whip and whip. And when he finally reached around and turned it off, it looked like a ball of marshmallow fluff. Like that. And so it was amazing watching mix this stuff in. And so the house
smelled great though. I mean, all that like yeah, like
oh my god, it was great. And so when we finally got to eating them while they were steaming, we weren't eating them while they were steaming. That would have been painful. But they had gotten this really dense texture to them because
overworked.
It was good. I still like them. And he had some for lunch today or breakfast or whatever meal it was he was eating. But I am playing, since you asked, a not so little guy. Well, at the beginning when you said who are you playing and how it's been
when we first started.
And while it's been a while. Yeah, I know. While I have purchased my new mattress, it isn't here yet. December 1st.
But good.
Yeah. Maybe my back won't continue feeling like it does. Anyway, I am playing a not so little guy, as opposed to like when I was playing Weller. Playing a not so little guy named Miatanton Tagashal Dekanath, who is an artificer, and he's very glad that we don't have to fight these things anymore.
Yes, and when we get done with the introductions, we're actually going to chat. In case you're curious, we're going to speak to the members of Infinity and Beyond about.
Oh, not me.
No, we're all of them. We are going to speak to the Infinity and Beyond members about their level ups, and about what cool stuff they got for their characters and things like that. So you should be ready because they are going to be. It's going to be worth it. You will see. Many of them are excited about their new powers and about things that they have. So
I'm thrilled.
Incredibly excited. Always a pleasure to have.
Tone it down, Trent. Tone it down.
Always a pleasure to have Trent with us, and also a pleasure.
There's Marie
to have Marie with us, who is successly glitterified. And as opposed to some of us in chat, purposely glitterified. Others were not purposely glitterified, but Marie was. Marie, it's good to see you. How are you doing? How's life in the universe been with you? I don't have to wish you, a happy days after Thanksgiving because it's like a month plus after Thanksgiving for you. So whatever. It was just a Thursday for you recently. So how are you? How is life in the universe with you, and who are you playing?
Things are very good here. We have reached a stage, like not only are we past Thanksgiving here, but we're actually celebrating family Christmas at our house next weekend to avoid the worst of winter weather so everyone can travel in, all 6 people. But it is very good. It was a lovely day. It's like just a little bit of snow outside and the Christmas carols playing, and we lit the trees, and Carrie made cream puffs and baked 1,000 cookies, and I cross-stitched, and it was very good. But I don't have a cream puff yet. She's finalizing them now, so I needed a emotional support cream puff. But yeah, so things are very lovely here.
Okay, that's good. I also like the idea that it's like the cartoons where you show like the early stages of winter, and it's like, wow, snow, it's a winter wonderland. Then it cuts forward to February, like, God, get rid of the goddamn snow. It just would stop.
Yeah, and there's not like enough yet for us to be like, there's just a sprinkling, like if you go outside, chances are you might slip and almost fall on your ass, but it's not bad yet. The grass is crunchy. It's not vanished yet.
Right, it hasn't disappeared. Right.
Yeah, so we're at that stage of winter. So it's just beginning slowly, softly.
Yes. Sort of seducing you in before just wham, and then you're just destroyed for several days, several months.
Oh yeah, we're ready. Although this week I got caught because there was snow and ice when I went out running errands, and I hadn't put my scraper in my car. So I'm like, shoot, the scraper's not in the car. So I'm just gonna sit here and eat chocolate while I'm waiting for my car to thaw. And then I get home and Gary's like, no, you had the scrapers. You decided not to take them out last year. And I was like, oh,
You're like, but I ate chocolate though, right? I was gonna say, yeah, I ate chocolate, so
like I was okay. I didn't mind.
That's really funny. So who are you playing today, Marie?
I am playing Mirime Hawksmoor. I am a Kalishtar bard. I am very excited because I got to select my college, my bard college at level 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I am also half sister to Jen's character, Nisiana. We had a blast last time in that we lived. So I'm very excited not to have to face like a gazillion bad guys because we made Arv mad somehow.
Listen, and I'm sure you would not. I'm just the umpire. I just call balls and strikes, and you know, that's the way this works. And I'm sure that
Jim Roberts.
Yeah, I think the adventure today, where the dead wait, will not at all be an example of what happens when vengeance occurs. No, it's not. That's not
foreshadowing. Hideous foreshadowing.
Yeah, exactly. It would be funny if the whole thing is just fluffy bunnies and glitter the whole time. Like everything is just not at all. I think we
will make a story out of that.
Yeah, you just keep waiting for the other shoe to drop. Anyway, it is always a pleasure to have Marie with us, and it is also a pleasure to have John Helfers with us. John, it is good to see you. Speaking of someone who knows about the snow, although I'm sure it has not hit quite yet in the land of Wisconsin, but it is good to see John. John, how are you doing? How's life in the universe with you, and who are you playing tonight?
Was good. Happy Thanksgiving to those who celebrated here and in chat and everywhere, and etc. etc. I cleaned my office over the holiday, which is now it's oddly echoey for me, but I guess we'll get used to it. Otherwise, it's good. We had a dusting of snow. It's the ground is like barely covered, so it's hopefully going to be a light winter, which would be kind of a nice change of pace, but we'll see. Yes, I am John Helfers, or Radio Johnny Panda on chat and other places like Twitter, which I try not to hang out in very much because it's Twitter. Going forward, Twitter. Greg's thing, and we're all good. I am playing Eberron, the Starforged. Eberron also got to choose their subclass. I'm just going to call it to keep it simple, which I'm very happy about too, because they get some nifty things, and it's going to start leveling up, and it's going to be really cool. So yeah, very, very happy to reach level 3. Trying not to be at all trepidatious about rolling our damn hit dice tonight. I'm sure it'll be fine.
It'll be fine.
It's all good. It's all good. And yeah, looking forward to Where the Dead Wait, WEIGHT.
Yeah, exactly. Where the Dead Wait. They literally, the whole thing is just you making dex saving throws as weights rain from the heavens in the Mournland. Like that's
well, I was thinking we were going to start an undead exercise course. If they're that self-conscious about it, we owe it to them to help them with their, their body positivity issues. I'm not going to lie.
Control your diet.
Can't we just weigh them and then run
ease
away?
Ease up on the brains. Look, it's a calorie-rich food. I'm not going to lie.
You just throw scales at them and run away from a distance. It's from a distance. It is a pleasure to have John with us as always, and also a pleasure to have Jen and one cat with us today. We have multiples, but at the moment it is just one single, which someone in chat referred to as Lap Tiger. So we've got, so we currently have Jen and a lap tiger. Jen, it's good to see you. How are you? I can see the lap tiger's fine. How are you? And how's things in the Pacific Northwest? And who are you playing today?
Things are going well. I'm one of those annoying people who have now gotten all my holiday cards done today. They haven't been mailed, but they've been done. And thus, I was involuntarily glittered because it's been actually a couple of years since I did my holiday cards. So I bought these cards from Costco like 3 years ago. And when I opened them, I'm like, oh, 3 of these 4 sets of cards have glitter. So I have glitter. The cats have glitter. My table has glitter. My hair, my husband, places that weren't anywhere near the glitter. All
is glitter.
Have glitter.
This is what happens. I know. Yep.
So.
Bree's like just pumping her fist over there. It's like, yes.
The glitter.
I'm waiting for your roommate to come up with a glitter pie, Marie. I'm not going to lie.
No, I really don't want that. The temperature is nice. It's a little rainy. We're going through some rain here in the Pacific Northwest, but it's not as bad as last time. I have a cat purring in my ear. It's distracting me. I am also editing the final edits of a novel. So I have novel brain, something fierce. So keeping things, unless it's written down, I don't remember them right now, which leads me to mention, I have now written down that I am a disciple of life. So you guys all get extra healing points every time I heal you. So if I don't say, and it's not actually, we can't actually make Roll20 do this, where it adds on anywhere 1 to 2 times the level or whatever it is, hit points. So after I heal you, if I don't actually add 3 more hit points or add 4 more hit points, remind me. And also I have the ability to channel divinity, which I had last level, but I have forgotten. So now that is also written in red. So once per short rest, I can heal up to 5 times my healer level in hit points. Now 15 hit points. It's up to half of y'all, or half of your max.
Okay.
So now I'm going to find out what your max is. Let's see. My really exciting stuff happened last level. This level, though, I have access to all my 2nd level spells, which includes very exciting things like Zone of Truth and what else did I get excited about? Spiritual Weapon.
Yeah.
Which I can use to.
That's a good one.
Well, yes, since I can use it to flank. It can be a flanking tool. It's not a blocking one, but I can flank.
Yeah, Sod
Makes
used a
me
spiritual
excited.
weapon to good effect when Sod was was a cleric in the past at a past campaign.
Oh, also the other thing that has come up is my anthology, 99 Tiny Terrors, can be bought pretty much everywhere except for Amazon.
Except
because
Amazon, yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
Bot algorithm decided that we should not be allowed to name our New York Times bestsellers in the metadata or something like that. I don't know. I'm very frustrated. John is very frustrated. So here is where you can buy it until Amazon.
No further notice. Yep.
Yeah. So
I sent a very snarky email to them, and I got an answer back saying, "We're reviewing this. We'll be back to you within 5 business days."
Oh.
My goodness.
After 2 weeks of bot help? Okay.
Well, I explained the difference between a novel, because there seems to be a lot of confusion at KDP customer service place about what's a novel and what is an anthology. So I took the time to define it for them to help them out, because apparently they don't comprehend when something says a encrypted novel and something says an anthology edited by blank. Those are 2 different types of books. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're very annoyed. If you can't tell by the tone of our voices, we're both very annoyed over this because it's been going on for way too long.
Listen, I'm hoping that the people watching this, of course, we're on Twitch, owned by Amazon, so I'm assuming that they will get the powers that be. It'll just move on up the line.
Demonetized.
Yeah, exactly.
I was waiting for a break to say, this episode is brought to you by Amazon. Oh.
Amazon.
We gotta work our sponsors better.
They are the 800-pound gorilla.
It's the problem. Yeah. It's true.
We do what we have to do, and until then we will sell the anthology elsewhere.
It is true. And in the meantime, congratulations on getting it up there for sale in all the places, regardless of whether Amazon has figured this out yet. But yes, you should check that out, chat. And Jen, it is always a pleasure to have you with us. I will come back to you momentarily to see if there's anything else about the character level up, although we covered some of that. Last but certainly not least, we have Rob. Due to illness, Darkside Rob is not going to be joining us, we think, tonight. There is an off chance, I suppose, that he could come, but it seems likely that he will be sitting this one out. He's fine. It's just something that discretion being the better part of valor, as I like to say. Normally he plays Yana, a swift stride shifter shaman. And now I have successfully said that right the first time when I'm not even the player. Okay, no, that's what I'm just. Anyway, so it is. It's always good to have Rob with us, but sadly cannot join us today. But we'll be back very soon for more, of course, Eberron shenanigans. Which means we have the 4 other members of Infinity and Beyond with us. And before we move to the end of the final, I mean, we really already got to the end of Oracle of War, Voice in the Machine. But we will deal a little bit with sort of leveling Rude, no, won't happen again. Yeah. When we talk a little bit about what happens right at the end of the combat is finished and all that, and about rest before they make their way back to salvation, I do want to go to each of the players and ask them about cool stuff that they got for their characters. And I think I think we've talked mostly about Nisiana's stuff in terms of level ups. Is there anything else you wanted to highlight, Jen, before I...
The fact that I'm actually playing Nisiana Di Jarasco, the healer of the group.
Yes, okay.
I didn't mention that
Yeah,
part.
I was going to say, I was like, yeah.
I don't think there's anything. Oh, okay. This is a GM thing. Trent and I, because Trent helps me, we discovered that I have access to Find Familiar.
Oh.
It's actually listed.
Okay.
It's under the cleric spell. And I was just like, wait, I could have a familiar. So I'm just going to toss that out at you briefly so that you can start thinking about it. Because it's a first level spell and we were going through the spells and it's in the compendium, or what is it called, Trent? What was the I button?
Yeah, the compendium.
Yeah, the compendium. And it was just like, Find Familiar? I can do Find Familiar. Why is this listed under cleric? So that is a thought.
It's interesting. It's interesting that it's mentioned there though, because it's not listed under the cleric in the PHB under Find Familiar.
Right. That's why I'm tossing it at the GM.
So what we may be dealing with is it may be an errata kind of thing, and the printed version you have, that they did an errata afterwards, and it's not in the printed version because you bought it before that, or it's something that came out with Tasha's, or
which is possible.
Yeah.
So I will put a note check on.
So that is a note. I mean, I don't have to do it right now, but if you end up approving that, you can better bet Nisiana's getting a familiar. Because...
Absolutely. I would love to see any familiar that would come to you while in the Mournland.
Well, like I said, I'm waiting.
Hello, master.
Yeah, I was gonna wonder, do not cast that in the grave.
That is also true.
We had perfect access to a great one because pseudo dragons can be familiars. But
that's true. Before sacrificing himself heroically, Nimble could have. Anyway.
So that was actually my cat's tail is black and it would move like this. I literally thought there was a mouse running next to my cat.
You said, listen, you put it out in the universe, Find Familiar, and like whatever, a mouse shows up. Like anyway, I will look into that.
That is all that's the most interesting. I do have to roll my hit points.
Yes, why don't we have you do that? Why don't we have you do that since I'm staying with each of the players? So here we go.
While you do that, Marie, was that something edible that was just passed to you with that look of ultimate devotion and love when you said thank you?
So 3 plus your con modifier.
Which is 2.
So 5.
So 5.
Look, 5 total points. Wow, that looks delicious.
I've had worse.
You've absolutely. So what we're looking at right here is Nisiana. So you're 18 out of 18 then.
Yeah, I am now 18 out of 18.
All right. See? So that's 18 out of 18. It could be much worse.
I'm little. I'm squishy.
It works. Listen, you're in the double digits, and that's so I look forward to seeing more of Nisiana's healing prowess reflected, and RP prowess, of course.
Yeah.
Reflecting the adventure today. I will go back in the other direction. I will go with Alarian next, I suppose. So, John, what cool stuff has Alarian? I'm changing it up. I'm changing the pace. I'm throwing a curveball.
Fine.
So, Alarian, what has Alarian got at 3rd level for which you are extraordinarily excited?
Yeah, I'm pretty excited because it'll help them tank better. That's for damn sure. So at 3rd level, they chose their subclass, which is something called Spirit Guardian, which is an emphasis on protecting not only themselves but others.
Okay.
And the very first thing that they get is this neat little thing called Aegis Guardian, which I think I put up in chat. I put it up in earlier, but now I think it's read like 3 times, right? Charm person. There it is.
There it is. I see it.
Yeah, when you take this Aegis empowerment, your armor becomes larger and bulkier, which means Hannah's going to have a little bit more work for me to do afterwards, giving you the appearance of a heavily armored knight, golem, or shield guardian as a fusion of metal and soul energy. As an action, when you don your Aegis, which is pretty much always on, it takes on the statistics of plate armor. So that's 4 points.
Okay.
3 points. Sorry, 3 points. And then I can also create a heavy shield, which is another point. So my armor class suddenly went up to 4 points if I'm fully bulked up. Additionally, yep, you were saying?
I know I was saying good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, a pretty good start. Additionally, if an ally within 30 feet of you is hit with an attack, you may spend your reaction to send a piece of your Aegis out to defend them. That ally gains +4 armor class until the end of their next turn, and I take a -4 to my armor class until the end of my next turn.
That's very interesting, and that, of course, is going to. That I cannot wait to see how that works narratively too, in terms of how this actually operates.
And by the way, so now, and again, Hannah and I are going to talk about this. So at 3rd level, there are now going to be motes of light, as per the class, that are going to be surrounding Alarion, and that's probably going to be one of those is going to go, and that's going to probably factor into it.
Awesome.
So there you go.
Awesome. Okay, that is cool stuff.
Guess I should suck it up and roll my hit points then.
Absolutely, I look forward to this with
anticipation. Die roller and its constitution is +2. Did not need that. That okay. Good luck. You got to be kidding me.
Oh, no.
You've got to be kidding me. I'm going to take the average from now on. I'm done. I'm done. I'm going to take the average. That's ridiculous.
Well.
Didn't you let me re-roll my 1?
Yeah, but that
no,
was
we got the first ones. We got the first ones.
Yeah, we redid it a little bit because of I
was going to take the average from now on. I've had it. I'm done. I'm done.
Blatant Passion called it. He's like, this is going to be, So as of right now, by the way, what we're looking at, John, is a 9 out of 16 then, because you had 6 out of 13, so just 9 out of 16, which means that Nisiana has outstripped. Okay, but in fairness, you do have the Aegis, you do have your Aegis thing, which is an additional. It's
only
6?
7 points now because it's not gaining very fast. So yeah, technically you're right. It's more, but I'm just doing the average from now on. I've had it. I'm tired of this.
I've had enough. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, you won't let me spend my hero point to re-roll it, so you know.
Well, let me think about that. Could I have the hero point? I think the hero point though isn't on that, is it?
You're the GM. The hero point can be whatever you want it to be.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Well, obviously I could.
And I'm giving it up for the rest of the game, the rest of the level too.
Let's see. Let me look. Let me see what I think about that. So, yeah, because the hero points have been reset as the party knew was going to happen. To 1 point each. Let's see. Attack roll, an ability check, or a saving throw.
Clearly, this is a saving throw because that sucked.
Yeah, no kidding.
I will let you use that. It'll bring you down to 0, but I'll let you re-roll that. This is an important roll, so if you get it again, no, all bets are off.
Yeah, I will have to take the second roll, which and I don't need Light and Passion to weigh in with his opinion either.
This is your fault, this is not a level up stream. It's partly a level up stream. So, all right, here we go. Instead of that 1,
you got a 3. Or
there we go. Okay. 7.
Okay.
Is it
okay.
Better. So 7. All right. So 7.
All right. I will gladly remove my hero point for that. That was worth it. Yeah. And thank you, Arv. I appreciate you being flexible on that.
You are welcome.
I'm at 0.
All right. So now you have 7 points total. So we're looking at a 13 out of 20. Is that?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. So you're still hurt. Oh, I guess I should use
and 0 out of 7. Well, you're going to get a full long rest. We'll talk about this in a minute.
Okay.
And then now, 0 out of 7 for the Aegis. But again, I'm going to address all this. So don't worry about it.
Hang on. Actually, it was 6. Now 7 points. Are we running up or down? I forget.
Well, for what's the context?
I get half of every time I roll. I get half the points into my Aegis, so I either get 3 or 4.
Oh, I see. You'd round down, so it would be
9.
So 9. Yep. Okay.
That's it. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Good. So now feeling much better about things and all set. And hello to Thordex Mommy and Shenrazi, by the way, and everybody in Hillness and all those who came in. Let me jump up now to Merime, and let's talk a little bit about Merime's got all the things. Merime's got a whole new path. Merime's got a whole brand new instruments. Has gone straight electric. The hell with this acoustic nonsense. No, I'm just kidding.
Yes.
But tell me, rock and roll. No, tell me, Marie, what is new and amazing in the world of Merime now?
So I was kind of already like set up on this college when I decided to take on the bard this time, but I wanted to see how the character shaped and how she worked with the rest of the team. So I've decided to go for College of Swords, which gives me flourishes that I can use my bardic inspiration to turn into like defensive flourish, extra damage. I can just push people. I get extra movement when I attack. And part of it was in the last battle when it might have helped to have like a second person who could have like beat on people melee style. So, kind of looking at that. What other cool stuff do I get? This is a big one for me. Oh, I've decided, because you get to pick in the College of Swords, you get to pick between your fighting style dueling or 2-weapon fighting. I'm going to go dueling, just so you know, Mr. DM, because I want to keep my bonus action for bonusy things.
That makes total sense to me. Yep.
Right. And I also get a medium armor proficiency. So I want to look around to see if I can find a breastplate, which would bring up my 15 armor class to 17, and that would be joyful for my heart.
Yes, no, absolutely. You're using, is Mermaid use a rapier, or is right?
Because you're stab people.
I have two characters. I don't think I've ever DM'd, at least not for longer campaigns, players with rapiers, and I have two right now in two different characters that do a fair bit of damage with the rapiers. People are just like, oh, haha, it's sort of an Errol Flynn thing. I'm like, no, you do some serious damage with that stuff. Like, don't mess around with the rapier. It is no joke.
It is a pretty good weapon, and I get a +2 to damage when I attack now because of my class. It's kind of like a musketeer look. Like, that's what I'm going for now. I'm gonna swing insults. I'm going to stab people. I'm going to I had one extra spell, level 2, and I took a shatter because last time shatter would have been so useful.
Yeah, shatter is a very useful spell. I expect you realize, Marie, every time Merime goes into combat, I expect to hear Richelieu, and I expect to see some Three Musketeers reference at all the time. Richelieu,
do you want me to roll the R's as much as possible? Richelieu.
Yes, please. Since I'm incapable, as we've talked about, of rolling R's, yes, it would be nice if you could do that. So no, that's going to be great. I'm excited for that, and I'm glad that we have. I mean, obviously the Bard is still going to be doing inspirational stuff and things like that, but I'm glad that we have a flourishy Scald type of bard, right? Like a war bard, a person who is going to be able to do this stuff and will do so in a obviously flourishing kind of way. You're not going to be tanking very much and all that sort of thing. But I like the idea of having a bard that has a little bit more of an offensive position, especially since a lot of the rest of the time out of combat, you've got the dream stuff and other things that you're going to be doing that is not associated with that. So this is good. It's a nice mix. I am excited to see it.
And it makes sense for her past too. I'll still have the instruments, I'll still have, but it makes sense for where she's been,
100%,
where she is now. So I'm excited by this journey for her.
No, it's good, and it's the connection with Hilar, and where they first met, and in the military. So yes, I think it's great. So cool. I'm excited for that, and I'm also excited to see these hit points that you're about to roll. For Merime.
What's the average? Do you round up or down?
You would round. No, for the average you round down.
You round down.
You round down. Same thing with the Aegis. Yeah. You round down.
You round down?
Yeah.
Not up?
No, you round down.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so how are we feeling it here? Should I try to roll, guys?
Well, right now you're sitting at only
18.
2 points below Alarian. No, you're tied with your half sister. So just think about that and consider the options. I don't know. I guess it depends on whether you feel like this new path has also given you the confidence to take whatever the universe will dish out to you.
We know what the GM wants.
Of course.
I love to see a random opportunity either way. I actually don't care. That it really is totally up to you.
Okay. But I can use my hero point like you allowed John to do if I roll a 1.
I will allow you to use the hero point in that. Yes. Given how powerful hero points are in this, I am cool with you using it for that adjustment.
Which is why I'm saving mine.
And again, thank you, Arv. I appreciate that.
Again, you are welcome.
I'm going to try.
Remember that when you're cursing my name in 2 hours because of whatever.
Well, I mean, normally, there you go.
Oh.
I'm sorry, Marie, it's contagious.
So
I'm rolling again.
You're rolling again. All right. So this is the hero point. All right.
Yeah, I didn't use it last time, so I'm going to use it this time.
That's fair enough.
Yes.
Oh,
See?
wow.
There you go.
See?
There you go.
Good call.
This is why you do these things. Okay.
I'm at 28 now.
28.
Yes.
Actually, wait. I have
She's
you.
the
Oh,
one
yeah,
who
because the
ends up
con
doing
bonus.
all the scouting too. So
I'm going to. That's true. I'm going to have a celebratory cream puff that Carrie brought down. Look at, admire the shine of the chocolate and the filling.
So 20 out of 28 is what we're looking at.
Just need some glitter on there, and it's complete.
Good stuff. Thank you, man.
In chat, normally I wouldn't be as worried, but again, as the tank and as the way Arv rolls, and you've seen how Arv rolls, it's even my 4 extra points of armor is probably not going to save me all that much. So yeah.
We shall see.
Yeah.
But it is.
But the dead are waiting in this one, so maybe they won't be quite as eager to attack. So
yeah, maybe the dead will just keep waiting. We don't know. Like
kind of linger, hang back.
This is where they hang out to wait.
Right, exactly.
I can turn undead this time.
Yeah, see, so it'll be fine. I can't
so they'll be not only waiting but
running
away.
All right, so 20 out of 28 for Merame, 0 hero points, but Merame is ready to go. I'm excited to see how that all, if you will, rolls. And that's going to lead us, last but certainly not least, to one Mr. Tanton DeKenneth. So tell me more, Mia Tanton, a little bit about what has changed for you in your recent leveling adventures.
Well, I think I mentioned this last time towards the end of the thing, is that at level 3, one of the things that all artificers, regardless of which path they take, pick up is a thing called the right tool for the job, where they can create any tool set. Just magically. It's like, damn it, we don't have any thieves tools. Hang on. And he can just make a set of thieves tools, or calligraphy tools, or whatever kind of tools he needs to make. So I picked that up at level 3. And then the path that I decided to take, the specialty which I've taken is the battlesmith. And as a result, I gain 2 one of the things is battlesmith spells that I pick up, which are, amusingly enough, heroism. So
hey, the more casters, the better.
And shield. I can also
nice.
So yeah, and that's
that stacks, right?
I think so.
I already see I already see this coming down the horizon. This is going to be choke point, Alarian in front, shield, just wait. And just stand there and wait as you just hear clang, 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 clang as they're all trying to get through,
His shield and my shield of faith, the 2 will.
I need to double check and see. I don't know. I need to look because certain types of ACs don't stack with each other. Right. So I have to see. But anyway.
Aside from that, I also gained battle ready, which means that I now have proficiency with martial weaponry, as well as the rest of the stuff that I had. And when I attack with a magic weapon, I use my intelligence modifier instead of my strength and dexterity modifier for the attack and damage roll. So that's going to be a +5 because I have a 20 intelligence.
Yep.
So,
which is pretty. That's pretty sweet.
It's good. Very nice.
Very, very good stuff. And we have, we'll let the other surprises wait for just a moment. Yep. But I do want you to talk to us a little bit about that thing we like to call hit points.
Hit points represent the amount of life that your character has. And one of the things I always say is that only the last point matters, because you could have 53 hit points and take 52 points worth of damage and not be even remotely hindered by having like 95% of your life chiseled away. It's that last point. That's the one that matters. So I'm going to get 1 point. Watch this. Where did it go? There it is. Okay. And dink.
Oh.
Lies and slander.
9.
Well done.
And I'm waiting for you to be like, I'm going to re-roll that using my hero point. Like,
Right,
what?
exactly.
Like,
I'm gonna -3.
Okay. So we got 9, and that's total, right? Because that's with that counts the con bonus. So we're talking 19 out of 25. So we don't know about Yana yet. We'll have to see what Yana's points are going to end up being. But just to be clear, that means that we've got Nisia at 18, and we have both Tantin and Merame at 25 and 28 hit points maximum, respectively. And then there's Alarian with 20. So
Craig,
we're going to be up there. And yes.
I just realized I rolled a D10 and not a D8.
Well, it
Which
would be
means
helpful to roll a D8. Yes.
I will re-roll, and if I get a 1, I'm not gonna.
Just click on the words "hit dice" on your screen or on your character sheet.
I totally forgot that.
I appreciate you letting me know.
Dice.
I appreciate letting me know.
Because if you click on "hit dice," it adds your modifier. On that.
Well,
See,
that went
honesty
way
is
better.
rewarded. Honesty is rewarded.
Way better.
Apparently.
So
But I was like, oh,
That's what I gotta do. I gotta roll a D10 next time. That'll help.
So instead of 18 out of 18, okay. So wait, what were you at before? You had 13 out of 13, right? So now you've got 9. So you've got 22. Okay. So 22 out of 22, also putting you above Alarian. I'm going to continue. The thing I find so funny about this is that Alarian is an Aegis, the tank, and slightly not as strong as some of the others in the campaign. But like, I just, oh man.
The armor class will make up for it.
Seriously, as will and again, the Aegis point is not like a minor thing. Let's just be clear. When the Aegis points are working, you have 9 extra points to play with. And oh, by the way, you can just, as we learned, throw 4 of those points in someone else's direction, essentially. Like throw 4 of your AC towards someone else as well. So anyway. So, okay, Nisian is 22 out of 22. All right, Tantin is 19 out of 25. Anything else you wanted to highlight, Trent, about Tantin? Or are you, at the moment, or are you good with the what we discussed level up wise?
Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay. All right. In that case, we will talk more about Yana when we get there. We are going to move over to this map for a moment, the Fireweave Bazaar, and we are going to talk about what happened very briefly in our last session. And in our last session, what happened was a big old combat, essentially. A big combat that was fought between minions of the Lord of Blades, a strange and mysterious and apparently sinister, from the point of view of the King's Citadel anyway, Warforged leader, and those who serve him, looking for the members of the King's Citadel in the Fireweave Bazaar, and also looking for those who were guarding a particular artifact. Specifically, we're talking about the Grey Dogs here, who were the salvage crew that the King's Citadel was originally sent to find. And the Grey Dogs were ones that we did manage to save, at least 3 of them that were there. That's Dervo, Tellus, who was the one that was locked in a safe and almost didn't make it, Nella Halthorn, who is being tended to and is now doing better, and Sprocket, which is a Warforged scavenger that was part of this mix as well. So there were 3 of the Grey Dogs. The 4th member was killed long before the party got there, but they did manage to save those 3 people, which is originally the reason they came out there. What they did not expect was that something else also was found there, and that is this item, which you can see, chat, on your stream, and that is the Oracle of War. This strange, clearly magical device, which looks something like a kind of small chest with some strange holes in it, and a speaking trumpet, and drawers, and a hatch, and different things like that. And what the party discovered was, after some trial and error, when they used the parchment and put in several bits of information about the enemy forces that awaited them outside, where they were basically pinned down in the basement of underneath the place where they had been found. The Oracle of War gave them a bunch of recommendations in terms of ways, specific recommendations in terms of ways to turn this to their advantage. And thanks to, in particular, Merame reminding them that this is what the Oracle was doing, the party did put this all to good use and ended up using something on the order of 6 or 7 of those things by by sending this massive Juggernaut onto a weak floor in the Hounds of Baracus, by bringing those creatures that were in the Hounds of Baracus, which are these iron defenders, out so they could be used, by creating a mess in the middle of the square so that the malfunctioning cleanup crew, which was a series of animated brooms, would come out and attack all those nearby that mess, including the Warforged that were trying to find these creatures, and things of that nature. Multiple examples of things that were used ultimately to help defeat those troops. And even though it was a difficult battle and, a couple of people went down a little bit and, all that, eventually in the end, the party managed to defeat those creatures. But now they have a problem because the party, of course, is not back in Salvation. They are out in the gray in Fireweave Bazaar. And the party now has a new complication in that they have this device which clearly cannot be left here. Lieutenant Hilar Brasal, who, of course, was the contact for, is the sort of immediate superior, I guess you might say, in this town, in the town of Salvation. Hilar Brasal has also been talking to them about this, and the Oracle of War is far too powerful, as the party had itself a little bit of experience with just now, far too powerful to be left for anyone to find. If war is going to break out again and other countries are going to get involved with the battle against Brayland, let us say, then the King's Citadel must bring this thing back so that it falls or stays in Braylish hands and doesn't end up with anybody else. And so they've got to bring it back. Except it's 200 plus pounds, and it's not the easiest thing to cart around. And so Tanton decided that he had the power to solve this problem by using a particular anti-gravity-ish platform, which we also call Tensor's Floating Disk, I believe, on which the Oracle of War can sit. So far, so good, but they've still got to actually take it from point A, Fireweave Bazaar, back to point B, Salvation. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to give an opportunity for a flashback in case anyone wants to do anything in the Fireweave Bazaar, but I will say that we're going to jump forward basically to the next morning when the party is setting its way back towards Salvation, having had the opportunity to have a full rest. And in fact, I'm going to go better than that, and I'm going to say that the party has all of their points restored, although not hero points for those that used them just now to do hit point restorations. So that means that Yana is going to be at 14 out of 14 pending hit point boosts, which hopefully we'll see whether we need to do that or not. Ilarion is going to be sitting at 20 out of 20 and at 9 out of 9 in the Aegis point department. Merime is going to be at 28 out of 28. And Yana has a hero point. Ilarion and Merime do not have hero points. Tanton is at 25 out of 25 and does have a hero point. And last, Nisiana is at 22 out of 22 and does indeed have a hero point. And also, spells, all that kind of stuff has all been restored to the party based upon the rest that they've been able to have. So that's the setup as we are, as the morning, the sun, such as it is, rises in the dim gray landscape of the Mornland. But before I go any further to talk about what happens next, I do want to ask the party if there's any flashback stuff that they want to talk about that they did before leaving the Fireweave Bazaar. Sure, Mermaid.
I would like to look around to see if I can find a breastplate or a better armor, since I can now use medium armor.
Okay. So what I would
go shopping.
Yeah, I was going to say to go shopping, right? The main thing that could have served as armor, from what you were able to tell, is the now utterly destroyed set of animated armor that's outside the store where you asked it to come from. That probably would have worked, but it is now not in. It's not only not in good shape, it's really not functional. So it's kind of also rusted through and everything. It's just not, it is not sadly going to get the job done, which means from what you can tell, there's not a lot here that hasn't already been picked over. The stuff that you found, remember, was mostly stuff that was found concealed underneath things, like, say, in a basement, or the Iron Defenders that were in boxes, but you don't find anything else here. There are little pieces, of course, of armor and things like that from the various Warforged that you defeated, but those too are not something which are suitable to use as a breastplate. Like, maybe if you had 3 weeks, you could maybe assemble all of these pieces and smelt them together and produce a breastplate here, but like not anything which you can see at the moment, sadly.
It's all good. Nisiana and I already have to go shopping in town anyway, so I'll just add that to the shopping list.
And Salvation will have some stuff like this on a basic level for sure. Anyone else? Tantan, Ilarion, Nisiana, anything else you wanted to do there?
So, Arv, can you give us kind of a quick précis of Brayland, the country? Because I'm not hugely familiar with Eberron. I'm kind of curious. Obviously, we're working for the good guys, at least we think. But what do we actually know about them and the King's Citadel and, the country itself, basically?
I would be happy to do that. Brayland,
they are a wretched hive of scum and villainy.
How dare you, you traitorous
slightly,
dog. No,
slightly less wretched hive.
This is, but it's the
we're getting better.
Merely icky hive.
That's right.
It's just wretched. It's not
slightly distasteful.
It's just scum, but not actually
scum. Yeah. We get it to the villainy, lots of scum.
We can go along with that sort of thing. So Brayland is first of all, you already know that Brayland is one of the most powerful nations in Corvair. It has a large population, it has abundant resources, and it leads the continent in industry. The thing about the Braylish is that they have always been known for both pragmatism and independence. So they don't have necessarily the discipline of Karns or the faith of the Thrains or some of these other nations that are held together more by sort of common purpose, but they excel at finding innovative solutions to problems. One of the ways that they've been so successful is by being able to adapt maybe more quickly than some of the other nations have been able to, partly because of their willingness to use technology, partly because of their willingness to use perhaps the other biggest currency which is trafficked in Brayland, and that is subterfuge and intrigue, which they are exceptionally good at. The classic stuff about the great game, nobody plays the great game better than Brayland does, and that's one of the reasons why you folks are the way you are and what you work for. You know that one of the agencies, you don't work for this agency, but it is a group that you're aware of, are the King's Dark Lanterns, which are basically his spies. These are elite agents. And there is a little bit of more than a little bit of a rivalry between the King's Citadel and the Dark Lanterns, insofar as, the Dark Lanterns go off and do stuff, and they're all like, listen, we've been here all along. And then you're like, well, we're the King's Citadel, and our job is to go in and do things that you aren't able to do. And the Dark Lantern's like, well, we do everything, so that sort of thing. There is a kind of rivalry, friendly-ish, between you. The other thing is that it is a constitutional monarchy, Brayland is. So the king, whose name is Boranel Ir-Wilnarn, rules Brayland in conjunction with an elected parliament. And Boranel himself has been a very popular leader who was celebrated for his exploits during the last war. But his children have not proven themselves yet in the eyes of the populace. And there is a growing movement which is advocated for the end of royal rule when Boranel passes. So there is a movement to say, let's Boranel be the last king. There is a parliament, so there is precedent for democratic election, but it's one of those things that other nations might like to exploit the potential rift between the new democratic movement and the somewhat more traditionalist guard. And your job is to sort of figure out partly how to buffer that, right? So that you don't end up with the thing that sometimes happens when you transition out of a monarchy, and that's a dictatorship. See Robespierre and most of the Reign of Terror. So that's part of what the King's Citadel does. Last thing to mention about Brayland that you would know is that the largest city in all of Corvair is Sharn, which is so big that it's almost a nation in its own right. It is called the City of Towers, and is very much like New York City to the state of New York, with apologies to my New York peeps that may live outside of the city. Everyone complains about this, but come on, like New York City is where it's at in New York. Not to say that there isn't amazing stuff going on elsewhere, but it's where a lot of the focus and attention is, just because of the age of the city and its reputation and so forth. And so that's very similar to the way Sharn is. And so Salvation is out here at the edge of influence, basically, and bringing the word of the king has not always been easy. So those are 2.5 to 3 minutes of the basics of what you would know of Brayland.
No, thank you very much. That's exactly what I was looking for. Since Ilarion doesn't, he they need to just sit, but they don't need to sleep. At some point, he will want to talk with Merime, maybe after she's done shopping or looking around in vain. Chat with her mind to mind for a few minutes. I just like to do that because they have questions. Let's put it that way.
Questions that need answers.
Sure.
One last thing I will say about Brayland, by the way, which is that from your experience of it, and admittedly I don't believe, Ilarion, participated a great deal in the last war itself. But I do want to note, sorry, say again?
Not too much. No, that's correct. It was more of an observer.
What I do want to note here is war is itself a collection of atrocities. But of those nations involved, Brayland, for whatever reason, and probably some people would say that it's due to inefficiency, and others would say that it's due to certain standards that have been held. Brayland seemed to, in your observing opinion, conduct the fewest of these things. There were the fewest of these atrocities. And again, it's not clear whether that's simply because Brayland does not want to deal with the inefficiency of committing greater abuses, because a lot of times these sorts of abuses, as most military commanders will tell you, end up harming the cause in the end. You know, they waste time, they have maybe ideological benefit to particular dictatorship or autocracies, but they're not usually that useful from an actual use of resource point of view. So there is some of that. But then there is also the fact that Brayland itself may have had some standards, and Boronel himself, as I've mentioned, is one who has made a great effort to try to make reform in the monarchy and to try to create a sort of... You've always felt like the King's Citadel is trying to do the best it can. That doesn't mean that it doesn't make, mistakes or that it can't make them in the future. But of the ones that Brayland seemed to have been doing the best it could under terrible circumstances compared to the others. So now I'll shut up and you can do it too.
Nope, that's also useful. So now, Marie, Merime's not from Brayland, is she?
I don't know that we've ever talked about it.
Okay. But I do know that you have a relationship with Hilal that goes back further than any of us.
Yeah, and that I'm Nisiana's self-adopted sister.
Yes. So when the time is appropriate, they tap their temple to request the mind link.
And hey, I can't find a breastplate in all of this mess. This is really frustrating, but what can I help you with?
We will find you one back in salvation.
Thank you.
How comfortable are you with handing over this device to Brayland?
What are your concerns?
Well, from what I know of the country, it already has several large advantages over the surrounding areas. This device would give it an even larger advantage. If Brayland, with all its advantages, and this machine chose to go to war, I cannot think of very many places that would be able to withstand it. The point is, I am concerned that we are widening the gap in advantages that Brayland already possesses. And we have already had some conversations among our group where perhaps this is not the road we wish to take.
Personally, and this is just, I think you're correct. I think it would widen the gap, but from the horrors of the wars, I mean, Brayland was perhaps the less horrific of them, and war will probably strike again. I mean, it's not like if we're in perfect harmony right now with the world, as we can tell from being here, but I would trust Hilar's judgment. He has helped me before. I owe him, and I would trust him with it. But I'm pretty sure that Hilar will want to bring it back to the king. His loyalties are very, very clear.
My only comment is past performance is no guarantee of future results. And Hilar has already, Bayard. Hilar Bressel has already made it very clear that he wishes to bring it back. I do not, at this point, feel like challenging him openly on that task. However, perhaps we should be looking for opportunities if this device were to become permanently lost in a way that could be construed as an accident. We might consider taking advantage of that.
Permanently lost is one thing, but like you say, we don't know. We never know what the Grey will have in mind for anyone or anything. So destruction would be our only bet to safety here from this thing. And I don't know how to destroy such a machine. I mean, we could try, but preferably not where Hilar could see. I'm not sure that it would end up well for us.
No doubt, he would be most put out.
And I'm not sure that I'm comfortable betraying him either, should it come to that. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with it. So you know.
And I appreciate your candor in saying so.
We've been through stuff. I trust you.
It is not a decision I am also weighing lightly, just to reassure you. It may be, if the forces that are rising, the Lord of Blades, other things, other rumors that have come about, it may be this may turn into a positive thing for the nation. I just, at this point, even though we work for a division of them, I am not entirely convinced. That is all.
Well, stories are not made from small gestures, my friends, so I have a feeling that we will have to make big decisions when it comes to this.
Agreed. Thank you for your time, Mary Hawthorne.
Anytime, my friend. And after we've chatted, I would totally side up beside Nisiana. Hey. Ping her telepathically. What do you think about this Oracle of War thing?
I think it's dangerous. I think sometimes it is hard to trust the mind of man to do the right thing. But I know we can't leave it here.
I agree. Okay. Did you want to go shopping when we get back to Salvation?
Well, when we get back to Salvation, but I do have something that I would like to do here.
Wonderful. So I just wanted Nisiana's random opinion, general opinion on it.
That's a good lead into Nisiana. What would you like to do, Nisiana?
I would like to go get Nimble's body and take it back to its favorite shop and set it up in an appropriate cairn and say a prayer to him for his soul and surround him with what I would assume was his favorite things and thank him for his service in providing a much needed assistance. And I'm sorry that I wasn't there to save his life.
Very nice. I like the idea of the cairn. Is the cairn of, you
books
said his favorite thing, the books? Oh, that's great.
Books
Yeah,
and the little things from the shop. And if he had a nest that had his favorite things, just surround him with his favorite things. Maybe write a little sign, here lies Nimble. He was there when he was needed.
Good stuff.
Blessed of, Eberron.
And the silver coin we gave him when he met him.
Yeah.
And the silver coin.
Very nice.
I mean, I would have talked to Tanton to ask if he wanted to be there. Actually, all of them. But that was something that she felt strongly about because actually she feels really terrible that she was not able to save his life. And then after that, anybody who was injured in Hilar's group, check on them, see if I can heal them, etc. Because honestly, if we're getting them out of here, we need them in working shape.
Yeah. Your victory over the Warforged, over the minions of the Lord of Blades, has afforded you a little bit of time to be able to do this. And so that and the work that had already been done by them before you arrived has meant that you've been able to heal them. Dervo, of course, had been in, you may remember, was in terrible shape too. So you were able to heal them, and you're surprised in a way at their level of resilience. But this is clearly a hardy group that's been through it, that 10,000 yard stare type of thing. Like they've seen things. And so
these are the salvagers.
They are the salvagers. Yeah, and they are one of the more successful groups that are constantly go in and out of the gray. So they've kind of beaten the odds already. And so, yes, your healing means that by the time we get to the morning that I'm going to describe in a moment, in a few moments, they are in fairly good shape and are obviously looking forward to getting the hell out of this place and getting back to salvation and so forth, but feeling much better. They are, of course, continually sort of interested in the situation with the Oracle of War. They were there, obviously, when the Oracle was saying all its stuff, and so they're all kind of curious about it. And Hilar himself, of course, has spoken, and we talked about this, we actually RP'd this out, I think, in the last session, but has talked several times to all of you about sort of the need for caution when using this, and when sort of bringing it back towards salvation, and seems to be quite aware that between here and there is the gray lies in wait, and that's going to add some complications to this whole business. So that is going to lead us to Tantan. And Tantan, I want to know what you are doing in this last stage before leaving Fireweave.
Well, I'm trying to decide if he does this before he goes to sleep or after. Probably after they wake up in the morning before they head out.
Okay.
He's up before just about everybody else. And like the only person who's probably even aware of what he's doing is probably Ilarion, because they don't sleep. But he is he's bristling with tools, and he is going from one of the fallen Warforged to the next, 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 and he is just undoing panels and pulling pieces out, and just, someone would be like, "Are you grave robbing?" He's like, no, they're just parts, and he just starts pulling things out, and he goes over to the iron defenders and pulls pieces that are mostly intact, off of them, including the one of them which still has a functioning power core, but the rest of it is just not in a good thing. No, it shouldn't be blinking like this. But he takes it all back to where they're all resting, and he puts everything down and kind of organizes them, and is doing a kind of a little maintenance on some of the pieces and trying to clean them up and get them, hit them with mending and whatever else. And then he flips open his bag of holding, and he just starts dumping all the other pieces out. It's just this huge pile of stuff. And he starts slowly putting them all together and assembling them. This is probably going on while everybody's finally awake and eating breakfast and whatnot. And he's got the last of the stuff, and it's just this huge block of, it looks like the Borg cube, where you can see layers within layers going down inside the thing, and it's just, and like there's like a cone that he pulls off of one of the iron defenders, and he brings it in, and he finds like a piece of tubing that is sticking off, and he puts it in place, locks it down, and he grabs one of his calligraphy tools, and his dragon mark tattoos start glowing, and he etches something into a curved piece of armor, and he leans down to the little funnel looking thing, which looks very similar to the speaking trumpet on the Oracle of War, but it's a slightly sleeker thing. He leans down, he says, "Spanner."
And coming out is,
and it begins to immediately animate and unfold, and it stands up on 4 legs.
And you see this, which is on stream. This is Spanner.
Aww.
Now, Spanner has both mechanical benefits, and of course, just by definition, is awesome because it's a very good dog. I think you can already see that. So tell us from a mechanical point of view what Spanner can do.
Well, normally, the dogs that we fought with before are iron defenders, which are a little bit different than what he is, which is a steel defender. But since parts of him came from the iron defenders, instead of looking like a mastiff, like most of the steel defenders do, he has more of the Doberman look. To the thing, and let me call up the steel defender.
That is the coolest thing ever.
I love him. I love him so much. And so he is a medium construct, and he's of course
I can't heal constructs. Damn it.
That's okay. He has one of the first things that he has is called Might of the Master, and the following numbers increase by 1 when my proficiency bonus increases. He gets an additional 1 on defense skills and saving throws, and the bonuses also go to hit and damage whenever he uses his rend attack. He is vigilant, so he cannot be surprised, which is awesome. In combat, the steel defender shares your initiative, that being my initiative, but he goes immediately after us, which was the same thing that happened with the iron defenders. Same sort of thing. It can move, use its reaction, blah, 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 blah. And I love this part. If the mending spell is cast on it, it regains 2d6 hit points.
Okay.
No problem.
Nice.
Wow.
If it has died within the last hour, you can use your smith's tools as an action to revive it, provided you're 5 feet from it, and expend a spell slot of first or higher. Returns to life 1 minute after that with all of its hit points restored. His actions in a fight, and this is just delicious, force empowered rend, whereas we saw with the iron defenders they could just attack stuff. When he attacks shit, it does even more. And it says his melee weapon attack is +4 to hit. He has a reach of 5 feet. For any target that I can see, does 1d8 + 2 force damage instead of piercing and stuff like that. And Illyrian, oh, I love this part. He can repair himself or you up to 3 times a day.
Wow.
Oh,
Magical mechanism is inside the defender. Restore 2d8 + 2 hit points to itself or one other construct the object can see within 5 feet.
Which means that he actually narratively jumps up and licks your face, and thus immediately restores.
And,
as we know, this is how it works. Like that's.
And finally,
well, that's handy as hell.
Yes, it is.
I can heal him. I have mending too. Oh my god, this is the best thing ever.
And
to be clear, by the way,
it's a cantrip.
Well, so now, just before we get too excited, these are all true statements. It is a cantrip. I would, however, remind everyone that, especially when you said this thing about if he dies, then the smith's tool, and it, like, let's be clear, a minute, which sounds like a lot, in combat, that is actually 10 rounds worth of combat. So, he will not be as OP as he may sound at that time. But yes.
And finally,
but I can also heal him.
Yes.
But finally, his reaction is he can deflect an attack, and he basically imposes disadvantage on the attack roll of one creature he can see within 5 feet, provided the attack roll is going to someone other than him. So if he's going to attack Nisiana, or if somebody is going to attack Nisiana and Spanner is standing there next to her, he can basically say, and give him disadvantage on
once during the combat rounds. So you can't do it multiple times.
And it is his reaction. So if he uses it, he cannot take opportunity attacks in that same round.
Right. But he is, and this is part of the mechanical that, as Trent said, that's Tanton's battlesmith thing. Like this is one of the major components of this class. And I happen to really like pet classes where this is part of it. You'll also be happy to know that I have added a token for him. And so you can now see him.
He's so big
on the map. He's bigger than all of you. No, I've got to actually. I'm going to fix that.
And in that fact, since he is medium, that means that in an emergency, Nisiana can ride him.
In an emergency, yes.
Yeah.
Well, that would be really uncomfortable, actually.
Yes, that's why I said in an emergency.
But
look at a little saddle.
We can get a saddle made.
So these
actually,
things
I'm not
are now
really
gone.
kidding about that. Might be a good idea. Because what does this thing's move, like 40?
It's a great question. I've forgotten that.
Yeah, I don't know. We'd have to it should say.
We'll look it up again.
Yeah, we'll look it up.
Yeah, 40.
Yeah. 25 to 40. Let me think about that.
All right, so
casting Galloping Cleric Mage platform, a spell platform. Yeah, I could get happily.
Spanner controlled by Miatantin, Tagasha, Decanith.
So that's super cool.
There we go. You should have control over him now, Trent.
All right, check this thing. I do indeed.
Okay. So there you go. Good stuff. And this was something that you get at level 3. I am so incredibly happy that this happened right after the situation with the Iron Defenders, because tell me how perfect that is, that he just, like, from the Warforged and the Iron Defenders assembles Spanner.
And the funny part is that Ilarian's not even offended that he technically was looting the dead, but since he's Starforged and they're Warforged, like, meh.
Yeah, you know,
it's
exactly.
true. I don't like. It's not a big deal for them. Yeah. There is one more thing that Ilarian did want to do before we set out in the morning.
Okay, I have this image of you walking around. I create a small star forge. Like, no, you don't. He's a fox. Like it's not a dog.
It's like a little Hervé Villachez that follows him around.
It's like the thing from Buck Rogers.
I'll try not to get this one killed for you. How about that? So here you go.
Yes, no worry. I'm sorry.
I wanted to investigate the crashed Juggernaut.
Ah, yes, okay. It is now, I will say that it is like, basically halfway into the destroyed floor that you see above you. And the driver is, of course, motionless and, badly bruised and damaged. Like, just dead, obviously, but I mean, like, broken even on the outside.
That's one of the things I want to make sure is they are.
Dead, definitely dead, yes.
Okay. And then they reach in and pitch the other one aside and go into the compartment they were standing in or whatever is the pilot's compartment and see if there's anything there that plans, instructions, something, anything worth.
Make an investigation check for me, please.
All right. Investigation. Once again, I have it at straight up 0. Here we go. Not so much.
Well, this is definitely a Juggernaut.
Yeah.
So what I will say too is now part of this is that you're, the whole thing is pitched over so, extremely and down that, like, Ilarian, you're able to sit in it like you're like you're sort of having to hold on while also, and this thing ain't coming out ever, at least not for a very long time. So you don't find any, like, plans or anything like that. One thing, though, that is troubling to you, Ilarian, which you can tell even as you're just sort of looking at the controls, this thing looks new or newish. This thing looks recently constructed. Not salvaged.
Have I seen this machine before?
No.
Nope. Okay. But it looks, doesn't have wear. It's very clearly just out of the shop. Just off the assembly line.
Well, yes. Yeah. And it is important to note that, of course, you did not see this specifically, but during the last war, many great war machines, both large, small, and medium, roamed the battlefields for all sides. And, so the fact that you hadn't seen this one doesn't mean that it didn't exist then. But this looks, not pristine, because it's obviously taken damage in this fight and, whatever. But it's overall fairly new, not sort of even the Warforged look to be more rundown and, if you will, salvaged than this thing does.
Broken in.
Yeah.
I mean, I was on guard for night because I can be.
Sure.
Once Hilal is awake,
I
will ask to see him by the Juggernaut.
Okay. And he does come over. And he looks down at it. Hilar, not Hilal. Hilar looks down at it and sort of, and it kind of, folds his arms and looks kind of grim, and he says, that thing don't look like it was salvaged anytime recently.
Indeed. Perhaps the Lord of Blades has expanded their industrial capacity or purchasing these from someone?
Or perhaps the Lord of Blades has decided to start working for someone else. Imagine what it might be like if someone on the other side, or one of the other sides, one of the other nations, decided they were going to start funding the Lord of Blades. Wouldn't be the first time one of the other countries had done something like that.
More of an alliance of convenience, I think you're referring to.
That's right.
Everything I've heard about the Lord indicates they don't play well with others.
I agree. That's all I've ever heard of him myself, though I've never seen him face to face. You know the stories. Most of them are legends anyway, but it's true that he's always been said to believe in what he believes. But who knows how far he might go if he got the resources necessary to advance his cause. It's a bad business.
And lest we forget, most every legend starts with at least a grain of truth.
And he nods and he says, "What's your take on this thing, Ilarion? This thing, that we're about to bring with us. What about this oracle?"
That is funny, Hilar Brazil. I was thinking of asking you the exact same question. But since you asked me, I'll go first. I'm concerned about bringing this back to Braylon. Not that I don't think that the king and the parliament.
Sorry, what?
Governing body.
Yeah, the parliament. Yeah, the king and the parliament, yeah.
Not that I'm assuming the king and parliament would have the nation's best interests at heart. However, Braylon has advantages already, and this is just another one that, in the wrong hands, could be devastating.
I don't deny it, and I've been working long enough in the service of Braylon that I know that not everything is always as it seems. But I don't know what the alternative is right now, Ilarion. We can't leave it here. If we bring it back to Salvation, we ain't going to be able to keep it there protected forever. Eventually, it's got to go somewhere where at the least it can be studied or looked at. Sharn would be the logical place to go, but anywhere else we go, they're either going to look at us and shoot us on sight or figure out a way to take what we have. At least with the people in Braylon, I have some connections. I know something about the way it works. I have all of you, for one thing. But I'm not under any illusions about what this thing means. This is something that... He kind of shakes his head. It's like this here, and he points at the tilted over. You're having this conversation, of course, like look, like your arm over the seat, like looking back up at him this way, and he's just like, it's like this thing. You imagine what good this metal could have been put to use for. Instead, they built this. The Oracle, that thing's got enough magic to... Well, who knows? But a magic all that was spent on that. Figuring out ways to... Well, to kill. Sure, it helped us out of a tough situation. But down the line, someone using it, they could get an advantage, you're right. It's just that I know the devil's on our side, Ilarion. And the old saying goes, you'd rather go with the devils you know than the ones you don't. And they ain't all devils on our side. Some of them are doing what they can.
I agree. I would not be working for the King's Citadel if I thought otherwise. There is a third possibility, Hilar Brazil, that you have not perhaps thought of. And I understand that your duty to the country means it may not be an option. But I wish to put it forth to you for thought as we journey back to Salvation. And that is destroy the Oracle of War, so that no one can take advantage of it.
And he nods grimly, and he says, I thought someone might consider that. Why don't you get out of that metal monstrosity and come with me for a second?
And yes, Ilarion will extricate themselves and clamber back up, clonk, 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 go back down, and accompany Hilar to wherever we're going.
And he brings you back down into the basement over to where the Oracle of War is sitting. It's been raised out of the pile of stuff. It's prepared to go on, the disc when Tanton has it all set the next morning and all that. And so Hilar walks in and he says...
Are we alone, or are the other party members, have they even moved upstairs?
I would say at the moment that this is a moment where the two of you are alone.
Okay.
And he comes down and he says, I wondered myself about whether or not something this powerful would be suitable for what you've described. And then, he reaches out, and you've got your, we switched this up a couple times, but what weapon do you use, Alarian, at the moment? Like your main weapon? It's the star...
It's the star sword, which
is the star sword, right?
Sheathed until I bring it out.
Right.
Basically,
so
kind of
he says,
lightsaber.
So he kind of reaches out and he says, but it's not a part of you, though. It's separate, I believe we said, right?
It comes out of my wrist, so it actually is a part of me. I can't give it to anybody.
Okay, so then that's fine. Then he points at you and he says, would you mind very much destroying the Oracle of War? Your sword ought to do the job. And he stands back and leans against the wall and folds his arms.
And Alarian looks at him for a long moment. You do realize that you and I are making this decision apart from anyone else, including your superiors. And no doubt, if they were to ever learn of this, it would go poorly for you.
He nods and he says, indeed, but I think we'll find I won't have cause to be concerned about it. Go ahead.
Very well. Though, before I do that, let me just double check something, Harv. I have a feeling how this is going to go.
Your airbags are armed.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I can't remember if I did this the last time. I don't think I did. I want to do an Arcana check on the Oracle of War.
Okay, somebody did do an Arcana check, but I don't remember if it was you.
But I thought it was
might have been
Trent.
Tanton, right? I think.
Yeah,
Tanton did.
I think
okay.
so.
Sure, you can do an Arcana check.
And I get it at advantage
Okay.
because of my arcane insight. I have a feeling I know it's going to go down, but I'm going to take the shot anyways. But I want to see let's see how this goes. Here we go. I'll take that 19.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it is absolutely chock full of magic. I mean, it is radiating magic. It does have this strange experience, Valerian, of where it is. How would I describe this? This is an imperfect analogy, but it occasionally fluctuates, as if as if you were looking at, let's say, to jump out of game for a moment, an electrical circuit that occasionally has a short, right? So you definitely note that, but it's very strong source of magic.
Okay. Thank you. That's important. Does that fluctuation, can I get a sense of its timing? Is it cyclical or erratic?
No, it's erratic. Like, bzz, 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 bzz. I mean, not that much, but like in that area.
Okay. So I look at Hilar again. You may wish to stand back a little further for this.
And so he smiles and he moves away a little bit.
And for the first time, Alarian bulks up into Spirit Guardian mode, where everything becomes bigger.
Okay.
And indeed, they put down the tower, the large shield, which serves pretty much as a tower, almost for them. And the sword comes out.
Okay. It's quite a sight in the basement, by the way.
Yeah.
You know.
The motes flicker even more brightly, and it's
and you can't.
crazy.
One quick note, Larian. You can't quite He-Man it in here because like there's only so far above you. You know what I mean? Like, you know, so only so much.
Crossing the streams are quick crossing the streams.
Yeah, can't Castle Grayskull and demonetize.
I could Thundercat it. I could do that.
You could.
But I won't. Now, Alarian is going to try to gauge to hit it when that erratic pulse, but it's going to be a matter of
It's going to be hard,
luck.
but yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I know. But they're going to, I mean, it's a stationary object. Hitting it should really not be an issue.
Yeah, right.
Okay, and yes, it's and this is a blade of force, so we're going to see what happens.
So,
and when the time is right, they will wind up and bring it right down on the top of it as hard as it can.
So when this happens, I'm going to bring the players' attention and those in chat to the epic scene from the Fellowship of the Ring film, where they're at the Council of Elrond, and Gimli says, when told, destroy the ring.
What are we waiting
says,
for?
What are we waiting for? And the axe comes down on the ring. This is almost exactly like it, except, of course, the sword is not shattered. But you are blown back, Alarian, several feet, and hit the ground. I would say that your Aegis takes like a point, but again, that's going to be restored tomorrow, tomorrow morning. So, you take a point on the ground, and it's this, right, and the ash in the basement, like a sort of cloud goes up, and there is a moment's pause, and then a couple of the gray dogs come hustling down. Sprocket is the first one down and says, "What's going on? What happened?" And Hilar still has his arms folded, and he says, "It's all right, Sprocket. We got this handled. We were just having a little experiment. You go back on up." And so Sprocket goes up. Dervo, who would kind of come halfway down the stairs, sort of, shakes his head and mutters something about foolishness, and then turns around and comes back up. And Hilar, he takes a couple steps forward and says, "As I say, I would have loved to destroy this thing, but this thing's got ways of protecting itself, Alarian. No doubt we could, probably, given the right circumstances, figure out a way to strip it of its magic defenses and blow it from here back to Kingdom Come. That's what I'd love to do. But at the moment, none of us here are powerful enough to do it. And moreover, I don't know the effect that being inside the gray is having on it. I took a couple of pokes at it with my knife. Then I took a couple of extra stabs just to see. I didn't have quite the reaction you did, but more or less it was the same thing. This thing can't be destroyed. It was designed not to be."
That is disappointing and yet not unexpected.
He nods sadly. Agreed.
It would seem we have no choice but to turn it over to Braylon, for any other outcome would be unacceptable.
That said, though, and he kind of helps you to your feet if you haven't already, and he says, that said, though, I take your concerns into account, and I had the same ones. Right now, I know who I know, but there's other people, obviously, who could be working against the interests of what we're doing here. That's why we're, in some ways, separate. We can figure out these threats before they come. This, right here, and he points down at the Oracle, this is the sort of thing the King's Citadel was built to address. It'll be important that we be the ones who continue to manage it as long as we can, till we can get it into the hands of people who are better capable of understanding it than we are. But right now, a party of 8, 9 of us here, out in the Mournland, right now in the gray, this ain't the place to be figuring out those details. We gotta get it somewhere safer.
Should we not bypass salvation altogether and head straight to Shar?
Possibly, except that by the time we get past or get to salvation, I think we're going to need some kind of supply boost. Plus, I've got some things there that I can sort of access, assuming that they're still there during my absence. And I'd like to be able to get some of those bits of information and perhaps send out some people that I know in the salvation area as well. They are, like it or not, a resource for us. That's why I was hoping that we could stop by there en route.
It is, of course, up to you, Ilar, so and I will follow your lead. I appreciate your candor discussing this openly, and if otherwise, I'll keep your opinions of the device to myself.
And he nods and he says, "Thank you. Machines are always been tools. It's the people that use the tools that I'm worried about." And
Well, kind of glances down at themselves real quickly, then back up at him. All right, and they nod one more time and
okay.
head back up.
And this gives me a moment to say welcome to everyone who's come in. You're watching day 11 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. This is part 3 of the Oracle of War campaign, and it is part 1 of Where the Dead Wait, which is this section of the campaign. And I am joined as always by Trendane Sparks, by Marie Bilodeau, by John Helfers, and by Jennifer Brozek. Darkside Rob is not with us today because of illness, but will return in short order next month. Okay. So now I'm going to, with the party's permission, jump us forward a little bit. Yes, Mary. I'd like to go shopping again.
Yeah, I thought of 10 other items I would really like.
No!
No, they're all sparkly. It's good. I believe that you'll all remember from last time when it was really late and we were really tired, that we got a legacy.
It's called salvage.
Yes.
Salvage. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Well, there's also the legacy event for saving what's-his-face, Darvo.
Yeah, the legacy event.
Sorry, you're right.
Yeah.
Notes.
There is the enhanced armor class for one character of 1 AC, which we've not assigned.
Right.
Or the potion of healing.
Or the potion of healing as well. And I just think we should maybe quickly deal with those first.
Yep. And yeah, I believe that's an either or. So,
right.
You either get a temporary enhancement to your armor, or you get a potion of healing. And actually, so
it's for the entire.
Yeah, it was the each part. Exactly, yeah. So the entire party gets +1 AC per character for this duration of the next adventure, or they get.
That's not what you originally said.
No, it's good. It's what he said. It's
it's because this is what it is, because everybody marks this as a legacy event. So all of you have that, or you get a potion of healing. And before you jump to the AC too quickly, I'm aware that, of course, we now have the epic healing information that we've learned about Nisiana, and of course we've talked about Tantan also having some healing ability in the backpack, so to speak. But healing is going to be in short supply when rest becomes in short supply and or whatever, and you've still got the greater crossover. So, you don't all as a group have to say, we all get this or we all get that. Like, each of you individually can decide which one you choose. The only thing is you got to decide it now, and whatever you choose that's it. Like, so this is what you get going forward. What's up, Prince Justin?
Okay. Hey, Prince Justin. Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so for me personally, I would do the healing potion.
Okay.
I currently have a healing vial of the 2d4 plus 2 left.
Yep.
And I will take a healing potion, which does what?
That's actually the same thing. It's 2d4 plus 2. So
now I'm up to 2 healing vials now.
Yep.
And I will do that because occasionally I will have to strong arm someone into drinking the damn thing.
Yep.
Said Hilar.
Yep.
Because, it's not that much of a difference between 17 and 18 for AC.
And how long does it, sorry, you cut out just a little bit for me. I think my internet spot, but how long does the AC last for the rest of this chapter?
Just this chapter, right? So the Where the Dead Wait chapter.
I'm going to take the AC just because I've just become more melly.
Seems reasonable.
Mm-hmm. I think that's a good idea.
I still have 1 healing potion from before too, so just.
Yeah.
I forget, can healing potions be given to unconscious characters?
Yes. You can administer them. It takes an action to do so, but you can administer a healing potion to an unconscious character.
Yeah. Alarian's going to take the healing potion as well, since they already got a big boost from their level 3, but and that could be useful in case they have to actually administer it to someone else. Without the strong arm, they're just going to down someone's throat. Mm-hmm. So, they will not be as diplomatic as Nisiana Juggernaut.
I wasn't very diplomatic to Hilar.
No,
I did
it.
You know, my bedside manner goes between, oh, what a pretty kitty, and God damn it, drink the stupid potion, you dumbass.
Oh yeah, that's the choice they're going to make.
Yeah.
Oh.
Could we have regenerating armor instead? No. And air conditioning is important.
Technically,
that's very true.
kind of already have that. So.
Yeah.
Canton, what are you going to take?
Well, I've got the lightly dented flask from our first day in.
Oh, you still have that?
Still have that. And
wow.
So that's a healing potion there. According to my inventory, I have a potion of healing as well as that thing. So, and I'm willing to bet, Arv, that you're not going to let me apply that AC boost to Spanner.
No.
Because he wasn't.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought not. I just wanted to make sure.
Yep.
I could take that armor class boost.
Good. I think that's good.
Okay, so now that everyone is marked on their sheet, there's one other note that I want to make to the party. Now that we've talked about that legacy situation, so I was going to ask about that anyway, because legacy is part of this Oracle of War campaign. The other thing I wanted to mention here is that although, Alarian, you did not find anything in terms of on the Juggernaut itself, and again, like, that is what it is, there is one thing I want to note, which is that, of course, the battered and bruised figure of the Warforged that was driving it was definitely stronger looking than some of the raiders that were the rest of the Warforged. It looked like it was kind of like, if they were raiders, it might have been a soldier or something like that. But it was wearing a light suit of interlocking chain rings that looked to you to be much lighter than what normal chainmail would be. So I did want to mention that that was there. It's about medium armor, whereas chainmail would normally be heavy. It is medium and is suitable as well for medium size. It would not fit you because it's too small. You're too big for it. But it might fit, and it would not fit Nisiana unless she wants to use it as a cape. But it would fit.
No capes.
But it would definitely, no capes. It would fit certainly Tantan. It would fit Merime. It would probably fit Yana. It'd be a little weird looking on Yana, but it might fit as well. And it also would require one to be proficient in using it so that you're not sort of going, what the hell is this thing that I have around me? So the normal AC on chainmail is 16. This chainmail is actually 15, but it makes up for that by the fact that it is not heavy in weight. It is much lighter in weight, and it does not impose disadvantage checks on stealth.
Oh, I know who's... Well, okay, I know who I think should get this. I will remove, if I can, assuming I can.
You can, yes.
Oh, okay. And I will bring it back up.
And though the Warforged is bruised, this thing isn't for the most part. You don't necessarily, I mean, you can't tell, but it doesn't seem necessarily to be filled with magic per se, but it's nice. It's made of a different kind of metal than normal.
But to say, and probably well made too.
Yes, oh yeah.
Yeah, yes. Mithril. Oh, sorry. Oop.
Mithril.
Sorry, estate. Didn't mean it.
It's hard as dragon scales.
And demonetized. Anyways.
Maybe all the demonetization requests will all bump into each other en route, and they'll just like end up like not arriving.
I will go to my group and place the mail down, especially once you said the non-disadvantage on stealth checks, and say, just a second. I found this on the deceased leader of the Warforged. Kind of look at it strangely because it's like chainmail and et cetera. It seems to be a better suit than usual. And I'm thinking, looking between Tantan and Merime, that one of you might make good use of it. And then they walk away or glide away.
And behind you, you hear one voice say, "Well, it certainly won't fit me or any of the others. Might as well one of you take it. Unless you want to sell it, you could probably get a pretty penny." And you see Dervo kind of smoking a small pipe and puffing smoke into the air as he kind of appraises it with a practiced eye.
Kenton? Are you interested at all in the nice shiny armor?
You know, I was just thinking about that, and I think actually it would probably suit you better.
That is very kind of you. I do like the look of it. I have to admit, it's finely woven and it's pretty shiny. And I did just get rid of all my glitter. So I do appreciate that. Thank you.
And it's quiet too.
It's quiet. Well,
that was the thing thought was gonna be the deal breaker for you, but then Arv said no, it doesn't impose like, oh well, this
does not impose disadvantage on itself.
Sweet.
Nice.
Yep.
So what does that change your armor to, Marie? Your AC?
17, I believe. So it brings it up by 1 point, which is good. I mean, every little bit counts, right?
That's true. That's true. What is your dexterity?
My dexterity is 3.
Oh, you were wearing what? Do you have studded leather before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Makes sense?
I'd forgotten. I thought you weren't wearing any armor for the first couple levels.
Oh,
okay.
no.
Not that crazy. Yeah. Okay.
I got a silk shirt on and it looks good in the wind.
No, you're absolutely right. Every point absolutely helps.
Abio has nothing on you.
Exactly. Every attack
Yeah,
slips off the silk.
Charisma.
Yeah, the wax job is armor in itself, my friend.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh Lord.
All right. Now I think we're finally ready. All right. Good to go. Yeah.
So let us and see. You thought your shopping adventure wasn't going to work out. See,
We haven't actually gone shopping yet.
Well,
that's
that particular kind, I suppose. All right. I'm going to bring us all over to the map of Corvair.
Yay!
And
we're out of the map of the market. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Yes, exactly. Let's see, and let's go with not that. Actually, maybe this.
Oh, I keep thinking Berlin's to the north, and it's not.
Yeah. I keep
the
thinking
west.
it's to the east, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're all
the
over
west,
the place.
southwest-ish, I guess, a little bit southwest-ish.
Yeah.
Okay, so you all.
That's why they carved that port out of there.
You all begin to make your way back, and you've been moving for a couple of hours now here in the morning, heading towards maybe the afternoon, the very early afternoon, almost midday, let's say. And you are here and the marching order, of course, as we've got, are the marching sort of positions. We have Merime walking along in her new shiny armor. We have Larian floating along with his usual practiced sort of gaze into the distance. Nisiana, who walks along perhaps with tattoos occasionally glowing as Nisiana remembers another particular healing thing and maybe, is getting ready to do mending on Spanner at the nearest opportunity.
I'm so excited about that.
And
that
Tantin and
realizing
Spanner.
I can do other things.
And Tantin and Spanner are walking along. Spanner next to Tantin. Does Spanner, by the way, make any noise in particular, Tantin? Like, is there any do you hear any noise from inside it, or does it growl or bark or anything?
Not unless he has reason to.
Okay.
Does it respond to, "Are you a good boy"?
Of course he does.
He's a good boy.
Gain plus
Nisiana's
50 temporary
a
hit points. No, just kidding. Which disappear in 2 seconds, but anyway.
He doesn't have anything listing specific advantages towards stealth or anything at all. So
Okay.
Oh my
I just
God,
wondered
I just
about if there are any
realized
sounds at all.
Tantin can make him into a talking dog with his message thingy too, which is hilarious.
I love that
Mhm.
so much. Spanner is the best thing ever.
Good times.
I'll just occasionally etch something into the plating around his throat so that he sounds exactly like Muffet from the original Battlestar Galactica.
Oh my
Aw.
goodness.
I love Muffet so much.
Muffet was isn't that the Beetle Buck, right?
He's the Daggett,
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
Boxy's dog.
Oh my God.
Okay. So you're moving along, and then next to you, you have the gray dogs of Dervo and Nella, who is the halfling who is now, essentially pretty mended. I mean, they all look kind of somewhat a little tired from their ordeal, but are fairly healthy under the circumstances. And Sprocket, which is making its way along. Occasionally, the right arm of Sprocket kind of, jerks and moves around. That's been the case since you first met Sprocket. And then as well, walking along, his strides seeming both casual and purposeful, is Lieutenant Talar Brissal, who looks around every so often at sort of almost scanning the horizon, you might say. And behind Tantin, of course, or I guess I should say next to Tantin, drifts a
20 feet behind it.
20 feet behind, drifts a sort of shimmering. I think it is visible.
It is.
A shimmering circle of force on the top of which sits the Oracle of War, the machine which has yes,
and some of like a couple of our backpacks and stuff.
Oh,
so
yeah,
it's
yeah.
not just this
right.
thing. It just looks like a cargo thing being brought.
Yeah. Along the way.
Yeah.
And as you're going along, again, right around midday, slightly past that, there is a flickering pillar of light which briefly pierces the sky from a hilltop ahead. The Mournland, even for the Mournland, is deathly quiet, and your every step and breath echoes throughout this valley. And as you look around, you can see that the land here has dipped somewhat into maybe a valley is a little strong, but it's kind of, I mean, it's at least more than just a little depression in the earth, though. Definitely the hills slope down a little bit, and then it's a good sort of plain, good open space of plain in front of you. But all around in this valley are these stub trees and bushes, blackthorns that are sort of bleak and ragged and thorny against the gray light. And as you were sort of in the middle of it, you can see the sort of gray light sort of filtering down over this scene. And atop the hill in front of you, which is almost right in the middle of this valley/depression that you're standing in, there is a stone cottage, an old, ancient-looking thing, decrepit, run down, which slumps like a frozen corpse in front of you. And
well, that's some real inviting imagery, Arv. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. My pleasure. I do what I can. So you're standing there looking at it. And in fact, I even have a little bit of a map for all of you
Ooh.
that I'm going to bring you to. Let me just zoom out on that a little bit, chat. I would like all of you wonderful people to do me a favor, please, and place your tokens here in the middle of this area.
Would love to, but I can't.
Oh, you're still, let's see.
I can't play Spanner because you haven't given me the character sheet for it.
Oh, right, because I don't think I have.
Greg, chat has mentioned that the sleigh that Nisiana drove. What happened to that?
There was no sleigh of levitation +1. There is the sleigh that you used coming here. When you get to the outside of the bazaar, you find has been completely broken up and sort of broken, and presumably it almost looks, Nisiana, like the Juggernaut ran over it. And so, which is, presumably they didn't want you escaping that way, if you had to guess.
Thank you for mentioning the chat.
Yeah, that is a good call. But that is the deal. Give me 1 second while I give control to Tantin.
Eleanor's not going to be happy about that.
Yep.
It was her sled.
That's true. Okay.
Well, I mean, we did recover the gray dogs, so.
Okay, there we go. Now you got Spanner. You should have control over it now, I think, Trendy.
God, it's huge.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Right. So as you are sort of standing looking up at that house lit on the hill, you suddenly hear
you said they were going to wait.
Breaking the silence. And suddenly you see this. Let me give you an image in chat of what you're about to see. Those who are about to see things, salute you.
This levitation.
Okay.
We should just leave. I mean,
we immediately depart. We never speak of this again.
And Shinrazu, you're right. Him sounding like K9 from Doctor Who would be pretty cool as well.
Whole thing.
Gotta give him the whole voice suite, thing.
Yeah.
To switch amongst them. Yeah.
Because no matter what you ask him, he'll just be like, "Master," and that's all he says.
My dinner.
Stop. All right, hold on. I'm trying to get a...
you know, Arv, sometimes it's not meant to be, so you can just, you know,
Yes.
just
No
move
doubt,
on. It's
no
fine.
doubt that is true.
It's one of Tanton's old rocks that somebody reprogrammed to just go,
We have a good laugh and we keep going.
Sorry, my fault. I apologize.
You didn't download the upgrade, you know, the latest firmware for his rock. So
yeah.
it's not working properly. Yep.
What's actually happening is this stupid thing is not letting me. Okay.
It's not letting you okay?
It's not letting me okay things. I have a picture that I have here, and then the picture was it doesn't capture properly, so I was going to do it another way, and now my PDF thing. I hate PDFs so much. Do you please make these things not always wonky as they always are? They're just
no.
Damn it, do it. Do what I say. Okay.
It's against their terms and services.
Yeah, right? Okay. All right. Now I can do what I was trying to do before.
Hey, Trivid, Yana is on hiatus, although I'm wondering if someone should be Jaegering her due to Rob being ill for this session. Well, we didn't have a roll for points. We've got extra people, so we probably should be okay. Although I shudder to think of what gray zombies are going to do here.
Okay, here we go. So you see, shuffling forward, I will pop it up on stream.
Will you, Arf? Will you?
I will.
But now we know they shuffle. So
our friendly friends. No.
Ask them to dance.
What you see shuffling forward are soldiers dressed in uniforms. And certainly, I think most of you would recognize these uniforms, but in particular, Merime certainly would. These are Siren uniforms. They are uniforms of soldiers that were worn by of soldiers that fought on the side of Seer. But you're in Seer, or what's left of it. You're in the Mournland where the mourning took place. Seer was destroyed. And these creatures shamble forward, a hatred for all living things burning in their eyes. These creatures must have died in the last war, and yet the blood on their wounds is still moist. Others are just charred skeletons, smoke rising from their bones. And I'm going to put a few creatures on the board here.
Yeah, it scatters 25 of them.
Yeah, by few, I mean 700. No,
plus another Juggernaut.
Let's see, my first battalion will arrive here.
Plus another Juggernaut,
yes.
Yeah.
An undead Juggernaut. Yeah.
I'm the Juggernaut.
Yeah, exactly, Chen. Yeah. Hey, I ain't living. You just go ahead. It's all good.
Okay.
And then an undead Nimble shows up and we all just give up and die.
I will cry if that happens. And then I will turn him.
And then you will turn
That's right.
And then Spanner turns its head to you and starts to down chicken chicken. Because this is Spanner.
I just put my ability to turn undead into the thing so I can figure out exactly how that works.
These are not quite that not quite that big.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah,
zone of truth. How the hell is that going to help, Jen?
The round portions of Spanner's shoulders start spinning and you're doing a whole beatbox thing, and then at the break point, he stops and looks back at Tanton, and Tanton's like, "Release the foam," and sprays foam all over everybody.
Is this accurate? The distance on this thing now?
These are, I believe, 5-foot squares. So I think that's actually close to right. Maybe 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, that's pretty close. Okay. So 6 of those, and
they're not popping up on mine. I'm just gonna reset roll 20. Is that gonna screw up anything?
Roll 20? No, it will not.
Okay, only for me.
I'm not seeing it either. So
yeah, me too.
I can see them.
I got a little warning saying like your thing isn't loading.
Yeah, you might want to I can also reload it, but
no, just you don't do anything yet.
All right.
Yeah,
we can see it's working on your stream. So
yeah.
Okay.
Hey, there they are. Okay, I'll bring this up.
I'm just getting.
I'm going to drop out and come back in.
Yep.
Me too. It's very slow.
Eventually. All right.
Getting the constant loading swirly.
Me too. Oh,
Mhm.
page
Yep.
unresponsive.
Yep. I got the all
Page
snap,
unresponsive,
actually.
huh?
That mine just flashed up for a second. For those of you listening at home, please feel free to go to roll20. Whatever.
Roll20.
.net.
What? Yeah, well, whatever their Twitter thing is, and see if they've reported an outage.
I mean, I'm seeing everything. Things,
Okay,
oh my
I've got them now.
God.
Yeah. Oh, geez. There's a lot.
You're like,
You know,
this,
I'm
this
okay
is very
with-
much what it's like. Like the fog clears and all of a sudden, oh crap, like that's...
That's funny. I'm seeing the Sienna check for distance.
Yeah, I've got everything back now, including shieldy zombies and
Well, there's no
fleshy
monsters
zombies
for
and
me.
Yep,
So-
I'm back too.
I'm
Okay.
not. So there's no monsters. It's
yeah, see,
it's
you're
good.
you're all good.
It's no, yeah, exactly.
I mean,
It's
everyone's
not really
I don't
there.
see
You don't know
yeah,
what you're
actually,
talking about.
Actually, getting the what's the word? Lagging. Oh, wait.
Oh, I think
How
it's
about now,
just-
Marie?
I'm coming back.
It's not as bad as the Warforged, but there's a bunch
Oh,
of them.
there they are. Nice. Very exciting.
Okay.
Where are meat shields? I mean, NPCs.
Okay.
Oh, they're just sitting back.
Yeah, they're
doing
just waiting
nothing.
for you. No, that's not true. They are definitely, they will be present.
Yeah, they were present the last time.
They
just
were also
didn't do
injured.
fuck all.
Yeah, they were. I get injured.
I was down more than half my hit points and I was still firing my crossbow. Don't give me that shit. The last hit point is the only one that matters.
It was the final hit point that was important. Okay.
Oh, he actually does have to make that happen somehow.
You didn't have to put so many monsters on the board. You made a
Just wants us
choice.
to test out our new stuff.
There we go.
That guy is all.
That's
yeah.
Dervo.
Okay.
Oh,
And then we have...
Now I seem to be. Oh wait, no. Okay, that's what's going on. Can I make myself smaller?
We have our halfling.
I cannot make myself smaller.
I think only the DGM can do that theoretically, Jen.
And we have...
Now I got Thriller in my head too. Damn it. Demonetized.
So they're
Disco dog.
demonetizing based on thought of music now? That's
I did
scary.
hum a few bars. Hopefully my mic didn't pick it up, so we should be okay.
And we've got Sprocket.
now it's
Oh, there we
time
go.
to sprockets when we die.
I was manfully resisting saying anything like that.
And
So thanks,
last
Trent. I
but
appreciate you
certainly not
doing
least,
taking that bullet for us.
You won't
Oh, I
be
love the
last.
idea of
Oh, I know
Spanner
it won't be the
firing
last.
glitter bombs.
Right?
That
Yes.
is the best.
Me and Tanton's got to make that happen somehow. Yeah, for sure. Hope it's about.
It's
Different
the
color ones,
equivalent
too.
of glitter dust spell.
Gonna
That's
turn this place.
so cool.
Gonna turn this place into that dance floor at Ibiza.
and we've got that. Okay. So we've got
Who is
those.
that?
We've got those. That is Halar.
Yeah.
Oh no,
And while
he's
you put
hot.
it on there, could you get a spiritual weapon ready?
he is.
Okay. You will not have a chance to do that immediately. They are making their way in. They are clearly not friendly. And what I would like us all to do at this point, please, is to do a little thing we like to call roll initiative. I've put up the turn order. Make sure to touch your tokens first before rolling initiative. And let me get some functional music up here.
Heat up.
Oh,
There we go. Okay.
not feeling it. I got a one. Oh no!
Wow.
Didn't we do that last time, Tanton?
No, not that one.
Didn't we?
Wow.
Go team.
Yeah.
Well, that's okay. I can start with the turning undead. Keep them
Yeah.
away from us.
Nope.
You're gonna have to
Wow.
go
Yeah.
Wow.
Nisiana.
Oh my god! I've always said the healer should not go first.
And you're right.
This is Thriller. Man.
Jeez.
Okay, and then who is going to Jaeger Yana? Oh, I did not put up there, did I? We do need Yana there somewhere.
I can if you give me I need a character sheet of some kind. Is the thing.
Yeah, I should not, considering I couldn't remember all the ways I
consider how late Alarian's going to be going in the round. I mean, so I could probably do better.
I feel like I'm putting like a Twitter egg up on there whenever I do
Right.
that because it's like, oh man. Okay. Let me see. Let me try to give you access to that. Can be edited and controlled by.
Echo, did you give your inspiration to some other campaign? It is. Wait, oh no, it's not a new month. This is the last month. Oh, I guess that's true.
Yeah, I think you're all out, Echo. You did use a lot. There was one thing in particular. I don't remember what it was from. Yeah. So, I mean, Nonstop is in chat. We got a couple there. I think Killness was here. We got something there. So I think there may also be, and there may be a couple of channel point inspirations left, one or two. And Prince just, yeah, but the thing is though, I know for a fact that I updated this list at the beginning of the month. So, well, no one needs inspiration yet. Just they may need one. Do you have control? Are you able to look at Yana? Are you able to have control over Yana, John?
I don't see a sheet or anything. Oh wait,
it's blue.
I could move them. I have no idea what they do.
You should be able to have access to their sheet though. If you click on Roll20, I gave you access. You should be able to see it unless Roll20 is dragging.
The only character I see here is myself.
Oh, crap. Come on, Roll20.
Otherwise, we can say she's having a nap with the Oracle of War.
You know, considering she is one of our distance spell slingers, maybe not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is lagging.
Useful.
So I think there's a Roll20 server issue somewhere, is my guess. Oh, Nonstop won the Talisman with Dark Saber. Good job, Nonstop. This is taking forever to load. Are you able to see it, John, or not?
I mean, I still have the character and I can move it around.
But you can't get to the sheet.
Yeah, that's the problem. Shouldn't take that long.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Well, I could.
Let me try to do this. Let me see if that makes a difference. Is it in your journal now?
Yeah, got it. There it is. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. I mean.
Booyah!
Hey.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Yes.
All right. Okay, good. So if you roll initiative for Yana, that would be good.
Yep. Let's see,
Also, I'm going to guess.
Get Yana killed.
Also, what is your raw dexterity, Alarian, and Tanton? What's yours?
My dex is a 12.
Tanton, you?
He rolled a 2. I rolled a natural 1. So by default, he would go first.
True.
I have a +2 to my initiative. He only has a +1, but I rolled a natural 1.
Yeah, I guess so. Okay. All right. So Alarian will go
Yana
first.
Altus got a 13. Why is he not marked as... Dude, you're killing me. Rob. Ugh,
Oh boy.
Doesn't have his saving throws marked. I don't know what he gets advantage on or pluses for.
This is why we should lock him in a room with Trend. Make him
Trend and Sod. His current hit points? 14, I think it was.
I have him at 14 now. Technically, we're gonna have to dance around that a little bit because obviously he would have leveled himself up at this point with experience, and that's in fairness to him. I mean, I can't,
I'm not gonna get him killed. I mean,
maybe. Well, the night is young. We'll find out.
Arb will kill him.
Let's see. Okay, Merime with the 4. Wow, these are some interesting initiative rolls. Yeah.
It was also a natural 1 that I rolled. So
the old ice knife. All right.
rocking it.
You're not used to the armor yet. That's the thing.
You're just still looking at it. What a shiny armor this is.
This is so pretty. Nisiana doesn't think it's pretty.
Nisiana's like, oh, these guys I know how to deal with.
Yeah. And I assume Nisiana's also like, get Merime. Stop looking at your arm. There's creatures. They're coming.
Guys,
grabs her chin and lifts it up. Look around.
Nisiana casts light so I glow more.
Right? Okay. Let's see. Okay, good. So there's that.
Like in Celasta, when you cast light on your armor, and you look like Valeria from the end of Conan.
Yeah.
She appears with these glitters.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. And all right. And I'm sure the last thing that everyone would like to know is about these zombies and skeletons. Like to all know when they're going.
Maybe. Go refill my water because it's important to hydrate when you're about to be attacked by things that don't have any flesh.
It's true. These are good points.
Wisdom and charisma. That does make sense for him. Okay. All right.
So.
And charisma. Doot. There we go.
Wisdom.
Okay.
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 Versus what?
And that is.
Let's see. Let's do spiritual gift, which I can't choose for him. Ooh. Sexy. Gift of. Oh my god.
Wow. Okay.
I don't like those noises you're making.
Oh no, this
one
particular one was good for you. The other one was
Okay.
whatever, but this particular one was good. Okay.
All right.
So, all right, we move that up there. And, okay. First to act in the round is actually going to be Hilar Brisal, who, upon seeing these creatures, curses and turns and he says, "Move next to each other, back to back. It can't get us all at once. Turn around." And that means you too. And he's yelling not at you, but at the gray dogs who look, I think it's fair to say, pretty freaked out. So the gray dogs, who actually go, as it turns out, right after Hilar Brisal, will respond to him. But Hilar Brisal turns. Where did I put him? There we go. Turns and right behind him, and pulling a crossbow from his belt, fires at one of the oncoming zombies, and hits. Actually, all right, hits into the zombie and as he strikes it, and then he backs up a little bit as this circle of undead creatures are closing around you. The gray dogs also now react. The halfling falls back a little bit and draws out a sling and does this one, and then lets it fly, and actually also hits. These are two strong hits. And does so at the same zombie, actually, that Hilar just hit. Good work on stacking the damage there. Okay. It's going to hit that. Okay. Let's see. Then we have Dervo, who draws an axe from his belt and stands there with feet apart, grimly, sort of looking for what is going to happen next. And then I'm missing. Oh yes, my Warforged. I was like, what the hell? And then we have the Warforged, who also has a light crossbow and is also going to fire it because of where he's positioned at again the same zombie, and is also going to hit. All right. So after all of those hits, the zombie definitely looks hurt, but not dead. These things look fairly tough, actually, from what you can tell. And so they continue their inexorable march forward. And that leads us down to Nisiana, who is the first of you folks to operate.
Okay. She is going to move back into kind of the center of everybody.
Okay. And actually, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Just give me one moment here. I want to move everybody a little bit more into the center
okay.
So I can position everyone properly. Okay. Sorry. On you go, Jen. Sorry.
Yeah, no, just more into the center. And then she is going to lift her holy symbol to Eberron high, and she's going to start turning the undead. And I believe if it's based on my spell DC, it's versus 14, a wisdom saving throw.
Yes. Okay. Now, let's see. So you're within...
30 feet. I'll show you.
Yeah, you should be in 30 feet of most of them. And it's a certain number of undead.
No, it is every... Let's see. It says...
It's every undead within range.
I can see each undead that can see or hear me within 30 feet must make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. So that looks like just about all of them. All right, let's see. Let's.
So, like that one doesn't. So it's like I don't have a 30-foot radius sphere around me, but I do.
Yep. No, this is
hit pretty much most of them.
Yep. This
Not
is
that
exactly
one.
One of the reasons that clerics are good for many things, and this is one of them. This is a specialty. All right. So wisdom saving throw. You said DC 14.
Looks like it. Yes.
Okay. All right, so we'll start with the top one, who apparently throws himself into your turn and critically fails. So we're going to put that as a, oh no, the horror. Okay, they are definitely turned. This one, the zombie, is also going to fail. And is also turned. This one... let's see, is going to miss. And that is turned. Man, so far so good for the home team.
At 100.
Yep. Let's see. Yep. A zombie, not super wise. You may be surprised to learn. They
It's
missed
very
it.
pleasant. But I will continue to basically lamblast these horrible
Alright.
undead.
Also is going to miss that. Wow. So far, literally none of them have made their save at all.
Well,
Good.
Nice.
what is their true wisdom score? 0, 1?
I was going to say, it's not great.
The ones that
It's-
fail are turned for a full minute or until it takes any damage. A turned creature must spend its turn moving away as far away from you as it can, and it cannot willingly move into a space within 30 feet of me.
Now,
Actually-
Arv, I don't want to be a jerk, but these two, the ones you just marked, are technically outside her range.
Which two?
Well, I assume
The two that,
Right there, 35 and 34.
Yeah.
she
These two.
acknowledged that at the beginning.
Right, so
Mhm.
those two. Okay, right. I was going to say, I was beginning to wonder if any of them were going to make the save.
Like that one's in, that one's in.
She
That one
couldn't
is
quite get
not.
all of them. Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, wait. So, right. So let's see. These ones. So this one is out of range, right?
Just barely.
Just
yeah.
barely.
This one is in range. And is actually is going to succeed on a save. Someone actually didn't get turned. Incredible.
That's the sergeant.
Okay, that one is not, right? That's just out of range.
Mm-hmm.
Out, in. Well, right in,
Right in the
Barely.
border. Yeah.
out.
Okay. All right. There you go. So still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6
yeah.
creatures turned. That's pretty good. It's pretty good work. Pretty good work for a Saturday. All right. So, all right. That is, we will see their reaction to being turned in that regard in just a moment. All right. Good stuff, Nisiana. And I assume you had to move where you were. I assume you're going to stay there.
Yeah, I'm basically going to be
circle.
protecting the group of people in the middle.
Okay.
And I will say they are turned until you damage them. So anybody who starts shooting arrows, don't shoot them at the ones running away.
Okay. Sounds like a plan. So that's going to lead us to Yana. So what would Yana like to do, John? Charge the outer circle. Why am I dead? Well, you made a bad decision. I wasn't there.
And of course, these guys are all not within 5 feet of each other. Why am I not surprised? Let's see. Oh, this is me. Hold on. That is over here. There we go. All right,
Yeah,
so
it's true, Echo.
I've got some range. So but she's going to fall back. You know what? This one actually was pretty good, as I recall.
Okay.
But this is, it's a cantrip. Okay, so what she's going to do is follow Hilar's lead, come back to near Valerian. And then one of the ones that definitely did not save, this one. She's going to frostbite it.
Okay.
Target must make a Constitution save. I think it's 14. Is that what he's using?
It does make that save.
Poo.
It is. Zombies are pretty, relatively speaking, tough on con, or tougher anyway. So it does resist it. So the frost hits it, and you can see the blue spread over its skin, but smash just keeps walking.
Fine, be that way. That is gonna be it for now. Yeah, I guess it's gonna be it for now, and wait till we get a little closer. Yeah.
All right. So it is now the skeleton's turn. So first of all, these skeletons that are turned on their turn have literally just book it this way, right?
Turnt.
They are turned and they are moving. These ones that are here. The ones that are not turned draw from them. Now the zombies are literally just walking towards you like they're just going to, with a meaty fist, right, attempt to hit you this way. But these skeletons draw forth short bows, and they are going to stay right literally at the spot where they are, so they're not going to move any closer or farther away. And they are going to fire. Let's see where. Probably going to pick the ones that are closest, which means that Alarian's going to get some attention, and Tanton is going to get a bit of attention too. So the first skeleton is going to fire away at Tanton, and that is going to be a 14.
Miss.
Okay. Arrow goes right over you. The second skeleton is going to fire, I think it's Spanner, actually. And that's going to miss horrifically. I think a 10 is going to miss,
Yep.
I'm assuming.
Miss.
Okay. And then the third one is going to fire at Alarian and is going to get an 8. Tremendous work by the skeletons this round. Okay. That leads us to Merime. What would you like to do?
Well, I'm going to stay near my sister right now. I don't see the point of running in there to engage in melee combat, even though it would be cool to flourish.
I'm ready!
Yay! Flourish, flourish! I'm going to shoot the skeletons. Did any of them get hit yet, or?
No, we have 3 that are turned and 3 that have fired, but they were not hit by anything. The zombie that's been hit a bunch is, I believe, this dude, who was hit a bunch before being turned.
Okay, but he's turned, so I'm not worried about him.
Right.
So I'm gonna go for the skeleton up north then.
This guy over here?
Yeah, that guy, and I'm gonna shoot him.
All right. You shoot him good.
I'm gonna shoot him good. Or I do that.
Or perhaps that. That actually is just enough. The armor that these are in are just, as you can see from the picture, just like falling off their body. So it is not able to dodge out of the way. So you do strike it.
Good, good. So the damage is 10 piercing.
10 piercing.
Plus
okay.
2, actually. I get a plus 2. Oh, no, sorry. That's just melee. Never
melee,
mind.
So just 10? Okay. So that one, you basically strike it right in the pelvis. Just the pelvis, just the bone just shatters, off of it. And and it's not dead, but it looks quite hurt with your arrow shot.
You have a weak pelvis.
Your pelvis is weakened.
Which one were you targeting again?
This one right here.
Yeah,
okay.
That one.
Yeah, you guys got that one. Okay, all good.
Okay. You're going to stay where you are, Merime, other than that?
Yeah, I'm just going to move a little bit so that I feel like I'm affording Nisiana a little bit more protection in case they take their bows out and decide to target this way, basically.
Okay, sounds like a plan. All right. Tofu would not be a great fist. No, I would agree with that. Chat was wondering about meaty fists. Does that mean skeletons are vegan fists because they're meatless? And you're like, that's an interesting question.
They're off and running.
Exactly. All right, that's going to lead us to Alarian, who is up next. You can tell the zombies did not roll well on initiative. Alarian is up next.
Wow.
So I'm gonna javelin or try to javelin this one.
Which one? I'm sorry, I missed it.
Oh, it's okay. This
Bottom
one right
left.
here. There.
I can't see it. Oh, I see now. I see now. That one. Yes.
There you go.
I see him. Yep.
Hey, thank you. All right.
To javelin the skeleton.
Yeah, that shouldn't be too bad. Ow. And it's a 10.
15 will hit.
Oh yeah, 15. Right. Roll the 10. Yes. Okay.
And 5 damage. Is that what I'm looking at?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So, okay, so that's that guy. Okay. So again, strikes it. Definitely solid blow. Not close to death or undeath, but definitely a solid blow struck to it.
Gonna wait for them to come to us or keep plinking with their bows. So yeah.
Okay. And gonna stay where you are, Larian, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I've got the heavy shield out and planted, so I'm hurling from behind that.
Okay. That leads us to Tanton. And actually, Tren, one question about Spanner. How hit point wise, what has Spanner got to begin with?
15, I think. Let me double check that. Yes, 15 hit points.
Okay. So we're putting Spanner at the same as you and right after you. So, okay, Tanton, you're up, and Spanner is right after you. So, would you like to?
Yeah, so seeing all this stuff, like, coming out of the woods where
Almost like swampland around here, by the way. Almost like marshland, kind of. And yes.
It's like, oh dear. But he sees a bunch of them just turn and start running. It's like, oh, and then and so he fires.
It is kind of funny, yeah.
Yeah. And so he's going to fire at this Mr. Scaryton up here.
Okay.
In the top left. And he's going to go pink with his light crossbow. 19.
Okay, that will absolutely hit.
That's 3 piercing.
Okay, and that one, having been the one that was already hit by Merime, you just smash right through the pelvis. Let's just be consistent. What's left of the pelvis crumbles, and this one's just shattered bones.
What do you
fall
have against these skeletons' pelvis?
I don't know. I just made up something. I was thinking of good flat surface to aim at,
Flat shots for all.
Okay. The scapula, I don't know, like the shoulder blade. All right. Anyway, so it falls to the ground, dead again, undead.
Those
shattered.
make good axes if you need one in the survival situation.
Okay, so
anyway,
and are you moving in anywhere, Tanton? Or you staying?
Yeah, he's gonna step back this way about 5 feet or so.
Okay.
And he's basically gonna be like, Spanner, try to prove if you're worth your metal.
All right, and Spanner, with a look at you, then charges off.
Right. Exactly.
Master, I have joined the skeletons. All right. Where is Spanner attacking? Where do you have Spanner aiming?
He is going over here to bite this guy in the face.
Okay.
No, the pelvis. The pelvis.
Oh, that's a good point. You should probably
not a skeleton. My pelvis is immune.
Right. Sure. Right. Force empowered rend.
Ooh, good opening attack from Spanner. Definitely
23.
Hits. Yeah.
And that will do 8 points of force damage.
All right, 8 points of force damage. That guy was this one. Okay. All right.
Yeah. I know. And he's basically just going to kind of stand there growling at him.
All right, and as Chad has pointed out, this would be a Spanner in the works. And for Spanner,
why do you think I chose the name?
Poor Spanner, you really have to femur him.
Oh,
well done, Blade and Passion.
You know
well
what? I've got to go.
I have a bone to pick with your joke, Light and Passion.
Brand new batteries in my electroshock racket, and I have to go forget this conversation.
All right, good stuff out of Spanner. All right, it is finally the zombies' turn, who, to be clear, rolled a 0 on their initiative. I want that to be clear. Not very initiative-based. So this one starts making his way. This one
runs for like 10 rounds.
I have to suddenly remember somewhere else they've got to be.
A joke, no. Right. Okay. And the ones that are remaining.
Bone humor very funny.
Not funny. All right. Closes in on. Let's see. Dervo, and is going to try to hit with a meaty fist, and may connect on this one. Let's see. That is Yep, that is going to hit. You hear this sort of fleshy, squishy sound as it impacts. Okay. And, go. Okay. And you hear a grunt from Dervo, who has just been hit by this zombie. This one is going to move in and is going to attack Yana. And is going to critically hit.
Oh.
Smacks Yana right in the face, like just directly in the face. Let's see. That is going to end up being 7 points of damage to Yana, bludgeoning damage.
Ow.
All right.
All right, 50%
and
hit points.
Then the one that's attacking Spanner, or that Spanner is attacking, is going to attack it and is going to miss terribly, I suspect, with a 6 is not going to get the job done. I'm guessing against Spanner. All right, and that's the zombies. And that's going to lead us back up to the top of the round. Hilar Brissal turns, seeing the creatures running away from him and also seeing the zombie that has attacked Dervo, and drops his crossbow to the ground and draws forth a short sword and attacks and misses the zombie. Apparently was too distracted with the crossbow. Dervo gets a chance to attack and attacks with his axe and is going to hit. Smacks into it with a satisfying crunch, or I guess satisfying squish, I guess would be the more accurate description. All right, and that one was this. Okay. All right, that's Dervo. And let's see where they're going to aim for. The halfling is probably going to fire then at the skeleton over here, and so fires away with her sling. And again is going to hit, doing some work with that sling.
They're pretty cool.
Yeah, they are. People like good sling users. I've seen some. You can see people who've actually practiced with slings, like do some serious damage.
And they sound amazing.
Yeah, they do.
Crack!
Yep,
You get that whip crack.
Oh
from
yeah,
it?
when it on the impact. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so right.
That guy on YouTube who does primitive technology stuff.
I may have seen the one that that may be the one that I saw.
Sling.
Really cool.
Oh man.
Okay, this one now looks actually quite hurt. And then Sprocket is going to fire off a crossbow bolt at. It's going to move over here so as to get a clear shot over the halfling, and is going to fire at the same skeleton down there. And is going to also hit. That's the second time that all three characters there have connected, and actually destroys this one. So this one is destroyed by the Grey Dogs. Okay, and that's going to lead us to Nisiana. Yana is on deck. What do you want to do, Nisiana?
Okay, just to make sure that I understand the whole channel divinity thing. Channel divinity is just one use of the power, not one of each, right?
Right, exactly. Yes, channel divinity is you are doing whatever you're doing, channeling divinity to do it. So.
Okay. All right. Well then, since I have used that particular ability, I am now going to, with a bonus action, manifest a spiritual weapon.
Aha. I wonder if I have one of those sitting in my handy-dandy token toolbox.
And basically, I was going to manifest it on this side of Yana and whack the guy.
What does your spiritual weapon look like?
Ha! I don't know. Does it look like that?
It's actually probably a club of some kind, a mace. But you know what? I'll take a sword. But
Okay.
it's over here.
I just happen to have Conjured Blade here, so that's why I popped it up. Sorry, it's over. I'll give you control of it, actually, Jen.
Yeah.
And there you go. You should now have control over the sword.
Yep, I manifested it there. I should have had advantage, but I rolled a 20. A non-natural 20. So I'm pretty sure
yes,
I
that
was able to
will
stab him.
definitely hit. And 9 force, huh?
Yeah, apparently.
Good
Nice.
stuff on that. Okay. And that was already one that was hit by Dervo. So these things are tough, though. It is still up, but it was definitely, it looks quite hurt now. But it's still up. But good stuff.
Actually, if I put it here in the middle, will both of them get advantage?
No, remember
Okay.
that because flanks don't always work with every character either. Some of them are not
Gotcha.
in a position to take advantage of the flank. So, but certainly you will get this. This will work for this particular one, and then it can
Okay.
shift over. Okay, and then you are staying where you are positionally,
Yes.
Luciana. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And now
sorry.
using it is now a bonus action, so I can
Yep.
now cantrip and then whack with the spiritual weapon.
Absolutely. Just make sure that because the cantrip is a regular action. And that's fine. Yep. Good job. Good stuff. All right. That's going to lead us to Yana is up next, John. What would Yana like to do?
And I'd like to take advantage. I don't know how he did this, so I'm not going to worry about it.
Whenever you describe this to me, I always think of it as like it's just you're looking at arcane symbols, just like Sanskrit or something. And it's like,
That's about it. Like, for example, his character doesn't have the advantage, normal, disadvantage on there. So I have to roll his scimitar attacks twice to make this work. But he is going to stab at the zombie, which is technically distracted by the floating club sword thing. All right, so first one, a slash. There we go.
hit.
Okay.
These things
Or
are
a
not
big
very good
fat-
on the AC.
One.
Right, yeah, but a big fat
Wow.
one. Although
There's no pluses.
it's finesse only is on the attack roll, not damage, correct? Or is it both? Otherwise-
Well, you should.
hang
Uh,
on. Here we go. Attack and damage.
yeah, it should be damage
Yes.
too. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's actually doing
So it should
3.
be 5.
No, he still rolled the 1, but it's +2, so he's doing actually 3 points. I don't know why, because of 2 dice, but I'm taking the one that pops up in
Okay, so it's
the chat field.
so 3 points of total damage. Okay.
Correct.
All right. So
And I'm gonna see if I can modify his to make it actually
quite
correct.
hurt
Yeah,
now.
there it is. There it is.
Okay, so it looks quite hurt now, but not dead yet. All right.
Go, and his dagger is +2 as well. There we go. Okay, fixed it.
All right, all good.
Yep.
All right. Jan, I assume, is also, is not going to disengage 5 feet or whatever. right?
No,
He's gonna-
because Valerian's gonna come in and smack the hell out of him in just a minute, anyways.
All right. In that case, it is the skeleton's turn. These ones, like as they're still.
Only
running
remember this
away.
previous engagement they had 50 years ago.
I remember when. Okay. So they do this, and then the ones that are remaining. I guess there's only actually one remaining that's not turned. So that one is going to fire away at you again, I guess, Alarian. And is going to get a 20 to hit non-natural.
Nope.
Sorry, did you say nope?
23.
Your AC is 23 because you have the full bulk.
Full plate. Yep.
And-
And the heavy shield.
Wow.
Yep.
All right. Well, then that's the miss then. So
Yep.
clang off of the armor. What's up,
That's
Wookie?
all right.
Goes the arrow. Oh, sorry.
Yes, exactly. All right. There's that. Those are turned. Okay. That's going to lead us to Merime with Alarian on deck.
I am going to shoot at the zombie that is that might hurt Spanner because Spanner is super cute and he is a good boy.
And he looks back. Okay. All right. You can shoot over his head at the zombie. Go ahead and fire away. Yep.
Not awesome damage,
That'll hit.
but there we go. So 4 points of piercing damage.
4 points of piercing damage. Okay. That dude is more hurt, not dead, but more hurt. So you have hit it. And now what would you like to do? Are you staying where you are?
I'm just gonna stay near Nisiana. I don't feel right now with her turning so many of them away. I don't feel like we're in immediate danger. So
Okay. So that's going to lead us to Alarian next with Tantan on deck.
And yes, Valerian will kind of bump their way near Yana and engage the zombie right there.
Okay.
I assume trying to maintain the flank. Do I get the flank bonus? For the
not really. It is flanked by the 2, but you're not one of the flanking. If there was something like here.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay.
But yeah.
Shouldn't. Well, I'm just gonna quiet Star Sword swing. Yeah, it's a hit. Non-natural.
That will hit. 8
and
points
that is
of damage.
Actually, should be. Oh no, must be the 5. Yeah, 8 points. Yep.
Okay, so let's see. I want to make sure that I got the right one. That was there. That was that one. That was that one. That was this one and that one. Okay.
I'm gonna fix that stupid double dive thingy. Very annoying.
Was this with this? Okay,
Anyways.
yeah. So that's going to kill it after Yana's damage. So this one drops down and just drops to the ground. There is the smell of putrid, rotting flesh assails those of you near that portion of the combat, and it drops to the ground, dead again, so to speak.
Nice.
And are you staying where you are, Larian?
I think I've got that one there. You know what? I think you can cover that with these guys. I do move out to engage this one. I will close on them so they can't use their bow on me again, and we will dance the dance.
All right. Sounds good. And Tanton, you were up next. Spanner goes right after you, of course. What would you like to do?
Same as before.
Okay. Firing at the same dude, right? The zombie. Okay.
15.
That will again hit. That is again hurting it. Not dead still. Like a bolt sticking out of it. Like multiple things sticking out, but it's not dead yet. But damage has been done. And you're going to stay where you are, Tanton, before Spanner does his thing. All right. So Spanner's up.
Think, or rather, Chompy.
Even the zombie can somehow avoid a 7, though. Sadly. So Spanner tries to jump up at the and then counterattacks since the zombie is right there, and is going to attempt to again hit it with previously mentioned meaty fist. 13.
Nope.
Okay. Let's see. Oh. I need to check one thing in the...
You know, you didn't finish that sentence out loud.
Yeah, I made a slight mistake. The creature that you thought you had killed, Alarian, is... And this may change whether you want to run towards the skeleton. I'll allow you to redo that.
Yes, please.
You strike it strongly, and it sort of falls to one knee, but even though your blow should have destroyed it, it is not quite dead, and it rises back up to its feet. Now, it is not healed. It seems more like this is an unearthly kind of fortitude that it has. So
it's a zombie equivalent action surge.
Sort of. So
in that
it's
case,
still...
yes, I would stay here.
Yeah, so go ahead and stay back up there then. That was my mistake. I missed that. So, okay. Meanwhile, back at the ranch with Spanner, that was a miss, and so the zombie hit back. And what did I just say it did? So it was a
miss for the 14, I think. 13.
13, and that was a miss on Spanner?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hey, what's up, Rock God? School lunch on Meatloaf Day. Yes, that's exactly the smell of Rudnell. Exactly. Okay. This one. These two. Okay, you get the drill there. And these two up here. This one that rose back to its feet is going to attempt to... A lot of creatures. I think it's going to try to attack the one that just attempted to destroy it, which is Alarian. And that is going to be not even close with an 11. The one that has been attacking Dervo is going to critically miss. So much for that idea from the zombies. All right. That brings us back.
He could strike himself with his meaty fist.
Yes, punch himself in the face. More or less, that's what he tried to do, it seems. All right. Hilar Brasal is going to swing at him again, is going to miss again. Dervo is going to swing at him. Dervo will not miss that guy and is going to do this damage there. Yeah. Okay. So that's all right. So this guy, let's see if he makes it. He does not. All right. So Dervo strikes this thing and little parts fly all over, and this thing does in fact die and does not get back up. So Dervo says, how many more of these things? This last one is going to, already missed you, Alarian. We already did stuff with that. They went, right. So the halfling is going to fire, I guess, at the skeleton again, because the halfling was doing that before. The halfling is going to hit yet again. Halfling has yet to miss in this fight. Okay. And is going to do a little bit of damage, a glancing blow. And then Sprocket, the Warforged, is going to step back 5 feet, disengage basically, or get away from it 5 feet, and then fire at the zombie that's got all the people around it. Is going to hit again. And is going to, this time, actually destroy it. Again, this is just sort of blown into bits. So that leaves us with, now, 4 skeletons and 4 zombies. And 3 of the skeletons are turned. 3 of the zombies are turned. And we have 1 zombie and 1 skeleton remaining that are not turned and are hanging out here. And so that brings us down to Nisiana, who's up next.
Alrighty, so I am going to Sacred Flame this guy.
Okay.
And then I'm going to move my sword to flank the puppy and stab him with my bonus action.
What's the DC on the Sacred Flame? Is it 14 again?
Yes, let me roll it. DC 14,
okay.
Yes.
All right. So it is going to make that.
Okay. And then
so dodges out of the way.
How
far did that spiritual weapon move?
60.
Okay, great. Nice.
That's what I was checking.
Yep.
Can I do this?
Yeah, the spiritual weapon is really useful in the aforementioned Celesta game that Trent and I have talked about before as well.
I mean, technically I have advantage on that, but I think 22 will
Smash. Absolutely you do.
But you might crit.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I should roll again to see if I hit a 20. Natural 20. No.
Okay. So, let's see. 9 force damage. All right, so same thing as before. This thing drops, but then from the grave, the light shining in its eyes, it comes back up to its feet.
It is like the Terminator.
You cannot kill me, McLeod. All right. It does that. Good work, though, still out of Nisiana with that. Nisiana, you're staying where you are?
Oh, yeah, I'm not. No.
You're enjoying this spot. All right, Yana, you're up. What would Yana like to do, John?
Is going to...
If Acid Splash is within range, she would Acid Splash at this point, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm just going to have to stick to cantrips. That is 60 feet, yeah. Yep. Oh, yeah, that should work actually better. So, target, yeah. So, dex saving throw for Bowboy here down at the bottom. And otherwise, it's a d6 acid damage. So.
Okay.
Dex save versus what?
Yep. What is the DC?
13.
Not even close to making that. So.
Splishy, splashy, and we get damage. There it is. 1 sizzly point.
Of course.
Keeping Rob's tradition of terrible damage.
I was going to say, yeah.
And of course, it's a 1, and the other die, which didn't count, is a 6. Naturally.
Yep.
Should have aimed for the pelvis. I think we've all learned.
Yeah. Well, he's softened it up for Alarian when they.
Every point counts.
That's right, exactly. Every
So,
point counts. All right. The skeleton, which was Yana just hit, the skeleton is going to fire away and is probably going to fire away. I'm
actually going to say Yana, where she is, that Alarian is completely blocking her.
Yeah, I think is going to fire at Tanton. It's between a couple that are sort of on the outside of the group. So, cool. That's a 23 to hit Tanton.
That will hit.
Ew.
That's 4 points of damage, Tanton.
Okay.
As the arrow thuds into your side. All right. And that was that skeleton. And then these ones, almost off the map, basically. And continually running away. All right. That's going to lead us to Merime with Ilarion on deck. Merime, what would you like to do?
I'm going to shoot the skeleton that just shot my friend.
Okay. Make it so.
Like that. I am.
22 will absolutely hit. 11.
Yeah.
Okay. 11. See, you softened. It was softened up by the acid. So the crossbow goes right through the eye socket and blows out the back of the skull, and the thing topples over and hits the ground. And as it does all of this, you are sort of beginning to feel rather, good about all of yourselves here. And then, with a blood-curdling roar,
moo!
An undead ogre stomps from the mists. Now, this one, all of you recognize not just Merime, because this wears the blood-spattered armor of the Braelish heavy infantry, and it has a battering ram strapped to its forearm. And that, I think, is a good spot for us to take our break. So, you are watching the amazing D&D with Infinity and Beyond crew, represented tonight by Trendane Sparks, by Marie Bilodeau, by John Helfers, and Jennifer Brozek. Darkside Rob is ill. He'll be fine, but we wish Rob the best and hope he's feeling better. But he will be back, of course, next month. In the meantime, the party is in the middle of dealing with this undead attack, and we will see how well they do on the other side of the break. If you like what you see in here, please follow the channel, support the Patreon, and please spread the word about this show and about this campaign and about these wonderful players. Chat, please be so kind as to hold tight, and we will be right back to you in about 10 minutes or so. We'll be right back. Bye for now. Okay, and we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to Day 11, D&D with INB, Eberron Oracle of War, Where the Dead Wait, Part 1. And we've seen the dead. The dead indeed did wait, and now they're done waiting, apparently. Now they've decided that that's enough of that. So let's fire up our combat music, and right as we left our heroes of Infinity and Beyond, it was right towards... Where's my music? I think it's this. Yes, there it is. No. It's not that. It is, in fact, this music. And they don't have any initiative, that's true. However, this ogre zombie that just decided to show the hell up definitely does. And I believe the last person who went was Merime, I want to say. Right, Merime? You had just shot, I believe. Was it you that shot?
Yeah, took him out with a crossbow shot.
This thing comes in. Now, quick note here about this thing. It is extremely large. You can see that it is it's taller, a little taller than you, Alarian, and certainly wider. I think it's fair to say. And this thing comes barreling forward, but you can tell from the grayish skin and from some of the looking of the putrid flesh and so on that it is definitely not definitely not living in the same way. And it's going to come running. I think it's actually from here. So let's see. It is going to run right in towards. Yeah. 5, 10, 20. Yep. Okay. So it is going to run in, and it is going to swing at you, Merime. Comes bashing, breaking through Kool-Aid Man style out of the. No, yeah.
We could have been friends.
I don't think so.
And brings its battering ram arm down towards you. That is going to be a 23.
Yeah, that hits.
Ow.
Despite my shiny armor, which still looks nice.
That's true.
Oh, yeah.
It is going to do 14 points of damage to you, Merime, of bludgeoning damage as you are smacked by this thing. And it literally is a battering ram, like like a thing that you would use to break into small fortresses and stuff like that, small castles and so forth. That's exactly what this is. And it strikes you and then roars its defiance at you.
As my reaction, can I cry a bit?
Yes, you do. Crying is a free action. You can feel free to. And with that, it is now Alarian's turn. And Alarian, you just heard and saw that, so yeah.
Yep. It is okay. This is gonna suck, but here we go. All right, and it's my points, right? Shove past Alana and basically charge right back at it, and gonna take a big old swing at it with me swordy sword.
Okay.
Right.
In you come.
Iana, that is me. Plant the shield.
Starforge versus Ogre Zombie. Go.
Yeah, pretty much. You shall not pass, or something. All right. Ooh.
Oh, sitting there. Yes, that will hit.
Oh, off the 3, but I got a 22. Yep. And that is 9 points of slashy damage. Slashy.
So you strike into its side, and it seems to take that in stride.
In stride. Cute. Very nice, Harv.
You're going to stand.
I will plant and pretty much tower shield up, and let's go, buddy.
All right. That's going to lead us to
heavy shield. Sorry.
It's going to lead us to Tantin is up next.
More of the same. Trying to get rid of that.
That zombie over there.
Yeah. So, bink. 13.
That will hit.
8 points.
And this time, again, since this is the second time this has happened, and this thing is going to drop to the ground and is now dead, or more dead than it was previous.
Dead for real.
Yeah, for
not
real
the fake dead.
Really, that kind of dead. All right. Okay, Tintin, are you moving anywhere, or are you staying where you are?
No, he's gonna stay where he is for right now.
Okay. That's going to lead us to Spanner then. What would Spanner like to do?
Spanner is going to turn around and see what's going on, and he is going to haul tail, his stubby little mechanical tail, over here.
Okay.
Where he is now in flanking position with Alarian against this thing.
Okay.
And he's going to chomp it.
Okay.
In the undead butt.
In the undead butt.
It is quite a large ogre buttock, but he is repelled by its buttock power.
One,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
Accidentally chomps his own butt, and
right. That's why he has a little mechanical nub tail. Yeah.
Right. Makes that mistake.
A little too
before.
enthusiastic one day.
Right.
Sadly, no luck there. But, okay, that was Spanner. But now you can already see that the rest of the zombies continue. Continue to walk away, and that's going to bring us up to the top. And Hilar Brasal sort of curses again and says, "How many more of these things?" and steps over to it and slashes away with his short sword at the big guy and misses. Hilar Brasal has not actually hit very much in this one. The Grey Dogs have been hitting a lot, but
you know what? Not. I'm stupid. I said that I had advantage, and then I didn't.
Oh yeah, you didn't do advantage. That's right. Actually. Yeah, you're right.
Wait a minute.
The whole point of flanking. Trent.
Yeah, I know. So we'll try this again.
Flank empowered rend, as it were.
Right. So.
Hey, that's 16. More like it. That hits. Yeah,
right.
Absolutely.
There you
go. That whole business about biting himself in the butt, not true.
6 points.
Okay. All right. So again, seems to
force damage to the butt.
Yep. Right. All right. So all the rest of what I just mentioned happens. The zombies win. Hilar misses. The Grey Dogs now go. Dervo is going to
back the hell up.
Yeah. Well, no. He's got an axe. He's going to stay up front. And he will swing away. He will hit. Dervo continues to hit. Has been hitting all the time. All right, and strikes at a solid blow. Okay. Let's see. I keep forgetting the name of the halfling. Nella, I believe, steps back and is going to again sling away, and is going to hit again. All right, hit it again. And then Sprocket, who is not very happy about this situation, is going to disengage 5 feet, is going to step away, and is going to fire with its crossbow, and is going to again hit it.
Wow.
All right. Grey Dogs have been doing a lot this time. All right. Nisiana, you were up. Yana is on deck.
Okay, so I am going to start with a Sacred Flame on said ogre, and then I will be moving my spiritual weapon over to whack. So we'll start with the Sacred Flame.
Yeah, that's basically right, Rudno. Okay.
And again, 1 hit point. But 1 hit point?
Let's see. And he actually makes that save.
Of course he does.
That's hilarious.
Right,
that is hilarious. Well, 1-0, I suppose, wouldn't have made.
Didn't you roll 1 and an 8 the last time too?
Something like that. So flanking with, I guess, Hilar at this point is my.
Everyone is like gathered around it, like surround the thing.
Yeah, well,
it's become a raid boss for WoW. Just die. Why won't you die? Okay.
Don't stand in the fire, Tangent.
Okay.
16 will hit, and 12 force.
Nice.
Some serious
I think that is
damage.
the most I can do for.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I hope
8
so.
plus 4,
some
yeah.
serious damage on that. All right. All right. Starting to look a little perturbed. This creature is, at having been hit by a lot.
Can I confirm one thing with you though,
Sure.
Greg? If I healed this thing, is it being undead, that would cause a damage?
Probably. Although it's actually been a while since I've seen that done in 5e, so I need to check
not
again.
in 5e.
I don't think it does
Really?
it. I don't know. I need to check again.
Okay.
Yeah, no,
they
it's
changed
not.
it
It's
in
not.
5e.
It's not. Yeah, not in 5e. So.
All right. Good to know.
It's been a while since that was the case.
Because you don't really have positive and negative energy in 5e.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fine.
All right, and you're staying where you are, Nisiana, I'm guessing?
Yeah, I'm not getting within striking distance of this thing.
Logical. Yana, you're up.
Yana will hurl Yield Acid splashy at them. So it's a dex save versus DC
All right.
13.
It does not make that. So it is
Then
splashed.
it will take the acid splashy damage of 3 points.
Okay.
Woo-hoo. All right. Sizzle,
3
sizzle.
points.
Yep.
Psst. All right. Okay.
Mhm.
And then Yana stays where she is.
Yeah.
The and the skeletons are basically essentially off the map or getting that way. more
Ogre,
or
take
less.
care of it. We leave now.
They're over there. Yeah, they're on their way out. Marime, you're up.
Just so I'm clear where I'm at right now, because the ogre hit my head.
That's right. And then Ilarion basically pushed his way between. So you technically, really to be accurate, Marime, you're sort of like this, but you could disengage. Sorry, not the big guy. Just you. Damn it. Go out of the way for a second. You could move back 5 feet if you wish, if you wanted to do that, like to get clear of it, or you could stay, but you're technically in melee range, although Ilarion's right on top of you, is on top of it, and it seems to be focusing its attention on Ilarion at the moment, but that could, of course, change, since it did attack you once before. You could join this surround the ogre and fight, wail on it thing, if you want.
If if it's going to get an attack of opportunity, if I break out, I'm just going to stay near it then.
It would get an attack of opportunity, yes. So
not a huge fan of that idea.
Yeah.
So I am going to
Are you going to flourish it?
I am, because
Just a little bit.
I can bring my AC up by flourishing it.
Okay.
So I'm going to step up and I'm going to I guess I'm flanking it, right? So I get advantage here.
Yes.
Advantage. Bloop. Okay, so I'm going to come and I'm going to duck and poke it. You're mean.
And it's like, it seems to have no idea what you're doing.
Oh, look at that.
Well, that's going to hit. This thing is not big on AC.
Okay.
11
Good.
piercing. All right.
And
Nice.
then after I hit it, I am going to do and this is my first time doing it, so it's a defensive flourish. So I'm going to roll my inspiration die, a d6. It's going to get extra damage, and then it will also be added to my AC.
Nice. Okay.
Okay? So
Wow.
I'm going to do that. So
Okay.
I kind of come back and I hit it again. I said really mean.
Whoa.
Oh, yes.
Wow. Okay, so another 6 points of damage, and then you have... Does that mean you have an AC of 23 now?
Yeah, until the end of until my next turn,
Wow.
I have an AC of 23.
So it is completely bamboozled. Like, you do some awesome, movement around, and it's just like, it has no idea what's happening.
I made an M in his skin.
Yeah. Like he's summoned to, it's a scarlet letter. All right. So
Look, I'm chubby spawn now.
it's the Kalashtar Zoro. All right. So so he is not pleased with any of that, and he is extremely displeased, so much so that he is going to attempt to hit you again. Even despite the defensive. Yeah, I know. Sorry, what? He will do so.
And he will do so with disadvantage.
Yeah. Yep. It's not so great for him. So
Okay with it?
yeah, so 13 and that disadvantage is not going to hit you, right, Marime?
Oh no, I've got 23 armor
23,
class
yeah,
right
yeah,
now.
not at all. He just
I am
he's
like, aha!
"Yeah," he sort of swings wildly at whatever just hit him.
Superman.
M's. All right, Ilarion is up. He's going to stay where he is. Ilarion is up, and Tanton is on deck.
Larian has advantage. He's going to take advantage of that advantage and go try to slice the hell out of him. Bam. Well, I'll take that natural 20.
Wow.
Yeah,
All right.
that won't hurt at all.
Max damage.
So
Not
that's
you.
no, exactly. That's 11 points total.
Okay.
Slicey. Yep.
All right.
Long time to see one of those.
All right.
Good.
Good
Cool.
stuff. Max
You
damage.
appreciate the
Wait.
distraction by Miriam.
How many points?
Yeah, it should be more than 11. It's max damage, right? So
1d8 plus 3 is 11 points.
Oh yeah, 1d8 plus 3. All right, well that
And
is
Star Sword is great, but it doesn't.
That is indeed max
massive
damage.
on the damage. Yeah.
So the ogre zombie is now extremely hurt, and kind of waving, its battering ram arm around. Okay, Tanton, you are up.
Again, same sort of thing. firing at the ogre, which is probably significantly larger than everybody who's over there.
Other than Ilarion, but I think you can slide over enough that you can probably get a shot on it, yeah.
Yeah.
Ilarion does not conceal it. Although it depends on how bulked up Ilarion wants to be. Like, I am a fortress.
You'll see with a shot. Yeah.
So yeah, he'll move over here. And
because my regular scale armor is kind of how Ilarion always looks. So,
M&M mascot made of rotten meat. It's troubling, but probably
16.
True. 16 will hit, and you said 2 points?
2 points of piercing.
Okay, so again, extremely doink into its side as it's into its shoulder as it continues to basically writhe about. Where are you going to be, Tanton?
Right where I'm standing.
You stand in the same place? Okay. And then Spanner will get his attack next.
Yes, he will. At advantage, and I'll remember to actually do it this time. So here's a 1. And here's a 2.
Okay,
13.
So 13 will hit.
Okay. 7 force damage.
Okay, so when you hit it for 7 points of damage, it drops to the ground and starts to kind of rise up and then and just face plants basically on the ground. And as you look around, you can see that the turned creatures are continuing to run away from you and are basically, as much as they can be, sort of moving out of range. That's the good news. The not so good news
Dracolich. No.
Is that a massive Dracolich? No.
Undead Tarrasque.
Oh, that's a good idea. Instead, you hear in the distance, right after these creatures drop, and Hilar and he runs over to where the Oracle of War has been sitting on top of the thing, and pulls out, opens one of the drawers and pulls out the folding telescope from it, and looks out, and then we're surrounded. Oh no, wrong voice. We're surrounded by undead. A lot more than that. There's got to be 50 or 60. We can't deal with this many. And hands the telescope over to the nearest person, which is probably Ilarion, I guess, there, and sort of hands it to you, Ilarion. So if you want to take a look through it, you can confirm that it indeed looks like there are, from a considerable distance, because it's up and over this hill, but you can hear moans and you can see many more creatures shambling in your direction. Some of them do look large, like the zombie ogre that you just defeated, and some of them look smaller, but they all look to be of some dangerous sort of scenario that you see right now. And
are we on a hill right now, or
no? You're
rise?
Underneath. You're kind of in a depression, really. Yeah. Is what you're in.
Where's the nearest high ground?
Right. So, and he points to Hilar points up to it and points to the house that you saw on the hill and says, "It's got to be that one. It's the most defensible position around here. Has to be." And indeed, like, you're looking at it, you would pretty much guess that's exactly right. Like, you all did a great job against these things, but if you fight basically 6 times this number, that's going to be rough. Yeah.
All right.
So the Grey Dogs are already starting to move in that direction, like half panicked.
Let's go. And they will start moving up. They want to get to the top of the hill and then take a look around to see if there's any part of this ring that might be a weak point that we could use to break free. The other question is to Tanton. Tanton, take out your hand. How fast can that plane tensor disc move?
Oh, as fast as I can. Yes.
Good to know.
It just can't go up sheer cliffs or over chasms or anything. It has to.
But it will stay with you.
Oh, well, 20 feet behind me, yes.
Very well. All right. Well, I guess we're going to relocate to the house.
Okay. So all of you make your way up to are heading towards this area. Since you're out of combat here, you can take an opportunity. You don't really time to get into like long conversations or anything like that. But you could, like, as you're going, like, throw on, if you wanted to do like a quick heal or something like that, you could do that. But it's got to be quick. There's no time for. This is like a 30-40 second deal at most, maybe a minute at most.
So who actually got hurt?
I think Yana did.
Yana took 7.
Jeremy, you did.
And Dervo, one of the gray dogs, took damage as well.
Okay. The people who are all hurt, I basically say, get close to me, and I'm going to do a prayer of healing.
Okay, they do that.
Which will get the 6. Let me roll that. Prayer of healing. +4, so 22 points. Everybody gets 22 points back.
All right.
Nice. Thank you. I'm back up full.
Yeesh. Okay.
Well, prayer of healing is powerful, so it's that's.
I know. I'm not complaining.
Can't do it all that often, but it's worth it.
Right.
Thank
Nope,
you.
I can do it. I can at this point. I can do it. How many more times? I can do it 4 more times. 3 more times.
3 more times. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Let me mark that.
Prayer of healing 3 more times. Okay. So,
one more question: Are the
sure.
brush we're going through, like this stuff? What does it look like?
It is. Sorry, again. It's what?
It's undead brush.
Yeah, exactly. You were attacked by undead grassland. No.
Undead prickers. They never come out.
Yeah. No, it is basically sort of a kind of a marshy grass, and it looks very much as you're going along here, as if it's like there's a kind of scent of sort of marsh and mushrooms, very squishy through here, and the bushes themselves look like they've seen better days. In fact, in some ways, they might be living, these things, but it also feels to you as if this grass is somewhat. It's almost like, I don't know if you've ever had the experience. Well, here's a good example. A Christmas tree, right, that has been, that is a live Christmas tree, but has been kept for much longer past its sell-by date, if you know what I mean. People stop watering it, whatever. If you look from a distance, it almost looks like it's alive, and then if you touch it, like 6 billion needles would fall from it because it really is not. That's kind of what this looks like. So as you go through, the leaves are sort of hard, stiff, and kind of scrape a little bit against your skin, and then kind of fall off fairly quickly as you go through them. So it's either dead or almost in stasis, like from the effect of the gray. So it is kind of undead bushes, but it's
gonna reach out and grab a handful and break it off and take it with me.
Okay, you can do that. Kind of crumbles as you do that. Just be aware, like there's not,
Oh, so it literally just falls apart.
Yeah, mostly.
And it curses your existence.
Yeah, it also destroys your hands. No. Okay.
Turn to the plant star forge. I am now Star Thing.
I'm now plant forged. Yeah.
I'm Star Thing. That's what
Star
I am.
Thing.
Yes.
Oh man. Okay. Now as you arrive at the building, and I actually have a map view of this too. Let's bring you over here. So this single floor cottage looks like it may have once been a pleasant, cozy place. But now its filthy, curtainless windows are like pits into a black, lifeless abyss. The front door is open, swinging lazily on its creaking hinges. In the distance, you hear moaning and shambling closer. You have very little time to fortify this cottage before the dead are upon you. And there's one note that I want to make, by the way, and Nisiana, I would like you to make a religion check for me, please.
Okay.
This place is not going to get a Yelp review for me, that's for sure.
Apparently I am, I rolled a 3.
Yeah. Yeah, something about the undead is sort of, something's odd about this situation, but you can't sort of put your finger on what exactly.
All I can think about is the whole, they start to die, then they come back, and then
Yeah,
That's
I mean that's
weird.
a little weird. Yeah, something strange about this for sure. But in any case, so all right, so you this is what you see on the outside of the cottage, and as I say, the front door is open, and I believe the front door. Actually, let me just get that map. I think the front door is.
It's right here.
Too many pages.
See, I mean, it looks like it has a knob on it.
Yes, the front. Yes, that's right.
Okay.
So the front door is. This is basically a wooden porch that you see in front right.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
Oh, so we come in. Okay, gotcha. We're at the
So
back.
you're at this area. Yeah, down here, and you can see there's more of these bushes around. Yeah, sorry, you're all on that side. I looked up and all of a sudden everyone's just like. Right, you're down there, and let me bring on.
And you said the door is swinging open already.
Yeah, exactly. It's just sort of on its but just swinging back and forth, like not like it swings as you arrive.
But the point is, it is still open, and things could have gotten inside.
Correct.
So Alarian is going to take the porch and pretty much, look inside actually first.
Okay, sounds good. Let me just quickly go over and grab the.
I've seen this
gray
movie;
dogs.
it doesn't end well. Just
50 zombies that are waiting inside for us. Yeah.
It's one with Chris Hemsworth, right?
that's the one. Yeah.
God.
Yeah.
I think after what I know of that movie, I think I'd rather take the Evil Dead cabin.
Okay, there are the.
Someone is in my fruit cellar.
And I'm missing one right
You
there.
need me
So I was
to
missing. There we go.
throw a light in there, or is
Yes. So now here's the thing about that. You can see maybe just a little bit past the front door, but beyond that, it's basically dark because it's dim light. Remember, in general, out here most of the time.
Oh, keep in mind,
And
Arv, I
so-
have the motes of light around me myself, anyways.
Okay,
as
so do the
Aegis.
motes
Yeah.
do the motes of light actually mechanically illuminate more than just
I
your immediate
need to
area?
look at that because I'm not entirely sure.
Because that's kind of important to.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
not? I can touch part of your armor and make it glow.
Oh, there you go.
glowing Starforged.
Nice target for the undead.
I know, which is terrible, but
That's the Aegis thing. Okay. Great, not something else. Okay. I think it's up at the top. Let me see if what it does. It's one of those. It's one of the, like every one of us has it, as I recall. Okay.
It is the cabin from. Right? It's like, no, it really is the cabin from Evil Dead. This is not a good idea.
Yada yada yada. Here we go. Come on. Sorry. Oh the hell! I do not know where it is. I'll have to look at it. I'm assuming it. I don't think it does. I think it's just motes that make me a target for people.
That's what I figured.
That's really all it is. I don't think it helps me see.
So you will need some light in here then beyond this. Except, I mean, those who have dark vision are concerned about this, but those of you who don't are going to need light. And remember, and if light is used, that will disrupt the dark vision. So,
yeah, motes of armor, flickering on armor, they flare brighter, but does not say it gives any kind of light bonus. So I'm going to assume no.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
Also, as you're standing on this porch, by the way, Alarian, it creaks alarmingly. So old.
But he hovers, he floats. So.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that's true. It wouldn't. That's true. Yes, I take that.
Technically,
back.
yeah.
It wouldn't affect. That's true. It wouldn't affect you necessarily, but it is a creaky porch. People can tell you'll have to get on it. So.
Yeah. So they'll look back and we need light.
And so one of the gray dogs actually has essentially what looks like almost like a kind of looks like a flare stick almost of some kind, where they basically snap it. Tanton, you probably take a bit of interest in this. They snap it, and there's like kind of flares around the outside, a little bit of light, and then comes forward, and it's Dervo. Is it Dervo? No, I'd say it's Sprocket, actually, who stands forward and hands it to you, Alarian, and then steps back.
That'll work. Okay. All right, with the light sticky thing, what do I see now?
Okay. So now, just inside the front, you can see this.
That looks charming.
This is the inside, or at least the first portion of what looks like a ruined living room. You need to get a little farther into the door, like just, like right inside the door to be able to see more.
Sure. I've dropped down to my regular shield, so my armor class is now 22, so I can still hold the stick in one hand and my sword out in the other because I ain't taking anything for granted.
So now you can see there are a few things that are notable here. There is a fireplace. You can see that over to the right. You can see a couple of bookshelves sitting over here to the left. There's a worn yellow couch, and then there's a trap door in this side of the room, and there's dirt and dead leaves covering the floor. But the other thing you notice is that above the mantelpiece, over the mantelpiece here, is the snarling head of a displacer beast.
Oof. That's something you don't see every day. What's this weird, I don't know, splatter in the middle of the floor?
Those are dirt and leaves, dirt and dead leaves covering the floor.
And Trent, I hope you're ready to do the voice when we go check out the trapdoor.
Oh, that voice. Thank you.
Yeah, that
I was like, which? Okay, got it.
They will turn back and say, the initial room is clear. And then they will advance into the room. You said trapdoor, and this is something? What is this? Another door?
Yes. So you've got over in that side a door that is, just a door. And then there's an open area. And as you advance forward, you can see that there is an open spot leading into a further room over here.
They stop in the middle of this room, listening for any sounds of movement from beyond.
Okay. Go ahead and make a perception check for me, please. And then I'm going to ask what everyone else is doing in just a second.
Perception. For some reason I had advantage on, but I got a 17.
Yeah, you don't hear anything in particular except the slightly getting louder all the time. The moans of the undead in the distance.
If I can, I'll push over to the doorway of the open space to see if at least the first floor is. This is one story or two stories?
This is all one story, although there is, as I mentioned, there's the cellar or whatever, the trapdoor that leads somewhere.
But above ground is one story.
That's right. In this area, you see that there is fresh food, from what you can tell, Ilarion, perfectly preserved, which is sitting on a shelf next to a dresser full of utensils. And on the other side, I think you can probably see that from here, actually. You can actually see that there is a cold fireplace with a grease-stained roasting spit standing next to a barrel of filthy black water. And in front of you...
What does this place... I do have senses, even though I don't eat. What does this place smell like?
The inside of this place reeks of damp and mildew. And that's really the biggest notable thing, is the sort of damp and mildew and mold that you can smell here. What are the rest of you doing, by the way, while Ilarion is going in here? The gray dogs are sort of huddled together, looking extremely nervous, and Hilar is walking over here and kind of standing on the porch, looking in as Ilarion does his thing. What's everybody else doing?
I will go to the door and walk in.
Okay.
And then be kind of terrified of the displacer beast thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because, is it the head and tentacles, or is it just the head of a snarling cat? Or...
So it looks to you like it's just, from what you can tell, it's the head. You need to go closer to be able to see more of it and be able to kind of see more of it. Just from where you are, it looks like the cat head and then maybe a couple of the tentacles around the back.
Okay, so I will not stand in the doorway if anybody else wants to come in behind me.
Okay.
But I don't really want to stand out there where there's undead coming. Plus, I'm trying to figure out what I'm missing. Something is niggling at my head, apparently.
Okay. Tantin and Maramé, what are you doing?
Maramé?
I'm going to go in and just being aware that there is an army of undead coming. I want to do kind of a quick analysis of windows to furniture and can we actually secure this area?
Okay, couple
and
notes.
I'm going to ask Tantin's opinion while I go, because...
Couple notes quickly about that. Just from this living room area where you are right now, Maramé, The door itself, although it was open, is made of wood. It looks like it's in, all things considered, reasonable shape, but it is a wood door. It's not going to hold forever. There is obviously this furniture. You see this yellow couch, and presumably you could, knock stuff over, move it against the doors. The thing about the windows is that the windows themselves do not seem to open or close, and so you can see that they're sort of shuttered and are like closed from the inside and locked. And so they seem, again, reasonably defensible, though again, they're not, they're in okay shape, but obviously something could break through them. So that's what you note about that. But that's pretty much all. Actually, I guess, I think that's all you would notice based on what you were looking for. And that's just in this room.
I'm going to kind of continue my observation, but I'm going to call back to Hilar and say, like, maybe get everyone in here. If there's something that's going to eat us in here, we should know for sure there's something that's going to eat us out there. So get in here and let's start making sure this place is defendable.
All right, makes sense. And he calls on them. All right, get in here, all of you. And so there's a pause, and then the 3 gray dogs enter and sort of stand around looking nervously. They seem to stand as far as they can from the displacer beast head over here, pretty close to his far, and occasionally look down nervously at the trapdoor. Yana, John, what's Yana doing for this?
Actually, as soon as most of the people went inside, she will do the same.
Tanton has gathered up 5 rocks, and while he's walking inside, he grabs his jeweler's tools, and his tattoos start glowing, and on each of the rocks he draws a small glyph, and they immediately light up, and he just starts passing out light stones to everybody when he gets inside.
Nice. Okay. So the place is now quite well lit, those who are holding stones. Okay.
What's happening with the Oracle of War?
So the Oracle of War is still just sort of silently waiting there. It has not spoken again since the whole whatever it said, resetting, refilling, whatever the heck it said at the very end of the last battle. So it has not done anything as of yet.
Let me restate my question. Sure. Where is the Tantan floating disc, and can it get into this place?
Oh, yeah. It can, and it's right behind Tantan. 20 feet, right?
Okay.
Behind.
20 feet, yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure we weren't leaving it outside for the undead.
Yeah. If it's any closer than that, it won't move. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Spanner is following you in, Tantan?
As soon as I get control of him.
Oh, sorry. I forgot every time I move into the new map, I have to do that again.
Yeah.
Okay, and controlled by Tantan, etc. Okay, sorry. There you go. Okay.
So Tantan moves far enough in that the disc moves into the main room there with everybody else.
Okay. The gray dogs kind of look as the disc
right
moves
about
in.
Here.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. All right. Tantan, you've moved in there. Alarian, what are you doing?
Opening the door to the last room we haven't looked at yet.
Okay. When you open that door,
Blagothus.
Blagothus
have to do it every time.
Just
someday,
in a session
someday
without
it's going to work.
Blagothus. Yes.
Someday it's actually going to happen. Okay.
Even though he's dead, yes.
Here that could be different. That
That's
could
true.
change.
Maybe he's brought back in the world of Eberron. We don't know. Okay.
Undead Blagothus.
So, in this room, from what you can tell, there's a bookshelf which you can see over here. There is what looks like some kind of a desk, like maybe a writing desk, and there is a harpsichord. And as soon as the door opens, as soon as you open it to see what's inside, you start seeing. Let me see if I can actually find this particular thing. Give me that. Let's go with that.
Tantan is also setting his sights towards figuring out how to reinforce and bolster the defenses of this place.
Okay. Let's see. I think this works. Okay. So the harpsichord starts to play this odd music.
Dun, 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 dun.
And nothing obviously is in front of it. The harpsichord is playing itself. And as you look down at the pedals of it, you can see that there are 2 severed feet pumping away at the harpsichord's pedals.
Are we back in
You've returned to
Strahd.
Strahd.
Yeah.
I'm getting flashbacks here.
Mm-hmm.
I was waiting for some mechanical device to play this thing. Okay, it's a harpsichord. Are there bloody hands on the keys?
No. It seems to be playing somehow internally, like a player piano might do.
But the feet are there.
Yes.
I'm going to walk into the room to see to clear the rest of it. Oh, wait a minute. What the hell is that? Okay, that's weird. All right, Arv, what's in the backpack?
The back room right there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I'm gonna ignore the weirdo haunted harpsichord for now.
Okay.
Haunted harpsichord cabin.
Mermaid is interested.
Yeah, I
She would.
imagine. I'm excited to see what Mermaid thinks about it in just a moment. Okay, this looks like some kind of maybe like a walk-in closet. There are shelves in the back here. And you can see there are some bags. You have to go over to the shelves to see what's on it. But just from your vantage point, Alarian, you can see that there are several bags. A couple of what look like maybe hunting traps. A couple, and then a few vials. 2 vials of some kind of greenish liquid. And then there's a larger flask of some kind of reddish liquid. And then, as I say, 3 closed bags. Small bags, like, dice bag size.
He's over here. It's not really her specialty. Well, you know what? We can look at those later. We've got other things to. Oh, I see. But the room stops here.
Yes.
Okay. Workshop. Okay. They glide back out. Go back down here. Past. What's his face? I don't want to call him Sprocket. I know that's not his name. Spanner. Past Spanner into this hallway to the backside. Over here. Yep.
Okay. The sounds outside are getting closer, of course. All right. So when you go back here, there's actually, so this is a hallway like that. So there's actually a door. Those are boarded up windows in the back of the hallway.
Good.
And then there's a door to the left that you can see.
And these silvery gray, these are windows that are open. I mean, not open, but visible. You can see.
Only from the inside. They are boarded up on the outside.
Oh, okay.
So it's just sort of black and closed. Okay. And that last one seems to be a bedroom. There is a perfectly made bed here. Perfectly made, clean white sheets.
That is not what the image states are.
Right here.
You got a corner folded down for
perfectly
nighttime.
made, including like a handkerchief in a suit, a designed intentional. I don't know. I'm not responsible for the drawings, all right?
And sleeping.
Right.
I just work here.
Sleeping in this bed is a haunted harpsichord.
Yes, exactly.
But the bed is actually perfectly made.
The bed is perfectly made, and also there is a large chestnut wardrobe that is closed right over here.
I'll pop that open real quick.
When you pop this open,
the haunted flute comes out and baps you in the head.
Cloud of green gas comes out. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Is this poison?
Got this.
It is poison.
I'm immune to poison.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me double check.
Really?
I can't remember if it's immune or if it's advantage.
Like resistant, you mean?
Resilience.
Pretty sure you're immune.
I have resistance to poison damage. I have advantage on saving throws and resistance to poison damage.
Okay, so make the con saving throw at advantage.
All right. Okay, advantage. Click.
I'm completely responsible.
Wait, saving throw. Saving throw. There we go.
Saving throw.
Okay. First one is a 12.
That's not going to do the job. So But you're resistant, you said, to the damage, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm.
All right, you're going to take only 6 points then of poison damage.
Oh.
And that's not something your Aegis resists.
No, you're true. I can't shunt that over.
So
yes.
14 out of 20, right? So 6 points there. The cloud immediately dissipates. But there's something else here. Inside the wardrobe are clothes. There is what looks like a scroll and the severed head of a human male with a wolf head symbol that is carved into its forehead. And the minute you see it, after the cloud of gas disappears, you hear, "Bad!" It opens its mouth and begins to scream at deafening levels. I need you, and I need, let's see, Tanton, Spanner, and Merime to all make wisdom saving throws, please.
Oh my god.
I have advantage on those.
Well, I have a bonus. Hopefully it's going to come through. Oh, no, not an advantage, though. Normal. Good lord. I got a 16. Okay, that'll be enough.
I got a 13 Spanner.
Okay.
Got a 13.
Okay.
Friend, you got a 13?
Yeah.
It says here you got a 6.
Yeah, it's weird. Mine says 6 too.
Oh, I was looking at Merime. Sorry. Yes, I got a 6.
You got a 6.
Trying to crib Mermaid's. I see. This is going
Yeah,
on.
well, you know.
Tanton, a couple things. First of all, you are going to take 2 points of psychic damage as this screaming feels like a spike being driven through your head.
I know exactly what that's like.
A spike through your head. A spike through your head.
And there is something else that happens as you hear this terrible thing.
Mhm.
And that is... right.
And I just healed you all.
Actually, you didn't heal me at all because I hadn't taken any damage from the last fight, strangely enough. May need to shortly.
Okay.
Of course, you know, Spanner could lick me too. There's that.
So, Tanton, you suddenly have this overwhelming urge to eat dirt. You just feel like all of a sudden you're like, and it's weird. It was like spike through your head and then you're like, eat dirt. Like this overwhelming urge to do it. And there's conveniently for your, your use and edification and entertainment, there is some dirt right in the room outside.
This will be +2 for, so it'll be a 5 for him for his saving throw for Spanner.
Okay. Oh, for Spanner? Spanner really... Oh, actually, and that so this was Tanton's that you just got that, right? Okay.
Right.
So let's see. For Spanner... Okay. Spanner starts basically doing this strange mechanical sounding whimpering and like starts doing like snapping at things around it. Although you can't see anything, although you're really interested, Tanton, in going and eating dirt.
Right.
But nonetheless, it is snapping at something as if it were being, like flies or bugs or creatures or something like flying at it, even though there's nothing around it. By the way, Larian, this thing hasn't stopped screaming. It's still
Thank
screaming.
you. And I assume I'm suffering no ill effects.
Correct.
I'm probably going to totally
Other than
regret
it's really
this.
loud.
Well, yeah, I'm probably going to totally regret this. Star Sword is coming out. I'm going to try to chop this thing in half.
Go ahead and make an attack on it. Then I'm going to come back to Tanton and
How much damage
the rest of you.
Is it moving?
Yes, sorry about that. You're right. It did 4 points of psychic damage to Spanner.
Aw.
Yeah.
Well,
It is only moving in the sense, no, its mouth is just like open and then.
okay. I mean, so I'm basically hitting a trapped thing. 16.
Yes, we'll hit. For
8
sure.
points of damage.
Okay. Okay. It is like you hit it a massive blow. It's almost like off the part where it's attached to the wardrobe. If you were to do that again, it probably would do it.
I would do that again. I want to put this thing in pieces so it'll shut the hell. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
Natural
nice.
20.
Shut up.
Pretty much.
Yeah,
Stop.
and you it blows up completely, and the screaming stops.
Stop.
Yeah, basically. It does that.
Go to sleep.
As soon as it does that, Tantin, this urge that I mentioned passes, and the damage does not, but the urge to eat dirt does. And
well, unfortunately, I've already got a mouthful of humus.
Outstanding. And Spanner stops snapping at the air around him.
What was
now
that?
the rest of you can. Sorry.
Was that a charm effect?
He was dealing with a hallucination.
Okay.
And the rest of you now, this all happened within about 5 to 10 seconds. So the rest of you can be like, what the hell is this? Like the gray dogs, now they only just heard the sound. It wasn't as loud for them and anybody who was in this front room. But still, they were like, they back all the way up against here. And they're like, and Dervo's like, what in the hells was that? And Hilar sort of marches into the hall. What's going on? What do Yana and Nisiana want to do?
He sees Tantin with just mud pouring.
Yeah.
Yeah. Suddenly you're like,
Yana's
this is
gonna
gross.
look at Nisiana, look at Tantin, who just scooped up a big handful of dirt and crammed it into his mouth.
Nisiana is in the
What
front
is
room.
going on?
Yep. Go ahead, Nisiana.
So this was a super loud shout. What did
Yes,
they-
not
what
enough
was
to
the-
affect you mechanically, but yes, it was very loud.
What was the word that was spoken?
Nothing. There was no word. It was ah. It was just a primal shout.
Okay,
Nothing-
for some reason I thought it said Betty or something like that. And I
No.
was just like,
Although now I wish I
Okay.
had. Betty! But no, it was not. It was just a primal scream.
So my first instinct is to look back there. My second is to look out the window and see if it has urged the undead on.
Okay.
'Cause-
You can. Well, you tell me which instinct you want to follow.
Well, I look back,
Okay.
then I look at the window.
So the window is basically closed. You can't really see out the window. You can go to the door and kind of like open it and look through if you wish.
Oh no, okay. I thought that was glass. I'm sorry.
No, I mean it was inside, but it's shuttered from the outside as well. So
Apparently, all the windows outside are boarded up.
yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
boarded.
Yeah, I'm
okay.
sorry, not shuttered, boarded. That's right. Yeah.
And basically, no, she literally is going to look, and then last look at the displacer beast to see if it's about to yell.
Okay.
That's- I mean, She doesn't actually move other than to look around. Because
make
it
an,
wasn't her sister screaming.
right. Make an investigation check for me, Nisiana, since you're mentioned you're looking at the at this head.
Yes. Hopefully, since this, oh wait, I think I actually do. I have? Oh, I have not written it down, so I must not. The question was, do I have advantage on investigation rolls because it's one of my things,
Mhm.
my house rolls, and I'm since I didn't write it down, I'm gonna say no. So I got a 9.
So, yeah, this creature definitely. I mean, it is definitely a stuffed head. It is, like a stuffed. What do they call that? Taxidermic.
Taxidermy.
Thing which has been mounted above the head, as you would, as a hunter might mount an elk head or something like that above it. But it's a displacer beast. Quite dead, stuffed, but looking extraordinarily and frankly rather troublingly lifelike.
All right, I think I am about to move away from it because I don't like this. No, come and see. These are open here? Or,
Yeah, door's open.
Yeah.
Yes.
okay, so I can see Mary May.
As you do this, you see Hilar kind of comes back into the room and whispers a few things to the gray dogs, and they back up to various spots in the room and draw basically ranged weapons, including Dervo, who did not do this in the fight. He was using his axe, but basically aim it at the windows. And they look very much like grip of death, like holding it at the window, like anything that comes through type of thing, as you can hear the sound of the moaning undead coming closer outside. So now I'm sorry, Nisiana, you move into the other room at this point?
Yeah, I basically moved here so I can see people. And now I see that what's his face is eating dirt, or has eaten
was eating dirt, yes, at some point. Spanner looks a little, puzzled. You don't know Spanner well enough to know many of the details, but seems okay. In the meantime, Maramé, you had come in and said that you were interested in this, in some of the things in this room. What specifically?
Well, I mean, the harpsichord is playing by itself. That's
Yes.
fascinating. Is it an
Yes.
illusion trick? Is it a...
There are 2 severed feet that are playing the pedals.
Okay.
And then you have a desk and you have bookshelves as well.
Okay, I'm going to move away from the severed feet because I'm really not feeling that. I'm going to look at the desk and the bookshelf and see if there's anything interesting there.
Which one first? Where are you going first?
I'm going to go to the desk first.
Okay. All right. So the desk has basically in it, or on top of it, there's not much on top of the desk, but there does seem to be a single drawer which is currently closed.
I am going to open it.
Okay. When you try to open it, you can tell that it is actually locked.
Okay, I will try to lockpick it then.
You'll try to do what? Oh, try to unlock it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me have you make... You have thieves' tools? Did we talk about this?
I do.
Okay, so let me have you make a dex check on this then.
Okay, so just a straight dex or?
Well, a thieves' tool check. I don't know if you're proficient in it. You probably would add your proficiency
do,
by
I think we set up your thieves' tools so that they...
Yeah.
This is a difficult lock. You try to kind of, click, but it seems like it is definitely difficult. It could maybe also be forced. But yeah.
Can I try once more with my thieves' tools? Because Hilarian's not around to make fun of the fact that I'm not getting
that you actually missed it. So technically, since you missed it the one time, that assumes multiple sort of things, unless something substantially changes in how you're trying to do it. So
I'm gonna try to force it open just to be like, damn it, stupid, I can do this.
Make a strength check. If you have athletics, I'll take that. Otherwise, just strength.
I mean, I have jack of all trades, right? So I have +1 to athletics.
Okay.
So there's a +1 to that. Oh wow!
Wow. Like, God, why won't you do the? And there's something else you notice, Maramé, which is that as you sort of pull it, and you're like, and you go to pull your hand away, your hand remains stuck to the handle of the drawer.
Oh.
I need you to make a saving throw for me, please. Strength saving throw specifically.
Mimic desk.
I got this. See, I got this.
So you do kind of like, and then you pull your hand free, but your hand is kind of, as if you had pulled very strong tape or glue off of it. You don't take any damage, but your hand feels raw.
It's exfoliated.
Yep.
Too exfoliated.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
In there. Ooh.
I'm gonna have a quick look at the bookshelf.
Okay. Yeah, there are a number of books there, and you notice a few quick themes. You only look at it for a minute because I assume you don't want to take too long, but just as you're looking at it, you can see that there are several books that talk about the finer points of anatomy. There's a bunch of books on anatomy. You can see as well several books that talk about the passage of the dead, the thinness of the veil, things that are basically making reference to necromantic experience or things of that type. And you find several books talking about the history of Karnath, the nation of Karnath. And of course, you are aware, Maramé, having dealt with this before, that Karnath, which is of course a rival nation, is a nation which never looked beyond or looked askance at those who were willing to raise those from the dead that would be used for their purposes. Karnath was famous for its work in necromancy.
I am not going to be super subtle about this. I'm going to back out of here and find my sister, and I'm going to tell everyone else, this is a necromancer's house. This is not great, guys.
much
Is there-
closer now. The sound of the
While
audio
all
outside.
that's going on, Greg.
Yes, you are
Come
banging your
on.
head against this thing that was trying to yell at you.
Well, no, it's in pieces now, so that's done.
Yes.
I come out and find Tanton and look at him up and down. You have something on your chin. And then say, I was semi-poisoned in the back room. I would avail myself of Spanner if he's available. The healing aspect.
Yes, of course he is.
Okay. I will go and kneel down to Spanner and he will do his thing. And what is it?
His shoulder panels sort of open up like DeLorean doors, and
Super
a bunch of little mechanical arms. Remember when Neo first climbs out of his pod and the machine comes down and like all those fucking arms come out, and it's like it's like that, but they're little arms,
Okay.
and they just start fixing.
Okay.
And I can see this.
Yeah. Well, if
I
you're,
am
if
no
you're
longer interested in anything but the puppy.
Guys, necromancer.
because of the way D&D Beyond and Roll20 interact. For those of you who've been watching at home, you've seen all of Spanner's stuff come through in yellow in Arv's chat on the stream.
Yeah.
That is because the only people who can see these rolls are me and him, because they are being whispered to the DM. So the rest of you won't be able to see this roll unless you watch the stream. So
Oh yeah, I should have thought of that.
repair. And that will be a natural one for 9 points of healing.
Perfect. He's back up to full.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Wow.
Cool. Okay.
Also, I made
Excellent.
one mistake, Alarian,
Yeah.
because you could see that severed head, and so you had disadvantage on that saving throw. I need you to make that saving throw again. So you made a wisdom saving
Disadvantage.
throw.
Okay, well, I normally have advantage. Wait, on the
On the
shrieking
wisdom,
thing?
on the wisdom saving, on the shrieking thing. So I need you to make that saving throw again. Sorry.
Oh, fine. Be that way. All right, that's fine.
But if he's out, he can't take out the head.
Yeah, that could be a problem. Saving throw. I got a bonus. Shite.
No.
8.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the damage that you received is the same, but
Actually, I made it. So what was the damage I received? I didn't take any last time because I made the save.
oh, that's right. Okay. Let's see. So you were going to take. You would have taken an additional 3.
Okay, so 9.
It
so
may not matter based upon, but I'm going to see whether or not this thing that happened has an effect on you. So we'll see. Right. Okay. This. Okay. When you come out, Alarian, when you come out of the room, you start to say this thing where I mentioned you where you were where you kneel down and you're like, Tanton, can your Spanner heal me, right? That's what you meant to say. What the party hears is there's an OG Star Trek where Kirk is trying to speak to someone, and because of a particular thing that's been done to him, everyone around him, he hears himself speaking normally, but everyone around him is like, what?
Oh, great.
So I'm going to actually ask you to put that health back to where it was.
Yeah, so that's now 11 with the poison damage.
Yep.
Oh, I wanted to take that scroll, by the way.
Okay.
Can I do that without further incident?
Okay. When you take the scroll, it crumbles to dust.
Okay, so much for that idea. All right. So then Tanton looks at me probably like, "Huh?"
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I beg your what?
And I think I'm saying I need healing from Spanner.
And
actually point at the dog.
And what so you see him point at the dog, and what you hear is Miss
Is it obvious that he's taken damage?
Yes.
Okay.
That's obvious, and the fact that he is pointing at the dog is obvious. So I think you can probably put two and two together.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. So basically, what happened happens.
Okay, so
And-
now he can get his health back now.
Right.
Because I think you still with that 9 points that was enough, right? I think you did 9
Yes.
points healing.
Exactly
Okay. So you're back up to normal, but there's still the matter of the fact that they don't know what the hell you're saying.
But I don't know that yet. So
True.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to ask if I could ping him. Just assuming I'm with Nisiana by now and I can hear. Can I try to ping him mentally and see if he makes sense there?
Yes, you can do that.
Hey, how's it going?
better now.
Yeah, inside, it sounds normal, Mermaid, just like normal Ilarian speaking in your head.
Hey, you sound like crazy talk when you're talking, so just hang on a sec. I'll get my sister to look at you. In tandem, somebody will figure you out. and I'll relay to the others.
It gets Tantan's attention, points to their mouth, and shakes their head.
But you can't speak.
You will not hear it as for your words.
Okay.
Oh, there's something wrong with his voice.
Yes,
box?
I thought the repair would have fixed that. It was the first time he's spoken out loud since it had. That's not right. But we need to do some Spanner. Bring me the porch. And
The porch?
the porch. And so Spanner runs out, starts ripping wooden planks out of the thing and bringing them inside so that we can start nailing them over the windows.
The entire porch. Okay. Brings it inside. As Spanner goes outside, Spanner's vigilant, right? He communicates with you just telepathically?
No.
Do you get, like... how would he communicate with you at all? Like
he would have to come back and be like, ooh, and just start pointing.
Okay.
Like a pointer.
He kind of, he bumps it. He brings the wood back and then he bumps into your leg and you hear very close now. These things are getting very close. And the gray dogs are like, and Dervo says, we ain't not going to survive this one. And Alar says, we're going to have to move and get this place locked down as fast as we can. We're not going to be able to keep this thing
down
here.
in the cellar?
Necromancer.
Actually,
and Halar shrugs and says, possibly somewhere safer than up here. I don't know.
No, but how do you know it's a necromancer?
I saw books. There's dead things around, dead feet playing the harpsichord. There's a bunch of books, and there's books on Karnath who believe in necromancy.
Is there a book on turning undead away?
I don't know.
I need a nap before I can do that again.
Valerian's going to the trapdoor.
Okay, go ahead, Tanton. You were going to say something?
I was going to say, mainly what we need to do is get into a room that only has one entrance so that we can focus fire on it if we have to.
Yes.
So the library then with the harpsichord and the severed feet.
Severed feet?
Severed feet, yeah.
Marv, I have a question. It looks like there's a pass-through from the library into the kitchen. Is that correct, or is that wall supposed to be going all the way across, right here? I said right here.
Yes, there is a pass-through. That's correct.
Okay, so it's not the greatest idea.
Or and I'll just ping Alarian and I'll say, if you want to talk to the others, just ping me telepathically for now until you're better.
Yes, but I'm opening the trapdoor now.
Okay, Alarian's opening the trapdoor. Have at it.
And before anyone can say anything, that's what they do.
Okay. Let me bring you to...
And this is where I say, that's what you so. That's what you so. That's what you so.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
Where Craven looks up. No, is it Craven? Not Craven.
I'll stand in front of Nisiana, between Nisiana and the trapdoor. Just in case something eats Alarian.
That would be really crunchy.
So...
True.
Down below, in this cellar, which indeed, and that in fact is a cellar.
Meter cellar?
Sell high, don't look low. Okay. There we go. Person was like, what is the number I'm looking at? Right. Groaning wooden stairs. He's like,
Hey, I don't groan, I float. Don't groan under me.
Give way to, and it depends on who's going down.
I'm
if
going
anything,
down.
because okay. And you have one of those light stones or something, right?
I still have a light stick flary thing the dude gave me.
Okay.
Is this where I am at the bottom?
Yeah, you're.
And is
right.
is Tanton coming with me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I mean-
which is fine. That's not a problem. Okay.
I would follow Nisiana. If you want to follow them, let's go. I mean, there's strength in numbers.
Yep. Basically, I stick with my sister, and if she makes it even a twitch in that direction, I go.
Yeah, let's.
Delightful.
Yeah. So we go.
We go.
All right.
We gotta stick with our people.
Go ahead and bring your tokens down then. Oops, sorry about that.
Oh, I pinged Merriman.
My very large token.
Be sure to tell them to barricade the door.
Make sure to barricade the door, Hilar. You guys have got this up there. We'll explore down
No,
here.
I've got people to take care of. You do it.
No, Hilar
Hooker.
says, we'll do that, but hurry up, whatever you're doing. Those things are almost here.
Maybe they should just come down here anyway and bar this door.
Well,
Let's get a look at the room first, but that may be the option. Yes, it's possible.
Groaning wooden stairs give way to an earthen cellar
We're
that
just really into that groaning wooden stair.
reeks of mud. There are 5 blood-stained wooden tables that stand on the dirt floor, and the table closest to the stairs, and there's actually 2 sets of stairs. One set of stairs is out here, and one is the one that you come from, obviously. And one table closest to this northernmost set of stairs holds what look like 2 corpses. A skeleton, which is wearing leather armor, and the fresh corpse of a woman dressed in black robes. The woman clutches a journal in one hand and a quill in the other. On the eastern wall, you can see large built-in shelves, which are obviously made from coffins. And on the shelves, you can see what look like, basically lined up all along here, and here, and here, a dozen corpses untouched by decay. In dried blood on the ceiling is a massive wolf head, the symbol of the nation of Karnath. And as you take this in, you hear above you, "Well, crap," and then a massive sound of something impacting the front door. And that is where we're going to bring our session to a close for today.
Doggone it.
Crap, indeed.
So the dead waited, and this is what they waited for.
They waited for us to trap
They waited
ourselves.
for you to show up. Man, the plot has quite a bit thickened in this regard.
Because they congealed.
Exactly. And yes, it does feel like a little bit of a march back into Strahd now. I will say that this was really enjoyable to see you folks deal with not only original ambush, but then, sort of a march into Strahdism a little bit in this weird place, but with a specific focus, obviously, especially based on what Merime discovered, since this is obviously somehow connected to both Karnath and to necromancy, and that is... that's going to be interesting as you explore and figure out how to do this, and to Evil Dead style hold out an army of undead trying to attack a cottage. What could go wrong? I will begin. I know Trad's like, maybe. I will begin by talking about very quickly that Rob could not join us tonight because of illness, but should be back with us next month. You should check him out on Darkside Rob, Darkside RAHB on Twitch and elsewhere. Rob is playing Yana, and I cannot wait to hear what Rob has to say when he sees all this, because I imagine a lot of Yana is just going to be like, this is bad. None of this is good. Really bad.
She got healed, so
she did get healed.
Not yell at me about that.
That is very true. That's very true. And speaking of that, I will say as we move over to Jen, that turn was quite obviously clutch. That's exactly what that's for. And you used it to good effect. And it's one of those ones where like,
they got closer though.
Well, you still though. I mean, you did pretty well with it. And honestly, it sort of changed the fortunes of that fight. I still think you would have won that fight, but it certainly made it a little bit easier. And I had this image of you being like, that's great. And then there's more undead and you're like, can't do that again for a while. That's going to be a problem. And because there are more undead to come. So it'll be interesting to see how that happens. But Nisiana also is going to be used here because of that whole, theoretically, the necromantic thing, which Nisiana may know something about in reverse, obviously, about, having been warned by House Tarasco about, staying away from this stuff. And obviously other things relating to this disturbing land and the creatures around it. And there's going to be a lot with both life, death, the veil in between them, and issues of healing and mortality that Nisiana is going to have to deal with in this next couple of phases. Specifically mortality, I mean corpses rising from the dead or whatever, zombies and skeletons, etc. So there's a lot going on that will use some of Nisiana's, as they say, special skills. How did you feel about today's session, Jen? Where will the fine folks find you next?
Today was quite interesting. I enjoyed the combination of Sacred Flame and Spiritual Weapon, even though my Sacred Flame didn't do so hot.
Yeah.
The having a movable Spiritual Weapon to flank and such, that's cool. I mean, healing is always useful, but I feel even more useful now.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
I'm not real thrilled with all the zombies and stuff. Even, just saying.
As the rest of us are overjoyed.
Not real thrilled. But I'm interested. I'm immediately trying to say, okay, how can I make all these undead go away?
Yeah.
How is there something I can do? I am everywhere as Jennifer Brozek. If you want to see more of my cats on Instagram, Jennifer_Brozek. And if you would like a book of very scary tiny terrors with
Chat should be on the mood for this now after today's session. Like, definitely tiny terrors.
Yeah, there are 99 stories from all over the world, and every one of them has a very different perspective on terror and horror, and I'm very excited about having this anthology out. Otherwise, I am finishing up frantically my latest Shadowrun novel, and that's it. That's where I am.
That's good stuff, Jen. Thank you. Good stuff today. Oh, also a nice little moment too. I wanted to compliment you on for the using the books to make a cairn for Nimble. That's a great image at the beginning.
I feel so bad for Nimble, and I am so excited about the possibility of me getting a familiar.
Yeah, we have to look into that. I will look more into that. I have it in my notes to do so. So
okay, thank you.
Yes, but no, good stuff out of that, and and I. Definitely, this is the kind of thing that is going to be. This is the kind of thing.
He was a pseudo dragon. He looked like Eberron, a little bit like Eberron.
Yeah, no, exactly, absolutely. There's a sacredness to that.
Sacrificed himself.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. So I'm excited to see how things go next month with stuff from Nisiana. But thank you, Jen. Always a pleasure. Also, always a pleasure to have John with us with Alarian, and Alarian had some. I mean, first of all, Alarian really was able to be like, here's what it looks like to be really a tank. Like, just being able to like armor up that way is pretty impressive for Alarian. But of course, there are things that Alarian can't necessarily resist, and that includes things like, traps could have resisted but didn't in this case, but also psychic damage and screams and shrieks. And the fact that this is sort of a manifest weirdness, I didn't mention before, but I just wanted to highlight how there's so many weird aspects of this cottage. The fact that some of the stuff is like well-made bread, fresh food, but then like a bunch of dead and decay. And, so part of that may just be Mournland weirdness, but also this particular weird place, and so it'll be interesting to see how that gets handled. I think Alarian was quite effective in providing both tank and then being able to attack things in combat, but in other ways I think it was interesting to see Alarian doing the kind of exploration thing and seeing parts of stuff that you're like, what is this? Like the opening of the wardrobe, for example, and stuff like that. So also a nice little conversation, I think, between you and Hilar, which is going to be, which is interesting and provided a different, and between you and Merame as well, but providing a different kind of take in terms of the work that Alarian is doing with the King's Citadel. So we had some of those moments, and then we had some of the what the hell is this moments in the cottage. How'd you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
So Yeah, good overall. And again, Arv, I really appreciate you being flexible about allowing me to spend my hero point to get a reroll on the points, because it just felt like my character was being nerfed due to bad die rolls, which I don't think anyone really likes. So I appreciate that. And it was a sacrifice I was happy to make, even though I may regret it later. We'll see. Other than that, I thought this was a really fun session. I really enjoyed that, both those conversations with Merame to kind of gauge Hilar's bend, and then the conversation we had, which I did not expect him to go that route, which was very interesting too, and really raised his esteem in the eyes of Alarion, as this is a guy who's not just blindly loyal to his homeland. He sees the risk this thing can pose even to his place where he's working for. So that was a very interesting conversation. And then of course, undead everywhere. So, and more coming in, which is we're in a pretty tight jam.
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I was like, Warforged or undead? Warforged or undead? So yeah, but this was a blast. Hopefully Rob will be back and make it. We'll have the whole crew together to get turned into undead beings or whatever the hell's happening down here.
Let's have us all join in the undead experience.
If we can puzzle our way out of this one, but this is a lot of fun, and I guess kind of looking forward to the next session, because this does not look like it's going to be too fun, especially since I can't talk to people now. Thank God for Marame's mind bond. Otherwise, I'd have no way of communicating except for like sign language. So yeah, always fun. Yes, a visit back to Stradland. Thanks a lot, Arv. I thought we'd just shaking
my pleasure. I do it again.
Us right back in there. Yeah.
Yes. I'm sorry that I missed Halloween on this one, but we're in that ballpark. But always a pleasure, John. And where anything specific that you want?
I work behind the scenes for most everything here. As Pulse Publishing, of course, we're the ones working with Jen on her anthology, which Marie has a story in, with a bunch of other great people like Hermie Mohammed and Shannon McGuire, if we can ever mention her in our metadata on Amazon, and a whole bunch of Tim Wagner, Brad Steiner, a whole bunch of great people, and some new authors that I've never heard of, but did some fantastic short fiction. So yes, pick it up anywhere but Amazon right now, and hopefully that will change, thanks to my snarky email I sent them where I explained the difference between a novel and an anthology to them, because apparently they needed help.
Yes.
And so they're going to take it and look at it, and they're going to think about it for apparently up to 5 business days.
Right.
They're probably punishing me because I was too damn snarky, but I'd really just I had it.
I mean, listen,
anyways,
Amazon doesn't have any experience with books really, so
no, not
why
at all.
They would,
yeah. Surely a novel written by one person and a short story written by one person, 98 others. That's the same thing, right?
Yeah. No,
Absolutely.
exactly. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Anyways, this has been a blast always with this crew and our as usual great DMing, and the chat always fun too. So can't wait for the next session.
Good stuff. Thank you, John. Always a pleasure. And John also and I are doing some stuff on the Gray Shade front, and there may be some stuff happening with that in the next couple of weeks, maybe even depending on how things go. So knock on wood. But thanks, John. Always a pleasure. And moving right along, Marie, so Merame had some multiple things to deal with here, both in combat. We got that defensive flourish, which was a really cool moment, I thought, both extra damage and then that flourish, especially against a big, huge, tough brute, which is not particularly bright at all. And so it was just kind of like, what is this? Very effective in that particular regard. But I sort of had this image of like the have at you, and this thing, like what? So that was fun. Also, of course, the bond with Alarion, so being able to, the mind bond, so being able to connect with Alarion was really important mechanically. Also led to an interesting conversation because of Marame's loyalty to Hilar, which apparently seems to have been borne out based on the later conversation with Hilar and Alarion. So there was that sort of process, and the fact that Merame also is in agreement that the Oracle can't stay where it is. And then just all this crap, like the opening the desk, I thought was funny because it was sort of like I wanted to unlock it, can't do that, pull it open, can't do that. What do you mean my hand's stuck? Like, just this, what is with this freaking
Must
desk?
not tell Alarion.
Yeah, and then comes over and sees all the books on necromancy, and just like everyone, necromancy, darkness, and everyone's like, "What? There's undead. What do you want us to do?" Like, I loved the visual images there.
This is not good.
This is what we're doing. This is bad. This is very bad. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
I had fun with today's session. It was fun. We had some fun RP and we had a fun battle as well. So it was like a good mix of things. And we found some traps, which we fell into every single.
You sure did
last
find
one
some
of
traps.
them.
Yes.
If we try hard enough, we can find more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Rogues, we are not.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
You noticed I didn't actually touch the Displacer Beast head.
Yeah, it's true. You just,
Yeah.
that's very true. Very true.
That's how I felt with the harpsichord. I'm like, you can play. It's fine. You just do your thing, you weird
Did you
feet.
request?
Yeah. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thank you so much for a fun DMing. That was good. And I am excited to try some more flourishes and stuff like that as we go along. People can find me on Facebook, Twitter, Glitterbomb on Instagram. I also have I'm re-releasing my first epic fantasy trilogy. So these are books 1 and 2. Look at how pretty they are.
Mhm.
They smell so good.
Yeah.
And book 3 is coming out on December 10th, and it is the concluding volume. So if you want to catch up, now is the time. The books are available everywhere. I also have a story in 99 Tiny Terrors if you'd like to read a story of 2 elderly friends who are having tea at the end of the world. That is the story for you, called The Silence of the Stars.
It's so sweet and terrible. In a good way.
You know what's worse? I named the characters Suzanne and Therese, which are my mom and her best friend.
Wow. Wow. Okay.
Have they read the story yet?
Well, neither one really speaks English, so saving grace and so I did send it to my mother because she wants to read everything I write, and she's like, "That was very nice. That was very nice. Thank you." It's just tenderness, just sweet moment, yeah. But
horror doesn't have to be all blood and guts. It's just it can be
That's true.
anticipation.
Sure. Absolutely.
it can be just horrifying what's happening. So yeah, so I'll put the trilogy link in the link, but that's where you find me. Come play. It's gonna be fun.
Good stuff. Thank you as always, Marie. Great pleasure. And last but certainly not least, Tren, some very good stuff out of Tantan today. First of all, we got the Spanner reveal. I think everyone was super pumped up that we now have an awesome dog added to the party. And the minute you have a dog, that's all good stuff. And a lot of the cool stuff that Spanner gets to do. So that's pretty neat. So we got that. We also got to see a little bit of things like, the light stones and stuff like that. And then, the not so good, which is, having a desiring to eat dirt because of a certain kind of madness. And then
I've done that before. It's
yeah,
fun.
I mean, like whatever. It went past that. There was obviously had some effectiveness with the creatures of the undead, and then has to deal with all these things relating to whatever the hell is inside this cottage. And I love the idea. My favorite part is just the whole get porch, and like, it's just, what does that mean? You just go get the porch, like, go get wood, start tearing it up and bringing it inside to kind of board up the inside to the extent that's possible. I think everyone realized this was the most defensible position, and then when they got there, people were trying to explore it to sort of see what could be used for defense, but then the actual defense was something which Tantan ended up doing a lot of and being like, let's go with the defense, along with Hilar and the Grey Dogs, I suppose. Thank you for the follow, God Mode. I am honored that God Mode has entered the chat. So that was enjoyable to see. How did you feel about this varied, I would say, session, Tren, and where will the fine folks see you next?
Well, first of all, sticker glue. It depends whether or not whether or not you can pet the doggo depends upon whether or not you are undead or an enemy of Tantan or Spanner. If you are, then you can try, but you'll probably come back with less digits than you started out with.
A lack of a pelvis.
Yeah, probably a lack of a pelvis too. And if you zoom in on Spanner, you'll see that his name is etched in his shoulder plating.
Yeah, isn't that cool? Right there.
I love it. Love it. What did I think about today? Today,
That's so good. That's so good.
Isn't that cool? What, I don't know how to interpret that, Trent. Like,
yeah, that's what's happening with Ilarion.
Gotcha.
I love failures in D&D. They're some of the best moments of RP that you will ever find. There's always people who are like, but I don't want to fail. It's like, no, lean into it, please. You're going to learn to love it. It's going to make such a great story if you'll let it happen and learn to appreciate it. And we had a few of those and it's always so good. There's the two things that are pretty consistent: is that A, the dice follow the narrative, and B, embrace failures sometimes, because man, some great RP comes from that.
Agree.
Where can people find me next? Probably here. No, ModCon, I would think. Next weekend.
Right. I'm going to put up the schedule possibilities tomorrow, but yeah, I guess so. I guess that's right.
Because and that's going to be on, I think we have a ModCon YouTube channel. Basically just follow me on Twitter, and I'm going to tweet the thing whenever we do the thing. But the link I just put into chat is for the short story Licking Roadkill, which I narrated for Pseudopod.
Who's the author of that, by the way, Trent?
That's a great question. Give me a second. That is Richard E. Dansky.
Okay.
Oh, Rich.
Oh, Richard Dansky, the game writer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know of him, or I knew him several years ago.
Yeah.
Nice guy.
This was and he wrote this story specifically for Pseudopod. This was an original story for them.
Oh, nice.
Very cool.
Yeah. And it was a lot of fun. And then aside from that, at some point in the near future, probably sometime in the next 18 months or something, whenever ACX gets finished, seeing if it matches their requirements, Shell Games, or my narration of Shell Games, will hit Audible, and people can listen to that and whatnot. And then it'll be Honors Gauntlet after that. But you'll probably see me here before all that. So
Shell Games in both those are BattleTech.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So once we can get back into our accounts over there too, Amazon's really been giving me the business lately.
Giving me the business.
It's a long story.
But awesome, Trent. Good stuff today. And again, very good job from the crew as a whole. One of the reasons I like this session was it was kind of it's a transitional session out of the last one into Where the Dead Wait, and sets up a whole different kind of tone, I think, for this particular area. And again, Eberron is a very rich world in which there's a lot of stuff going on. And when you find a house owned by a former Karnath necromancer, which is what you're looking at apparently, boy. Creepy.
And it's important to note that the tone that it is set is apparently so.
Yes, indeed. That is the case. And I look forward to seeing how the party deals with this next time, as the King's Citadel has its work cut out for it. But I have no doubt they will come through with flying colors for Brayland and the King. As always, great work from the wonderful players, and happy Thanksgiving to the three American folks here that are here. Chat, can we get some love for Trendane Sparks, for Marie Bilodeau, for John Helfers, for Jennifer Brozek, and for Rob, who will be back with us, Darkside Rob, next month. Thanks, players. Great work. I'll see you folks soon.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye for
Thank
now.
you.
All right. Yeah, that one of the reasons that's a lot of fun is because I just love to see how they handle these things. I love seeing how they're going to handle this stuff. And that's kind of the thing for me, is figuring out how they're going to deal with it, what they're going to do when they deal with it, like what the circumstances are going to be like for them. That's a blast to me. So I love that kind of stuff. And it is going to be a challenge. They can do it. I'm confident they'll be able to do it. But it is going to be a challenge for them, and they're going to have to really think through it. Not just in terms of RP, but they're really going to have to be able to do it to think about the long-term effects. Because one of the things about this is you get higher in levels, but I mean, they're only low level at the moment, third level. But as you begin to move up and you begin to sort of get into the meat of a campaign or an adventure, you realize that there are consequences and implications beyond just what you're doing here. In Palace of the Red Pasha, which is the one that we played before Eberron, of course, we played earlier this year, Palace of the Red Pasha, they couldn't just think about how do I, deal with this particular combat, or even how do I deal with this particular thing that's going on in the palace for us. They also had to think about the geopolitical implications, right? I mean, they're level 15 at that point, and they have to be thinking a little bit about the implications of, is this going to bring war to from Kalimshan, all the way back to the Sword Coast? What about the rest of the people around them? Do they even give a damn about the Lord's Council? All this stuff. So they have to think about these things. And in this, obviously, you're still only talking level 3, but the King's Citadel, which is working together as a group and team, and which is working for Brayland and the nation of Brayland, knows that the Oracle of War is something they can't let fall into foreign hands. And, they're a little bit suspicious, or at least Ilarian's a little bit suspicious about even their own hands dealing with it. But then, so they have to think about the undead. They also have to think about these, larger implications of some of the actions that they take. And I love narratives that work on multiple levels there, where you're thinking both about the immediate survival, but also about the long-term prospects of whatever. And so that was a lot of fun to see, and it's going to be great. Eberron, this campaign is going to go some crazy places, and it's going to all begin with a little bit of an Evil Dead battle back. So we're going to get to see that. It's a Christmas show, right? It's like Die Hard's a Christmas movie. Clearly this is a Christmas show where you battle back hordes of undead in a cellar owned by a Carnathian necromancer. I can't imagine anything else that's more Christmassy at the time. But I had a great time with this, and I hope you folks did as well. And if you did enjoy it as much as I did, then I hope you will consider following the channel, checking out our YouTube with !ArvTube, Discord with !ArvCord, Twitter with !ArvTweets. Website is arvaneleron.com. Please follow me over on YouTube because we're trying to build that up to 1,000 subscribers. It's free for you to do that, but it is a big deal for us. It really matters if we can get that up to 1,000. Yeah, exactly. Christmas game. Exactly. Rundell. That's all you need to do with the ogre. But it's really important for us because we're trying to create more flexibility. And that flexibility means that getting 1,000 subscribers on YouTube is one of the goals that we have for the channel. So if you haven't done so already, please follow us over there. We're up to about 793 followers, I want to say, subscribers over on YouTube. But please consider doing that. Thank you as well to all the people. We had a few people today who followed us. I got one of them, but there were a couple of others who I did not respond to because I was dealing with the adventure at the same time, so my apologies and thank you for following, and I hope you enjoyed what you saw and heard, and because there's a lot more where that came from tabletop wise and story and narrative and role-playing wise over on this channel. So again, please follow us over on YouTube and all those places I mentioned. Again, website arvaneleron.com. On the financial side, !Arv Shop is our merchandise area. You can still get this. You can still get some Infinity and Beyond swag if you want to show your Infinity and Beyond love. Nice, awesome shirt that you got here, so you can get that. You can also get stuff for Adventures of Middle-earth and soon to be Esper Genesis stuff as well. So please support us over on that shop with !Arv Shop. Patreon is !Arvtreon. Thank you, Chenrazi. Yeah, you found us and we found you, Chenrazi, through YouTube. So that made it worth it just on its own. Arvtreon is the Patreon, which is sitting right there. 23 backers, $2.11 per month. That really does make a difference. It's the financial backbone of the channel. It might make it possible for us to do stuff, even like maybe the Shadow Crew shirt or, whatever the case may be. But that kind of support really does make a difference. And as we get that number higher, we can do things like a talisman tournament. I know Saber was playing a talisman game. We've done a talisman tournament on this channel before. I'd like to do another one of those. I'd like to do another Arvanaut Idol competition and other stuff like that. I have more overlays and videos to commission and stuff like that. And this makes it possible for us to do this, as well as also being able to do things like support my writing, which is really important to me personally, and hopefully redounds to the benefit of this channel, because a lot of the stuff that I do over there eventually comes back over here. So that really makes a difference. So thank you for those of you who've already done that. Please consider jumping on board if you haven't already done so by supporting us on the Patreon. Subbing to the channel also makes a big difference. Of course, if you subscribe to the channel, you can get a few things. You can get, of course, those custom sub badges and emotes, which are pretty good. The latest one is just opened up, I think, because we have ones out to like 4 years, Shadowed Mage and I do, I believe. So as you get to that number and you support it that year, you will see more and more of those badges popping up, which is really great. So you can get that. You can get those custom sub badges, as I say, and the emotes, which you can use to support the channel. So that is always appreciated, and we would love it if you could support us that way. You can also, of course, get inspirations to help the players, and that also makes a difference because we used a lot of them this month. So that's the deal with that. And of course, on the publishing side, Exclamation Point Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts, and Exclamation Point Library, Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book. Both of those are made by companies that have a close role with Greyshade, Exclamation Point Greyshade KS. That is my new IP launching in a Kickstarter soon with a tabletop role-playing game, with hopefully a board game and with a set of novels as well. More news about that coming soon, stuff that's going to be coming up in the next couple of weeks. Actually, I'm going to have more information, which I can then go live with and talk more about, and I'm very, very excited about that. So that's going to be really, really cool, and I would love to be able to do that. One thing I want to point out is some of those we're going to be able to delete, though, when, for example, this Mysterious Peaks thing, if I can actually ever get it right, there we go. This Mysterious Peaks thing is only going to be till the end of the next 11 days, basically. And once that gets done, then we're going to move on from there. And they had a big couple of extra backers now. They have 503 backers, 38,465. So they are closing in now. They're almost to 38.5. I'm pretty sure they're going to hit 40,000 by the end of this, at least, which will be double their goal. And that's good news for them. It's good news for us. We may have a connection to that channel, specifically that campaign. And also, of course, we have a connection to the company. And since one of the projects that they're going to be doing is Greyshade, in fact, that I think is their next project after this one that they're doing right now, that's a big deal for us. So anything that helps them is good, not only for them and their company, but good for us. Same thing with Athos Arts. Remember that Athos Arts has a Kickstarter, which is going to go live next month for an audiobook. We were talking about Trent and his audio work just now, and an audiobook of one of their previously published books. You can follow that Kickstarter, but also you can support Athos by going over and buying something from them directly. 50% of all proceeds that are done directly to their website are going to a charity called the Black Bottom Archive. You can read more of it over there. I think if you type in Exclamation Point Athos, good stuff there, Rudnell. Exclamation Point Athos. And that also would then make you eligible for a giveaway from Athos Arts, and specifically from Bag of Giving. And Bag of Giving, Exclamation Point Bag, is the charity fundraiser event that we are supporting on this channel by hosting it. Next one up is going to be on December 5th, Mike Underwood GMing a game of Court of Blades. And that is something which benefits lots of different charities. If you support Athos in the way I've described, you'll be entered into a drawing that is going to be held by Bag of Giving for one of many, many things. I've contributed a couple of books to the cause for them to give away, and of course we're hosting it on my channel. So there's a lot of stuff going on with that. And if you saw the first one, you know that that's a hard act to follow. That was a really cool first adventure, first one-shot that we did, and second one coming up in next month in less than a week, I think, actually right around a week. So that's all good stuff, and I am very excited for more of that. So that's Athos, and again, Exclamation Point Greyshade Chaos. And as always, Exclamation Point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And Exclamation Point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention, very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Now, we're going to be back to you folks tomorrow, Sunday, or if you're on the East Coast, much later today on Sunday, somewhere between 6 and 7 p.m. Eastern. Brandon O'Brien is going to be sending out a tweet about this. We will be going live with the return of Soundclash the Clampdown, which is Brandon's unique game. We have a new player from Blades in the Dark Case the Cindered Seal fame. Iori Kusano is joining. Nathan Blades had to leave that campaign, and so Iori Kusano is jumping on board, and so you're definitely going to want to see that for that group of players as Soundclash gets fired up again. Then we will be off on Monday. Tuesday, I will be back at noon Eastern with the Patreon-fueled chat chosen game of the month, which is Heroes of Might and Magic 3, the HD version. And then I will also be over on GOG.com with Pen and Pixels at 4 p.m. Eastern for some Talisman Adventures, sponsored by Pegasus Spiele. And that's going to wrap up the month of November and get us set up for what is going to be an exceedingly busy December. As I mentioned before, in case you missed it, don't 100% know whether or not we're going to be missing some stuff. There may be a weekend or two where we miss a stream here or there because I'm going to be out and about quite a bit, more than I expected actually, going down to Philly for PAX Unplugged for one day because I have some stuff I have to do that is writing/game related down there. And then on the following weekend, I'm going to be at Worldcon, and I've got a reading, a signing, and 5 panels. So I've got a very busy schedule at Worldcon in Washington, D.C. Hopefully, I'll be able to get together with some of you lovely folks who are going down there as well. I know Mike Underwood is going to be there. I think Triffitt is going to be there. I think Prince Justin is going to be there. So I'm going to get a chance to see some of these people in certain cases for the first time in person, and in other cases seeing people again. And of course, all of them I know in some capacity. So I'm going to be seeing them, and that's going to be happening on that weekend. So I don't know the amount of streaming that's going to be happening. And then we've got Christmas and all that. So still going to have a Christmas Carol with our vocalists, still going to have a bunch of other stuff happening in terms of the holiday show, the special family special that I do every Christmas. We will still, of course, have stuff going on with the Game of the Year show, which happens between Christmas and New Year's. So a lot of that stuff. Yes, no, I'm aware of that. But we are all vaccinated, and the 2 safest places actually in the United States right now, number 1 on the list is Washington, D.C. Number 2 on the list is Connecticut. So honestly, those are 2 things from which I take a lot of solace. But yes, obviously COVID is not over. Obviously, we're going to be masked up and being careful. And fully vaccinated people that are, all that stuff, we're still going to be in that, doing the right thing. And I'm fully aware, but I appreciate the reminder, Echo. Of course, we're definitely going to try to do the safe thing, but we're going to do that in a safe area as much as we possibly can. And it is important to be able to connect with each other to the extent we can. We cannot just live in bunkers forever either. But that balance is really important, because the number one thing that we all need to do is get vaccinated. That's what we have to do, is continue to get everybody get vaccinated. The more unvaccinated people get vaccinated, the better for all. So, but yeah, I hear you for sure. Not something we have to be careful. I like my bunker. If you choose to be in a bunker, that's a whole different matter. Anyway, it was a great pleasure to be. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see whether this is impacted one way or the other. But I am going to be busy and all that kind of stuff. But regardless of that, I hope that everyone enjoyed this session today, and that you were looking forward to more like this in the future. And I've already talked about all the ways that you can support us, so thanks for that. I think, given the fact that we are doing a little bit late, and we did a raid last night, I don't think I will do a raid this evening. I often do, probably do about 80% of the time, but not tonight. We will do, probably a raid can come out of this maybe tomorrow at a Sound Clash. If not, we'll definitely do one on Tuesday. But I want to thank everyone for having been here. You are all lovely, wonderful people. Thank you to my wonderful mods. Thank you to Arudinel, the Dragon Spear, to Hillness, to Rock God for being the best in the business. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to my subscribers as well. Thank you to Arudinel, to Dragon Spear, Hillness, Rock God, Echo Alpha X5, Crit Twitch, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Thordax, Mommy, and Trendane. Thanks to all of those lovely people who are also Patreon supporters in that group as well. Thank you to Bearded Stroomer. Thank you to Black Heroes Everywhere. Thank you to Broke My Stream Deck. Thank you to Chenrizi. Thank you to Comet Tunes, to Disfamous. Thank you to Edishu. No, sorry. Eatsao, my bad. Thank you to Elbert Tweets. Thank you to Fashionable Camille. Thank you to Flevish Sticks. Thank you to Freeweed's Kitten. Thank you to Galadriel Bot, totally not a bot. Thank you to Gigafrost, to Hades Osiris, Can't Control It, Caxips Karichi, Lego Freak. What's up, Lego Freak? Thank you to Lurking Miku, to Nerdy Dreams. Thank you to Optic Nerve, to Sensual Jess. Thank you to Spike Trap Claire. And Chenrizi works in a hospital, so that's important to know. Thank you to Spike Trap Claire, to FF14, I think that says. Thank you to Stygian Sticks. Thank you to let's see, the Sparkly Wallflower, Uncle Spawn, Underworld Naiad, VNK, Viewer of IRL, Waffle Butter. Thank you to Wars of the Trek Gates, and thank you to Wookie Cookie 64. Thank you, everybody. Much love to all, and I will see all of you wonderful people back here Sunday, a little bit later today, around, again, between 6 and 7 p.m. Eastern, for the return of Sound Clash, The Clampdown, with Brandon O'Brien as GM. Hold on for what? Hold on what? Where? Hold on who? What? Hold on what? Who? Where? Bear with you. Okay? I will bear with you. Oh, there's well, I don't want to go down this rabbit hole. This is that's good, Aruna. I was like, what is that? Yes, that is a good one. He's talking about Omicron. I don't want to go down this thing too far. It was identified in South Africa. Doesn't mean it happened with Africa. Oh my God, Echo Alpha with a tier 2 sub to Chenrazi. Thank you for the oh, that was very kind of you, Echo. I know you've been going through a lot, so thank you, Echo. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Thank you for the gift 2 sub to Chenrazi. Appreciate that, Echo. Thanks. And hang in there. And that's really, I think, a measure of the generosity of the community, that when someone's going through stuff themselves, still being generous to somebody outside of, themselves, doing that for others. So thank you, Echo. Very kind of you. And that, I think, is a very good reason that we are going to get past all of this, is because of generosity to each other. So thank you very much. Chenrazi, welcome to Tier 2. Welcome back to the subbing. And Echo, thanks. I appreciate it, man. And that's going to do it for me, everybody. Thank you especially today to my players. Rob, we'll have you back here next month. Feel better, man. Thank you to the wonderful Infinity and Beyond crew of Trending Sparks, of Marie Bilodeau, of John Helfers, of Jennifer Brozek, and again, Darkside Rob, who we'll have back in December. Great work from the players. And thanks, everybody. Spread the word about the show, and much love. And I will see all of you wonderful people soon. Until then, as always, be good to each other. Have a good night.
It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.